Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with our playthrough of Technobabylon. Now, last session there were some interesting developments. We were carrying on, that is, Dr. Regis and Doctors Regis and Lau were continuing their investigation into the Mindjacker, when it appears that Dr. Regis was framed for the murder of Baxter. Which, to be fair, we didn't absolutely positively rule out his involvement, but he did seem fairly adamant that he had nothing to do with it. And we played from various perspectives, including Miss Sesame's perspective, who was being held as a... in fact, it wasn't clear why she was actively being held in the cell facility, was it? They said that they were keeping her there because they didn't think it was safe for her to leave, but as far as I'm aware, that's not grounds for keeping someone effectively prisoner. Because as far as I'm aware, she wasn't suspected of anything, she wasn't under arrest. But in any case, they were keeping her in a cell with another young man who appeared to be rather worse for wear. Long story short, she managed to find evidence, or no, she discovered, yes, she found evidence and therefore discovered that Dr. Regis had in fact set up the explosion which destroyed her apartment. And worked out that he was trying to take a life, except of course, having played it from multiple characters' perspectives, we know that he wasn't trying to take a life, he was being blackmailed and was under the impression no one would be harmed. Anywho, that means that she's now escaped and presumably does not consider Dr. Regis an ally. So if those two encounter each other in the future, we can expect some conflict. In other news, Dr. Lau tried to research, or tried to she was actually assigned to investigate what happened to Dr. Regis. When she was sent the case file, there was a strange event where she felt some pain in her head, and we believe that's when some form of cybernetic bug was placed on her, because certain parties have been tracking her whereabouts. Now, her assignment came directly from Dr. Eduardo Vargas, who seems to have risen from being just a engineer to quite a senior member in Newton City's politics. It wasn't entirely clear what his role was, if I recall correctly. I think he was, broadly speaking, the highest... No, what was it? I know that he had, like, some overall control over over Central, and therefore Cell as well, but he did also explicitly say that he wasn't Lau's boss, even though he clearly had the power to assign her to a case. So, a bit of ambiguity there, but in any case, he's clearly a very powerful individual if he can assign officers to cases. Anywho, long story short, Lau discovered evidence that that Regis hadn't committed the act of murdering Baxter, although to be honest, that evidence was just his testimony. In the meantime, Regis had been hiding in a safe house, and his location was compromised. He managed to, with great difficulty, he ultimately managed to make his way out of the safe house safely, where he met up with Dr. Lau under the sewers, who at this point is convinced that Dr. Regis was telling the truth. And that's when they discovered the bug and realised that, they must have been tracking Dr. Lau. That's how Dr. Regis's position was compromised. So that's everything that was going on there. Oh no, I forgot one important detail. Somebody threw a bottle of some weird liquid into the place where Dr. Regis was hiding, which he thought was a safe place, where no one would find him. And it said, "Drink me" on it. He drank it, and then some nanites inside created a radio transceiver in his inner ear. And then from that point on, he was hearing a voice. A voice who... we don't know who it belongs to, but I strongly suspect it was Jincel from Jahilia, the organisation that is... well, they describe themselves as concerned citizens, keeping an eye on what's going on with Cell. They believe something very wrong is going on, and they're using their hacker expertise to investigate this. Anyway, so that's just about everything that I can think of that happened last session that we needed, that it might help to be reminded of. The only other thing is that we've actually gone back in time after the events of that, and Doctors Regis and Lau agreeing to meet this mysterious person in another safe house who still hasn't revealed their identity. Safe house. We then went back in time, and this appears to be before the whatever awful crime Baxter was imprisoned for had been committed. To be honest, I don't know who we're controlling. Are we controlling Baxter? No, we're controlling... I believe that is Regis's wife. Viksha Regis, if I recall correctly. She was the one that was notionally... all we know is that she was dead after the events of whatever Baxter did, which resulted in his imprisonment. So yeah, that's where we are. Let's get into it. That's a young Dr. Regis.
Hello, Charlie. What was that for?
I'm not sure. I was just worried you weren't going to come.
Don't be silly. Of course I was gonna be here.
I know. I was just afraid.
Hey, there's no need to be afraid of anything here. Unlike your last job, there's no firing squad for motivation. I'm sorry, I didn't mean...
It's hard to believe all that's behind me. Not only do I have you to thank for getting me out of there, but getting me into this role as well.
All I did was mention you to Dr. Vargas. He knew what he needed and you fit the bill. Obviously, he knows talent when he sees it.
Hopefully he likes my work. He can't exactly go to the Texan warlords for a reference.
Well, that's a good sign. Now you're the one making jokes about it.
Texan warlords, that's interesting. So... Dr. Regis formerly worked for Texan warlords. Firing squad. for motivation. Noted. Yeah. Right. Who else have we got here? Dr. Chigwa. Oh, she ended up working at the facility whose name I've forgotten that we were researching the death of Baxter at. I probably have a note of it somewhere. Although I'm not seeing it right now. Oh. Vickerman, Tatsumoto... Telepresence Laboratory? That could be it.
You must be the famous Dr. Pereira I've been hearing so much about.
Famous?
The way Dr. Vargas has been going on, you must have been his star pupil.
Pereira. Interesting. Just want to update her name on my list of people. Sorry. Just going through my notes. It's obviously been a while. There we go. Right, so that should be Dr. Victor Pereira, Regis. Noted.
You're right. I'm Victor Pereira. Vicky. Dr. Vargas mentioned me?
Wouldn't shut up about you. Like you were Watson, Crick, and Einstein rolled into one.
Or more like Oppenheimer, perhaps.
Hey, what we did before isn't the key point. It's what we can do with the skills we brought with us.
All right then, what's your field?
Organic computing, mostly. I studied under Dr. Vargas.
Ah, we've probably got some overlap then.
Right, so we have another individual that I think is new, Jiong.
You look familiar, Doctor.
Nina Jong, pleased to meet you. AI and synthetic awareness studies.
I remember. Dr. Vargas was a big fan of your work.
He's assembling his dream team. That's what you get with an absurdly huge grant. Not that I'm complaining.
Dr. Nina Jiong. Chigwa.
And you are?
Dr. Zvidzai Chigwa. My friends call me Gwen. I was brought in from Bulawayo.
What was your field?
Embryonic baseline engineering.
She's a real artist, building new animals from scratch.
Angiosperms, mostly. Still not sure why I'm here. You got any idea what's going on?
What, angiosperms? Let's look that up again. Flowering plants. The project.
Come on, you're the only one of us who's met Vargas in person. Do you have any idea what's going on?
I couldn't help you, I'm afraid.
Aw, you're killing us.
You expect us to believe he didn't tell his star pupil.
Well, I might know. But I know how theatrical he can be. It'd mean a lot to him to be the one to reveal it.
Whatever it is, this is some impressive hardware they've got. That and the secrecy says government work to me.
I'll leave you to it.
Interesting.
Hi there. I'm Dr. Pereira.
Yes.
I, thought I might get to know who I'm going to be working with.
Oh, right. Certainly. Adam Baxter.
You enjoying the, MRI scanner?
Ah, yes. Forgive me. It's just been some time since my last lab work. After the accident, no institution would take me. I feel as though I may wake up and have this dream of an assignment taken from me.
Don't worry. Dr. Vargas is an excellent judge of talent. I can guarantee that this isn't merely out of pity.
This is something of a last chance for me. We must succeed.
Dr. Baxter's
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen.
accident
As
and
you
last
look around,
chance.
you will see some of the finest scientific minds of this generation. These minds have at their disposal the most cutting-edge tools available to humankind. Newton has decided, like an increasing number of cities, to invest in AI management, but they want no mere computer to run traffic patterns and coordinate electricity grids. They have asked me for something infinitely more advanced. They have asked me for the future. I have selected you for this venture because I believe that together we can make this future. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Central Project.
This is the place Jinsel said to meet up at. Ugh, what a dump. The city just gets worse and worse every time I leave the trance.
Interesting. So we've gone back to the future and we're controlling Miss Sesame again. I just want to update my name, my list of names. When I wrote down Jinsel, it looked more like Jinsel. So if I can find, there it is. There we go, that's more clear. Right, let's carry on. Quick save here. I wonder if we're going to be skipping backwards and forwards more and more. Trance, Den, Bouncer, car. The expensive looking car seems out of place in a neighbourhood like this. It must be well protected if someone felt they could leave it on display. Like most cars you've ever seen outside of the Trance, it appears to be an autodrive. Barely anyone bothers with manual controls anymore. Good riddance in your opinion. Interesting.
Ads for everything from sleazy bars to sex to cosmetics. Nothing I'd want, though. I feel like the whole neighborhood was designed to alienate me.
Interesting.
Ads for everything from sleazy bars to sex to cosmetics. Nothing I'd want, though. I feel like the whole neighborhood was designed to alienate me.
That's interesting. So she has no interest in cosmetics, despite the fact that her trance avatar is quite well made up, from what I recall. There's clearly been quite a lot of work done on her presentation. Antenna.
What's this aerial for?
Visitors from out of town.
Users connecting from other countries to the Transden's network?
Newton's a bit funny about who gets to log on sometimes.
So you figured you'd give them a hand by connecting them from abroad?
Exactly. Foreigners pay better.
Interesting. Very interesting. Might make a note about that. Antenna. Outside. Trance. Den. To help foreign customers connect. Interesting.
An underground trance den. People come here if they can't get online at home. Kinda thought it'd look slicker. Guess they're playing up the whole underground thing. Or maybe it's just as grimy as everywhere else in this part of town.
The venue's enormous bouncer glares at you with what you believe to be lofty contempt, though you've never been that good at reading human expressions. Interesting. I wonder if that's supposed to be a tacit hint that she might be might have a milder form of autism.
Hey, no entry.
Why can't I go in?
Excuse me, I'm trying to get into the trance den.
And I'm stopping you.
What? Why?
Maybe I don't like the look of you. Maybe we're full. Either way, shove off.
What would it take to get in?
Come on, there must be something I can do to get in. What do I need to do?
Huh, we get that a lot. Some thrall drags themselves up here, says they'll do anything. Shows how desperate you people are.
I've got skills.
Maybe I could do something for you?
I like 'em skinny, but you look like you'd break a bone if someone looked at you too hard. You wouldn't believe how many greasy thralls try to get in that way, though.
What? No! Ew, no! I meant hacking!
City utilities did cut the water again.
Street terminal.
There's supposed to be a public terminal on the corner over there. I guess because of all the wires running from where it used to be into the cellar.
You reckon I know something about it? You think maybe I stole the terminal, and I'm now using it to run a pirated trance environment for profit?
Maybe?
Huh, pretty sharp.
Your arm.
What's with your arm? It's all metal.
Lost it in the war. One of the wars. On biochem duty. Turned out that because of the shots they gave me, they couldn't just grow me a new one. Same reason I can't get wired either. Allergic to the stuff.
But you run a trance den.
Ain't that just the definition of irony? The arm's great, but the eyes they gave me ain't worth shit.
Bouncer. Lost arm and eyes in war. Biochem duty. Allergic to wetware. Can't use medicine to regrow body parts. Eyes aren't very good. I'm starting to think I probably shouldn't have put all those notes on the list of people I know. I usually have some basic notes on who people are on my list of people so that I can actually match a name to a character in game, but no, I probably should have put notes that extensive elsewhere.
Quit hanging around.
Alright, I'm going.
Right, so they've had their water cut. Oh, that reminds me, I need to find a to-do list, don't I, in my notes. Whatever my current one is. There's a slim chance that I actually filled up the last to-do list, and now need to start a new one. Hmm. Oh, there we go. Oh no, I went too far back in my notes. That was my to-do list for the previous game. Shard light. There we go. So, reconnect water to Transden. I take it I can't... Yeah, I can't go to the left. Do I have wetware on me? I do. Can I connect to the antenna?
Wetware won't form a connection with it.
That's fair enough. I'm a little confused. I assumed that if we were going to be able to do hacking to reconnect the water here, that there would be some way we could get online.
Hey, no entry. Quit hanging around.
All right.
Oh, there we go. There is a
Hey,
water
no-
supply topic.
What happened to the water?
Bills weren't being paid. I needed all my quanta to pay off the bookies after Pakistan lost last month's game.
Gambling debts?
Hey, like you're in a position to judge anyone. For all. Anyway, Central Utilities shut down the water. Now we can't grow any more wetware.
Right. I'll just add that to my notes. Gambling debts. What can I do?
What do you want me to do about the water supply? I'm a hacker, not a plumber.
The flow's controlled by a terminal in the sewer. I want you to breach it and get my water back.
Okay.
Quit hanging around.
All right, I'm going.
Oh, and he can't use wetware, as we've already established, so he wouldn't be able to do this job on his own. I'm still a little unclear on how I actually get to the sewer, though. Could there be a grate under the
Hey,
car, which might
no
be his?
entry. Quit hanging around.
All right.
It's odd, I literally just don't know how I would get to the sewer.
Warning, warning. You are too close to the vehicle. Please step away from the vehicle. This message has been a product of Sentinel security systems.
Blimey. Wait, can I connect to the vehicle? I can. I bet there is a sewer grate under there or something. And the whole reason the car exists, she's standing a little close to the car for my liking. And the whole reason this car exists on this spot is for us to move it out the way, I would guess. Right, we've turned the the brake off. It's now in drive. I take it there's also a reverse? No. There is. So it has 3 gears. 4 if you count neutral. Although that's not really a gear, is it? Well, I hope that's not his car. I did intend to just
Hey, no entry.
nudge it forward slightly.
Quit hanging.
All right.
It's going to need a little work. A little work done, yes. I'm not quite sure why we couldn't have just nudged it forward slightly, though. I mean, it only needed to travel at, you know, half a mile an hour or less, and then just stop it. Oh well. Nothing I can do at this point, unfortunately. The panel bears the 2-barred emblem of centralized government. Beneath this, a warning to unauthorized users of those not from the utilities office. Oh. A warning to unauthorized users or those not from the utilities office. Interesting. So there could be... They're anticipating there might be unauthorized users from the utilities office.
I'm not strong enough to open it with my bare hands. A steel grate, as rusted as everything else down here. Looks like it covers the access to another shaft.
Okay. Oh, do I just connect here?
The wetware won't form a connection with it.
Okay, no. A hypodermic injector gun, now empty after giving Guy his dose. Oh, that's what was in there.
It's old and rusty, but still locked. I'm not strong.
Interesting. Do I get the big strong bouncer to help out?
Hey, no entry. Quit hanging around.
All right.
Nope. That's not it. Huh. Well, there's not very many things down here, and I don't have very many items. I take it I don't use the wetware on the grate, do I?
Wetware won't form.
Yeah, I assumed that
Steel
wouldn't work.
grate, as rusted, looks like it covers the access to another shaft.
What am I missing?
It's old and rusty, but still locked.
Strange. Is there anything in the car I can salvage now it's damaged?
A car repair tool? Probably what they claim it's for, at least.
Car repair tool, and it's a crowbar. Still, that clears things up a bit, doesn't it? Excellent. I don't need no ticket. Find another route into the trans den. Oh. I may as well help out though. Not that this isn't illegal, but...
Too easy.
Ah, I don't know the address. Notification from centralized utilities. A number of toxic, destructive and otherwise hazardous substances have been detected in the city's water supply. The quantities measured are unacceptable. Please download the latest priority list and calibrate your equipment appropriately. Hazardous substances index. Interesting.
The city's list of current hazardous chemicals to watch out for in the water supply. It's got chemical markers, formulas, and breakdowns for programming scanning tools with what they're looking for.
Interesting. Benzene? Sulfuric acid. Estrogen? Huh. So benzene from factory discharge, sulfuric acid from acid rain, and estrogen from plastics disposal. But I could still do with knowing your address.
Hey, no entry.
What is this place?
This place looks like a dump.
You're one to talk, girl. Bet yours is worse.
So what happens here?
It's a trance den. People come here to hook up.
I always do it at home. Did do it at home.
People can't always do it there, though. Maybe their partner don't want them doing it no more. Maybe there's some thrall who promised their probation officer they'd stay clean.
So you're selling privacy.
Bingo. It don't need to be pretty. Once you're in the machine, you don't care about how it looks.
What did you want me to do?
What was it you wanted me to do again?
All that trancing fry your memory? Find the city utilities terminal in the sewer and get my water running again.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Go on, get moving.
Right, but what address?
Quit hanging around.
Alright, I'm going.
An underground train, kind of, or maybe it's just.
Hey, no entry. Quit hanging.
Alright.
Is there any way I can determine what address this is? The trouble is, I don't want to just turn the water on everywhere, because there may be some locations where it has been turned off for a very good reason. I wonder what that place is, actually. I'm gonna look it up quickly. Bear with me 1 second. That's probably the one. I think that might be the kanji for body at the top. Next one, apparently it's the kanji for the word this, or the equivalent, which I suppose would be kore. Is that correct? Yes. But I'm more used to seeing it in kana. Well, I say more used to. I think I've only seen it in kana before. Nearly there. Looking at the last one's proving slightly more difficult because I can't make out some of it. It looks like there's something in the top left. Oh, it could be that. The thing that I thought it might, or the first thing that came to mind is there, but it feels like there's more than that, though. No. Huh, maybe that is it then. I'm thinking that might be the last one might be the kanji for cat. But again, I wouldn't have expected quite so much at the top there. But that doesn't give me any result. As in, those together don't make a word. So there probably is at least one mistake. Just going through the candidates again. I don't see anything that's more likely. No, it can't be that one. Nope, can't make out what that's supposed to be. Which is a shame. Anywho, where were we? We were trying to sort out the water, weren't we? Yeah, the problem is some of these... Oops, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, she is made up in trance. So it's interesting she has no interest in cosmetics. Having already breached this system's primitive defenses, you decide not to waste any more wetware. Oh, there we go. So I do still have access to it. So the trouble is, I don't know which address I'm after. I could try them one at a time. That's what I'll do. I'll try them one at a time.
Hey, no entry. Quit hanging around.
All right.
It'll take a while, but it will have the benefit that we'll get the actual address.
Hey, no entry. Quit hanging around.
All right, I'm going.
Hey, no entry. Quit hanging around.
All right.
So it's not that one. I assume he'll know once it's turned back on.
Hey, no entry. Quit hanging around.
All right.
Hey, no entry. Quit hanging around.
All right.
I'm also checking the dialogue options to make sure that a new dialogue option isn't appearing that I'm missing. Or that I could miss.
Quit hanging around.
Alright.
At least doing it this way, if one of the water sources was turned off for a good reason, it'll only be turned on again, you know, for like 30 seconds or so, so the possible harm is hopefully minimized.
Hey, no entry. Quit hanging around.
Alright.
So none of those.
Lousy city. Damn power. Hello? You there? Where are you?
You can't see me?
Can't see anything with these lousy eyes they gave me. They ain't worth shit in the dark. Lousy city. Damn power.
Interesting. So 871 turned power off. Out of curiosity, could I just walk in now? I still intend to do this, but I'm just curious.
Hello? Is anyone there? When I find that girl.
Ninja, enter the trance then using the power of shadows.
Hey, how'd you get in? Go on, shove off. Lousy thralls.
Error, unable to form connection. Reboot node at centralized utilities office and try again.
When I find that girl.
Huh. Maybe I can't do it legitimately. Oh yeah, it does say power. Huh. Oh, then I was doing this backwards, wasn't I? So 871 must be the one. Okay, yeah, I should have paid attention to that. Water power, yeah, it's kind of obvious in retrospect.
Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? You there? Where are you?
You can't see me?
Can't see anything with these lousy eyes they gave me. They ain't worth shit in the dark. When I find that girl.
Huh. Don't think there's anything I can do. Oh well. I wonder if the dripping is signs that the water's back on. How's this gonna work without power though?
One of the trancers is spread out on the foam mat on the floor, underneath all the rusty water pipes. Looks like he's made himself comfortable. She looks so starved and ragged. It's people like her that give trancers a bad rep. I can't reach any of its control surfaces. There's a centimeter-thick layer of other people's wetware covering its surface. The wetware won't form a connection with it.
Interesting.
Hey. Nope, he's under.
Nope, nothing. It's really, really uncool to steal from someone who's in the trance. But I'm in something serious. Huh. She doesn't even have anything on her. I can't reach any of its control surfaces. There's a centimeter-thick layer of other people's wetware covering its surface.
Interesting. The pipes rumble and shake with built-up pressure. The pipes crossing the ceiling, usefully labelled for maintenance, these are apparently tasked to carry water. What else is in here? Anything?
Looks like they're growing their own wetware down here as well. I guess it's so warm and damp. The pirated cultures must love it.
Nah, mine's fresher. Besides, everyone else will have been sticking their fingers in that stuff.
I wonder if that is actually a hygiene risk. IV drip?
He's enhancing his experience with a side of intravenous drugs. The IV bag says it's epinephrine.
I mean, I'll take some epinephrine if it's going.
Doesn't work like that. It's for putting stuff in, not sucking it out.
Wouldn't it work both ways? I don't see how it couldn't, unless they deliberately put a valve in to prevent you doing that. Can I use the substance index to scare people off or something?
I can't reach any of its It's not...
Wait, can I just go into the trance now? Does that work? No. I assume there's no connection. Oh, Jinsel. 871 Cyrus Street. Oh, I could have known. Yeah, I absolutely could have done that correctly first time. NW 10th. No public transport, no trans connections before our meeting. Guy who knows. Cheers. Hey there, Miss Mandala. Just wanted to say thanks for assist at Cell. I'd probably be off to some hand factory by now without that epi. Sink you later. Did I try refreshing? No new messages. Oh, am I connected? Evacuation drill at transit station. Commuters at the Red Transit line last night was surprised by an evacuation drill that took place just after midnight at the Barber's Gate transit station. A Cell spokesprogram has confirmed that the evacuation was part of a planned emergency response simulation and that customers are in no danger. Well, we know that's not true. Cell is required to ensure the preparedness of its agents and city infrastructure in case of emergency. The program stated there is a limit to what can be anticipated through simulation, especially when it comes to realistic crowd response. As such, we are required to run tests like this periodically in active stations. Cell and Central are impressed at the professional attitude taken by the public and thank them for their cooperation. Travellers have complained that the sudden evacuation delayed their journey. Those services were able to be routed around Barber's Gate, causing only minimal delays to the service. And those not stopping at the station. Yeah, it's a nuisance, said one bystander, but at least it's good to see Cell doing their jobs. The incident was also described as a rush by another. If your journey has been affected by the drill, please contact Central for compensation. Hockey, Russia beats Canada 4-2, maintains record 6-game streak. Okie doke. Can I connect to another trans user? Yes. Diagnostic link formed. User ID Domino. Sync time. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Is that using their decimal time? In which case that would be over 2 days. Sync ratio 87%. Let me copy this information down. User ID Domino. Sync time 2240270. Sync ratio 87%. I'll sync target. Stroke CON stroke terminal stroke Leon. User ID Gandalf. Sync time. Just over a day. Sync ratio much lower. 18%. Whatever that means. Sync target the same. Leon. Captain Cheese 969. Sync time. Almost 2 days. Sync ratio 45%. So between the two. Sync target. And it's the same. Stroke con, stroke terminal, stroke Leon. Alrighty, if I trance now, can I connect to them? No. Still. Progress, I suppose.
A public access terminal covered in other people's wetware. From the cables running up the stairs, I guess it's been liberated off the street.
But I can't connect to it.
I can't reach any of its control. The wetware.
Lousy city. Damn power. You there? Where are
You can't.
Can't see anything worth shit in the dark. Lousy city. Damn power.
Looks like they're growing their own wetware down here as well. I guess it's so warm and damp. The pirated cultures must love it.
Can I connect to that?
The wetware won't form a connection with it.
Alright. The pipe. Can I form a connection with the pipe, as strange as it sounds?
The wetware won't form a connection.
No. Because I'm thinking it's wet, and we know that the cultures love wet things. I was wondering if it could like form a connection down the pipe or something. Although I guess that is a bit of a stretch.
I can't just yank it out. I have no idea what that'll do to him. A battered sofa. It must be older than I am. This is a lot of quanta for someone to lose in a sofa.
Interesting.
A plastic credit chip for those times you need to buy something without using the net. I can sense in my wetware that it has a couple hundred quanta still loaded.
I'm pretty sure you just stole it off that person.
The wetware won't form a connection with it.
Just said you could sense through your wetware. Oh, no worries, Jenny. I hope you have a good shift. Anywho.
I can't reach. It's not compatible. It's not compatible.
Oh, there clearly is power in here then. So not all power's been turned off, clearly. There's not like a second power for there, is there? Like if I turned that off, would everyone have disconnected? No. Because sometimes one building can have more than one address. I'll tell you what, if that's been stolen off the streets, then it would be the streets' power that would have to be turned off, which doesn't seem to be an option here.
Looks like they're growing their own I guess it's... Nah, mine's fresher. Besides, everyone else will have been sticking their fingers in that stuff. I can't reach any of its control surfaces. There's a centimeter thick...
What was the point in coming here then? I mean, this seems a bit extreme. Oh, okay. So she didn't smash it up, she did just make room to form a connection. Okay. Well, hey, I think we're nearly there. env.trans/den. Okay. Gandalf. Mosin Nugget. Spook's Wings, new user. Huh, most of the people we saw there don't seem to be in here. So Gandalf was the one with the really bad connection, weren't they? Spark wings. New user 1. Noted.
Hi there.
What?
What's going on?
What's up?
If you must know, I'm partaking in the digital experience. Apparently, more vivaciously than you.
How do you figure? You're just standing, floating there.
Hey, shut up!
You're ahead.
You're ahead.
Very astute. And you're behind.
No, I mean, you're just a floating head. Why are you just a floating head?
Because unlike some people, I'm choosing to take the trance to its full potential. We can look like whatever we want. But some people just look like people. Ooh, human body, 2 legs, 2 arms. How original.
I like having legs.
Yeah, it's so limited though. Realists like you have no imagination.
Hey, who are you calling a realist?
What are you waiting for?
What's the line for?
If you must know, I'm waiting for a slot to open up in the games. I'm first though, you hear me?
Sure.
There are social conventions that must be followed.
Are the games any good?
Would I be waiting here if they weren't?
Possibly. You come here often?
Is this one of your usual trance spots?
Yeah, it's acceptable most of the time. Mostly because I'm not being bothered by inane questions from plebes.
It looked a little dirty outside to me.
Yeah, I know, it's disgusting.
That a problem?
No, I got my usual spot to crash under the pipes. It's the cleanest place in the den. Lousy.
Interesting. I wonder if he knows he's being dripped on right now.
What's with the dancers?
I know, they're awful people. They come up here from the bars, spilling vodka all over the sim. Dirty, dirty people.
Ciao.
Fine, whatever.
That might be something we can exploit. We'll have to see.
Hi there. Hi there. Hi there.
Right, we can't speak to any of them. The pit. Oh, here we go. Captain Cheese. Jinsil. So we've still not located where Domino is.
Howdy there, miss. What can I get you?
Where do you get recipes from?
I used to have an auto-meal kind of like you. She got her recipes off a memory card. What about you?
I got all the usuals built in already, plus a few extras, this being the trance and all.
How do you mean?
People can be a little more adventurous about what they choose in here.
I guess the law, or even physics, doesn't really matter here.
As long as I got the formula, I can fix it up for you.
Oh, so we could fix up benzene, estrogen, or sulfuric acid here. Cuba Libre.
Cuba Libre, my man.
Here you go.
Oh, it's a drink, I see. Nuclear Winter, black iced tea. What are you?
What are you supposed to be? Torian?
I'm the bartender, missy. Wouldn't be much of a club without one.
Real or?
Nah, I'm part of the program. They got me out of a broken down machine in a dive bar in southeast Newton.
Drinks are free?
Don't you charge for drinks?
It's ladies' night. Come to think of it, I have never been told when it wasn't ladies' night.
Guess the management really wants more ladies in here. Ciao. Hi there.
Evening.
You look worried.
Something bothering you?
Not obvious, huh?
I can see it right through the trance. What's up?
Well, I gotta come out to these dens to trance, right? Except the last couple of times, it's not gone so well.
Wiring problems?
Worse, someone keeps going through my pockets while I'm under. I disconnect and find someone's gone with all my quanta.
Jeez, sorry to hear. Poverty's my answer to that problem.
This time I'm hiding it. They won't find any money on me.
Oh no.
This your usual haunt?
First time here, actually. There's a place on Nyasa that I used to go to.
This is my first time here too. I stopped going to dens after I matriculated.
I can understand. Some people just prefer the freedom of the open web, but you get a different kind of atmosphere in these smaller local servers.
Does matriculate, if I recall correctly, mean complete a undergraduate course at university to become an alumni. To enroll as a member of a body. Oh, sorry, so it's enrollment into a college or university. Okay, not qualifying at the end of it.
You like the server the Sten's got running?
It's alright. There's only so much you can do with a repurposed terminal, though.
No doubt legitimately acquired.
No doubt. Still, they've got a bar, a dance floor, and a bunch of games running. And I love the way you can just stare off the edge into forever.
Why here?
Why'd you choose this place, if you don't mind me asking?
My folks have been trying to get me to cut down.
Fortunately, something I've not had to deal with. No folks.
So I can't transit home. I have to use dens. The further from home the dens are, the better. Why'd you come here?
I'm on the run from a style agent who's trying to kill me. My underground contact told me to meet here.
You're funny.
Dancers.
What's with those guys hogging the dance floor?
From what I can tell, they're celebrating. They've got a cycle of drinking down here and partying up there.
Any idea what's got them in such a good mood?
I don't know. Some sport thing? Big win, apparently. I haven't really paid attention to that stuff since I started trancing.
Oh, so they're Russian. With the hockey.
You've been trancing long?
Not really. Only got wired last year. My friends were raving about the trance, and eventually I gave in.
It was a good choice, wasn't it?
The best. The trance is a whole new experience. A whole new world. Before, the net was just a net. Now,
it's thoughts, feelings, media. All is a living world.
A waking dream full of everything. Made of other minds.
Welcome to my world.
Started to spend a whole lot of time in here after that. Sure, I dropped out of my post-grad course, but...
Oh dear.
What do you think of the walking can opener outside the den?
Leon, he's alright. He fought in Singapore. Doesn't like to talk about it, though.
Don't you think it's odd, someone without wiring running a trance den?
It's good for security, I guess. He's always on guard.
You're still worried, though.
Yeah. Thieves are tricky.
Right. So he was called Leon. I was wondering after we saw that the server was called Leon, but now we know. Fought in Singapore. Your avatar.
Interesting avatar you've got there.
Thanks. Apparently I'm an idealist.
So it's based around your perfect self-image?
Exactly. Screw months of diet and exercise.
Or millions of quantum surgery and nanoplasty.
You're one as well?
I never really thought about it that way. I just thought this looked cool.
Your money.
Hey, I don't know how to tell you this.
What is it?
Well, I was just offline a second ago, you know, finding some food. Anyway, I saw this guy going through your stuff on the sofa.
Oh, Nuke, he found it? Damn. What'd he look like?
Dressed in Sconto blue, a big guy, old.
He was in blue Sconto overalls, real tatty.
Oh, Nuke, a city kid? There's so many of them. How am I supposed to find him?
Probably better to start looking sooner.
You're right. Thanks for your help. There just aren't enough decent people like you in the city anymore.
Yeah.
I can't return it then. Am I supposed to get rid of people that might be waiting for the games one at a time? Yep, she's just gone. Oh dear, I didn't mean to steal from her.
There's nothing less. Looks like they're growing their own wetware. I guess it's... Nah, mine.
I'm just thinking if I could make him...
I've already linked with...
If I can ensure he was dirty somehow, then he might leave. Then again, why do I need to play the games? I'm here to speak to Jinsel, aren't I? That's the real reason I'm here.
Salam, Mandela. I trust you made it here without too much difficulty.
I wonder if she is Domino. It's possible, isn't it? It was alright.
Nothing I couldn't handle. I'm not used to all this meat space stuff, though.
Nonetheless, you've proven yourself resourceful.
You said you knew more about the guy who tried to kill me. You and your Jilly, Holly...
Jahilia. In fact, there's been a breakthrough since we last spoke. Unfortunately, security is still an issue.
What do you need?
It's a public server in a den. I guess anyone could be in here, even other cell agents.
It is good to see you understand the value of privacy.
I don't need anyone else finding out where I am. What do you need?
Jahilia's hackers have managed to block any further connections to this server. You must now help us in clearing out any remaining users.
Right. Alright, I'll do it.
I'll do what I can.
Isan, we must have privacy before we can reveal what we found. Those remaining in the server must be persuaded to leave.
This might take some work in meat space again.
It is a testament to your strength that you work so well outside your comfort zone.
Don't get used to it. Once this whole nuked up mess is sorted out, I am never leaving the trance again.
Nuked up. It's a bit worrying that that seems to have entered the everyday language.
I'll get back to ruining everyone's evening.
Bitafik.
Hi there.
What?
Ciao.
Fine, whatever.
I could bring him a drink. I wonder if Domino's in the games.
Howdy there, miss. What can I get you?
A black iced tea. Do I have to hack it before I can drink it?
Lady, with drinks like these, they're the ones hacking you.
Ciao.
Right, let's see if Gandalf will be interested in this.
I don't think he'd want that.
Oh, can I actually see the currency?
The chips need a connection to my wetware systems that allow it to be used in the trance.
Oh, I see,
The
so we
chips-
can spend money now. Her.
Images of scenes and vistas other people have constructed within the trance. Nowhere near as good as mine, of course. Looks like they're just for decoration, not download. Images of scenes and vistas other nowhere.
Interesting.
Hi there.
What?
Remind me, what are you here for?
What? Something wrong with your Gibson? It's the games. I'm here for the games. Front of the line. Front of the line.
You're front of the line. I see.
And don't you forget it. That next slot is mine.
Ciao.
Fine, whatever.
Her. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do this. Still, it's a slight comfort to know that I did actually have to steal from poor old Captain Cheese 969 to actually be able to progress in the game. It wasn't just unnecessary cruelty. Still a shame though. Oh, I know. Couldn't I just smash the pipes?
Ew.
Oh, they are not going to be happy. Users online. Oh, I actually get a list. I don't know how I did that this time and haven't before. Huh. Okay. I should write down the rest of these names then. Fearless Phil. Oh, this must have been after I cleared the goop off of it. If you left click on it as opposed to... As opposed to try and connect your wetware to it. Right. Connection blocks. Block connection from Union Latino America. Federal Republic of Brazil. Caribbean Commonwealth. USA California Concord. USA Atlantic. Canadian Republic. Greenland. Federation South African States. Mashariki Umojawa. ECOWAS. Jeddah Treaty Union. Oh blimey. That's all across the Fertile Crescent, isn't it? European Federation, which Britain appears to be part of. South Asian Cooperative. Oh, that must be... Is that how you spell cooperative? It must be how you spell cooperative. I'm being silly. South Asian Cooperative. Greater Han Republic. Oceania Partnership Accord. I was expecting that to have not just Australia but also New Zealand and some of Malaysia potentially. People's Republic of China. Oh, so the Han Republic and the People's Republic of China have well, China's split. Interesting. Russian Federation. Interesting. Oh, I probably should have got in there pretty quickly to warn him that he was pretty filthy.
What do you want?
Much as I hate to bring up meat space stuff,
Spit it out.
actually, that's what you might need to do. The sewage pipe over your head's burst.
What? How'd something like that happen?
I've no idea.
Nuke it. Nuke it. I will not be giving this server any positive feedback on my blog.
Okay, he's gone. Oh, it was a sewage pipe, was it? The pipes cross the ceiling, usefully labelled for maintenance. These are apparently tasked to carry water. The leak you've created in the pipe, along with the backlog of effluents, creates a nauseating mess across the walls and floor. Oh dear. I'm tempted to turn the water off, to be honest. We don't want the whole area being flooded with sewage. The whole cellar. Right, that's an improvement. Right, who's still connected? El Mostardo. I assumed everywhere's blocked, no? Since I don't seem to be able to toggle anything, and Jinsil told me that they'd blocked everything. Right, presumably I give the dancers each a drink from the substance index.
What can you make of these?
Well, they got the formulas in here. You sure got some interesting tasting drinks, Missy. Howdy there, miss. What can I get you?
Sulfuric acid, benzene, estrogen. Sure, we'll take one of each.
Estrogen, sir.
Getting in touch with your feminine side, Missy.
Just what are you implying?
Nothing at all, man.
You better not be. I'm feeling adventurous. Sulfuric acid, please.
Coming right up. Don't spill that now.
Benzene for me, please.
You'll find it has quite a unique kick.
I'm sure it does.
Let me know when y'all's eyesight comes back.
Ciao.
I mean, I can only have one at a time.
A glass of...
Getting in... Just nothing.
Ciao.
Just to satisfy my curiosity.
A mug full of estrogen that I picked up at the bar.
Oh, you can't drink it. Okay. What happens if you give it to someone then?
Hi there. Hi there. Hi there.
Doesn't seem to have any effect. What about the games? Grav ball, get nuked. Players 4 of 5. Alright, grav ball.
A nice game, loser. Hey, how about best 16 out of 30? Ha ha.
Jerk.
Interesting.
Hi there.
Yo.
What's the matter?
Something tells me you're not very cheerful.
Huh, that obvious?
It's just that, well, it's a game. Isn't it enjoyable?
Less so when that asshole's on a winning streak, that's for sure.
You keep losing?
What's the score?
At the moment, 15 games to 0.
Nuke me.
It's true. That guy has split-second reflexes. But the way he acts, I've got to see him beaten.
Is that guy cheating?
Well, he hasn't hacked the server. Maybe he just spends most of his spare time practicing.
What is this game?
What's going on in this sim?
It's called Grav Ball. I guess you could say it's a competitive reflex test. Each player has to hit the ball back at their opponent until one misses.
Oh yeah, I remember. This game's 100 years old.
Except it's first person. The ball has no gravity and keeps getting faster. You game much?
Not really. I'm more of a creative solitary sort.
Nobody on the friends list?
Hey, no, not many.
What about that guy?
Who's the guy in the court?
The Zift out there is Domino.
Ah.
He's the reigning champ.
You don't like him?
Wouldn't be so bad if it was just him winning. Problem is, he's such an ass about it. Even when he's not talking, he just radiates it.
Any tips?
Got any more helpful tips?
What, aside from you can't win against this guy? Make sure you don't start your swing too late. Start your swing before the ball's reached your platform.
So if I'm having trouble hitting it,
Try swinging earlier.
I'll give it a shot. Thanks.
No problem.
Alright, we'll give that a go in a second. But since he's physically here, I assume I have to do something to take away his edge. I assume it's the IV drip.
He's enhancing his experience with a side of intravenous drugs. The IV bag says it's epinephrine. I can't just yank it out. I have no idea what that'll do to him.
I agree, but I don't know what the alternative is. I wouldn't be able to interact with the IV drip if there wasn't something I could do with it. But I know the injector doesn't work, don't I?
Doesn't work like that. It's for putting stuff in, not sucking it out.
And I can't take anything from the trance into the real world, obviously, since it's all virtual.
I can't just yank.
It's almost as if, especially since I still have this injector, there's something in the environment I'm supposed to be able to pick up and put in there.
I can't inject.
I'm supposed to fill the injection gun with something.
Hey, how'd you get in? Go on, shove off.
He didn't say that for the brief time that the water was fixed.
Excuse me?
Repent, and you shall be saved.
Why the shouting?
What's with the shouting?
I must call to the unsaved that they may hear. They need to know the word of God's love.
It sounds to me like you're harassing them.
So what's your message?
Go on, what's the message? I'm listening.
The kingdom of heaven is nearly upon us. We must prepare and seek his salvation. Turn aside from this false paradise of yours.
The trance?
You think the trance is evil?
You don't like the trance.
It is a false promise of paradise. They will lead you into the belief that it can be achieved without faith in him.
So, you don't like the competition the trance gives religion?
There are claims of those within that it is a new promised land. But it is not but a wretched hive of sin and debauchery.
I spend a lot of time in the trance.
I don't like the word thrall, but I guess you could say I spend a lot of time in the trance.
Then it is my mission to save you. I must place you on the path to his salvation. I must show you the way.
What's the solution to trancing?
Okay, let's say for the sake of argument, I agreed with you. How does someone get on that path?
Hear me, my child. There are 3 stages. His kingdom, then the material, mortal world. Lastly, the mire of the virtual, wherein you are trapped.
So, how do I get out of the virtual?
We must start you outwards, and first give you an anchor in the material. While the virtual may seem to contain all the pleasures of the flesh, we must show you what the material can offer to begin the way up.
Which is?
The book says to use what he has given us, and I have been blessed with powerful barbiturate.
Drugs.
You want to use drugs to get me off the trance?
The pleasures of the material can rival that of
This
the
is getting really bad.
Hence, we can lead you to those of the divine.
What church did you say you belong to?
Think of it in terms of replacement therapy. A tried and true method for recovery from addictions. We must wean you away from the sin of the trance.
Doesn't the Bible have something against drugs? To be honest, I don't know if it does.
I'm pretty sure my humanities teacher said that religious people have something against drugs and alcohol.
These are but substances that occur within his creation. He has created the means that I may bring the flock to him.
God created people, right? And people made the trance. So didn't God also make the trance by extension?
That is so, and its existence is such as the world is. But it is its sinful use, its perversion by mankind that leads the young away from him.
Do you get much success?
Is this a good spot for you?
I pray for the young, springing forth from within the den. With the message, I seek to show them his way.
And a lot of barbiturates?
I use what means I must, and what he reveals to me.
Obviously the solution is we put the barbiturates into the IV drip to sedate him, but that's really bad.
Have you been doing this long?
Many years ago, I was a sinner. I led a life of crime, of debauchery and hedonism. Eventually, I was caught by cell and imprisoned for drug peddling.
Isn't that what you're doing now?
In prison, I found God, and he pointed me in this direction. While selling unlicensed drugs was a crime, their use in religious devotion is not.
But you're charging me money before you'll give me anything?
Oh no! I cannot sell you the drugs. That would be illegal, a grave sin. Instead, I ask only for donations for my ministry. Then I can help you onto the path with the aid of his bounty.
Uh-huh.
The cyborg by the den doesn't look happy.
He fears I will steal his custom, and rightly so. I will turn his customers, his victims, to righteousness.
And to substance abuse.
It is but one step away from sin, and another on towards righteousness.
Still, you better watch out for him.
I want to repent.
I've been thinking about what you've been saying. I definitely want to repent.
Hallelujah, my child. This is a glorious day.
Yes, rejoice.
Are you prepared to begin your spiritual journey?
Yes, praise be, etc.
Very well. But first, a donation is required.
I'm sure.
What?
The means to salvation bear a cost, my child. Narcotics are expensive to come by.
Please let me repent.
Seriously though, I need those drugs. I want to repent.
I do not doubt your faith, my child. But we cannot proceed before a donation is made.
Oh, come on!
Otherwise, we might have every urchin taking advantage of his love.
Bye.
Repent before it is too late.
Of course, putting
judgment.
A price barrier in front of drugs is exactly the way to make sure that the wrong people don't get a hold of them.
Hey, I'd like to make a donation.
That is most kind, my child. Allow me to put you on the first step away from worldly pain and despair. Remember where to find salvation, should you happen to need more.
Not Quinn Trank. Oh my goodness. This is so bad. Let's have a quick save there. You load the cartridge of the tranquilizers into the hydrodermic injector. Though old and battered, the bottle's nozzle connects with a little wriggling. You find a part of his arm that's definitely a blood vessel rather than a tattoo. Oh, not even into the IV drip.
This should be interesting.
Yes. Let's hope you, you haven't done any serious harm to the poor man.
Hi there.
Yo,
Thanks.
no problem.
Right, let's give this a go. Oh, actually, I haven't spoken to Domino yet, have I?
Hi there.
What's up?
Who are you?
So, you're Domino?
The one and only. No doubt you've seen my live feed. I guess you've come to get a glimpse of your sporting idol in action.
Not really. Just that your username's visible.
Huh. Better introduce myself. I'm Domino. I'm the den's reigning king of sport.
Jackass.
What's this game?
What are you guys playing down here?
It's a test of reflexes and coordination.
It looks kind of like tennis.
As if. Tennis is to this as chess is to the real-time battlefield command sim.
But you still have to hit a ball back and forth.
If you want to be all reductionist, in that case, the trance is merely computing in your brain.
I don't get the appeal of this game.
I still don't get the appeal of it. It's like hundreds of years old.
It becomes more refined every technological generation. A true test of one's mental and reflexive balance.
Still, not my thing. I like to make things, to explore.
You're free to do that, I guess. Just one less thrall I need to beat on repeat.
So I take it this is just Pong, but in the trance.
Let's go.
Bring it on.
Damn. Woohoo! Woohoo!
I wonder if I could have beat him without the barbiturates to get some sort of achievement.
Woohoo!
You gotta, yeah, well, I better just, I don't feel so good.
Nothing I couldn't handle.
I don't know what you did, but that was worth sticking around to see. Maybe we'll spar sometime.
Disconnected El Mostardo. Alright, get nuked.
Hey there.
Hey, you got here just in time!
For what?
The end of the world, baby!
Uh-oh.
Here we go!
Huh. Well, you don't see that every day.
What a rush, huh?
What just happened? What is this sim?
Get nuked, man.
Excuse me?
Oh, sorry. That's the name of the sim.
Get nuked?
Get nuked? That's a bit
on the nose, but it does what it says on the wrapper. That's what people come here to do. Get nuked.
I think I've had enough explosions for 1 week.
What's it about?
So, what's it about?
The whole history of atomic warfare, baby. If you can think of a time where they've dropped the bomb, this sim gives you the chance to experience it.
Wow, I've seen people make some pretty weird stuff in the trance. I guess I'm not in a position to judge.
Darn straight. Besides, it's not just historical interest, it's for fun. With online map data, you can set it to nuke anywhere in the world.
Wait, so is this an actual historical event? Is this location somewhere where a nuke was actually dropped?
So, what's the aim? Can someone win?
It's not a game, it's a simulation. Though sometimes we try to choose scenarios and see who can get the higher body count.
Huh.
I'm winning at the moment. Sarbamba, New Delhi, 2027.
I thought you just said it wasn't a game.
Not all the time.
So, where are we? The beach?
Siege of Singapore, 12 years ago. Smack bang in the middle of the Timuhani War.
Huh?
The most deadly atomic conflict in history, babe. China, Pakistan, and India. You're not from around there, are you?
Why do you say that?
Well, you kind of look.
I could be a bald man in my 50s for all you know.
Just thought I'd check. Don't bite my head off. You might have lost family in it.
I have no idea where I'm from. Refugee raised in Newton.
Oh yeah, we nuked them last week as well.
Alright, so it was the Timhani War, I think they said. Siege of Singapore. "12 years earlier." And what did they say? It was the worst nuclear conflict? What was it? India, Pakistan, and somewhere else, I think they said. I missed the last one, I think.
I'm Mandela.
Fearless Phil. Him over there is Vomitor. I help Leon out by running his nuke server for him.
Are you in the cellar? The den?
Oof. Meat space questions. We've only just met. I'm running an open line from home. My mom doesn't like it when I go to... I mean, I've got my own specialized setup at my place.
That's quite an outfit you've got.
You like it? Classic post-nuke apocalypse chic.
You know, there are places in the world that have really suffered nuclear attacks. I don't think anyone dresses like that there.
My style comes from the oldies. It's post-retro. Like, from before there were any of the big atomic conflicts.
So, movies and games rather than actual nuclear catastrophes?
Exactly. The real survivors are so downbeat, aren't they? They take all the fun out of atomic warfare.
What are your favorites?
My top 5? Castle Bravo, Hiroshima, Singapore, New Delhi, and Vegas. Some Zift came in earlier, wanted
Vegas.
Nagasaki. Would you believe? I'm all like, they already did Japan 3 days earlier. Get some originality, man.
Can we have a go at flattening Newton? I'm in the mood to take it out on the city.
Sorry, babe. The server's only running the shareware version. I'm afraid Singapore's all we get.
Why are you here then? You sound like an enthusiast.
Yeah, but Leon, the guy who runs this place, he lets me admin it. I'm in charge of all things atomic in this server.
How'd you change the settings?
Is there any way to change the settings?
Singapore's the only map we've got in this version. Only thing you could do is tweak the bomb, really. And the user mortality map, too.
But I thought he said that last week or something he got the high score in New Delhi with Tsar Bomba.
This is horrifying. Hundreds of thousands of people died in Singapore when this happened. I don't like to judge, but this is just so disrespectful to them.
Nah, it's all cool. Every copy of this they sell, they donate 25% to war survivors.
But you're using the shareware version.
What's your point?
This is horrifying. Hundreds of thousands of people died in
Oh,
Singapore
okay.
when this happened.
It's just the
I don't
same
like to judge,
dialogue
but
option.
This is just so disrespectful to them.
Nah, it's all cool. Every copy of this they sell, they donate 25% to war survivors.
But you're using the shareware version.
What's your point?
Sink you later.
Catch you in the afterglow.
That's odd. This rock has a steel panel bolted onto its side. I can't pull it off by hand. I'm going to need a way through if I want to find out what's underneath.
I wonder if that's what makes it the shareware version, and that if we somehow damage the steel panel, we'd then be able to change the settings and then do something that makes Phyllis Phil leave.
Hi there. I wonder if he's ignoring me, or whether he just doesn't know I'm here. Trance does funny things to people's perception sometimes.
Let's go for the sulfuric acid, shall we? That would probably get through the steel. Still not entirely clear how I'm going to get rid of the dancers, but we'll worry about that in good time.
Howdy there, miss.
Sulfuric acid, please.
I'm feeling adventurous. Sulfuric acid, please.
Coming right up. Don't spill that now.
Ciao.
Excellent.
The acid's eaten right through the panel cover.
Apparently the controls for the simulation were kept under the panel to prevent tampering by nosy hackers such as yourself. Right. Get nuked version 1.84 sim settings, Siege of Singapore. Oh, 2075. Noted. Next. Load. God mode. I could turn God mode off.
Here we go.
Oh, I get it. So I use next to decide the scenario and load to actually go to it. Does that mean the developers of this game, Technobabylon, actually bothered to make loads of settings, including places like Hiroshima. Hiroshima Revisited. Oh. Operation Shiva's Fist. Davy Crockett. Siege of Singapore. Shareware version able to load new scenario. Experience the thrill of over 50 real-life historic atomic wars, or just bomb your hometown. Order the retail version of Get Nuked from your nearest sim dealer today. Okay, so they didn't actually do that. Might be time to leave.
Here we go!
Now that God mode is off. Okay, that doesn't appear to be an option.
Ouch.
Disconnected Fearless Phil and Vomiter, and we already know that outside connections have been new outside connections have been disallowed, except apparently for ourselves. So if you die in the trance, the game just you just disconnect. That's what I was trying to say. I should actually leave the trance quickly so that we can check how many people are still connected and who they are. Right, we're down to one screen. Jinsul Mandala, although Mandala is not connected because that's us. New user, Sparkwings, Mosin Nugget. Okay, so it's just those three to go, the three dancers, and then the server's cleared. This is a fun little section of the game.
What can I get you?
Just a little oasis of silliness in the middle of what is quite a...
Benzene for me, please.
You'll find it has quite a unique kick.
Quite a dark little game.
You know when y'all's eyesight comes back.
Ciao.
Right, can I give benzene to the dancers? Is that the solution?
Hi there.
No.
Looks like they're having fun. Looks like they're Looks like... Hi there. Hi there. Hi there.
Do I have to stop the music somehow? What do I have on me? There's the mailbox. I should probably check for new mail. Am I right in assuming we can't compose new mail? Error. Unable to connect to Mandala stroke mail host :global. Check connections and try again. If problems persist, contact an engineer for hardware errors or a medical professional for wetware system support. Yeah, still can't send anything. Nothing in the news feed that appears to be new.
The chips made a connection to my wetware systems that allow it to be used in the trance.
The money's not much use. They're clearly remotely connected. They're not in the den itself. I don't know how I'd get rid of them. Maybe the bartender can...
What can I get you?
Maybe I can buy them around? What do you think of this place?
You like it here?
Better than the last job. There's more space in here, that's for sure. And trance users have more interesting orders than beer, beer, and beer.
Do you ever want to do more?
Before yesterday, I hadn't really spoken much with AIs. Do you ever get the urge to do more?
How do y'all mean?
Well, I mean, you're stuck in here. Or in a drinks machine. Ever wanted to get out, see the rest of the trance?
Missy, I sell drinks. Unlike you, I have a defined raison d'etre. If I weren't doing that, well, I just wouldn't feel right.
Ciao.
Howdy there, miss.
A glass of your finest estrogen, sir.
Getting in touch with your feminine side, Missy.
Just what are you implying?
Nothing at all, ma'am.
You better not be. Ciao. Hi there.
I can't figure it out. How do I... It's not the sulfuric acid, is it?
Out of there.
I'm feeling it. So
Coming.
Because we already used that to solve one puzzle.
Ciao. Hi there.
Nope.
Out of.
A glass.
Get. No.
Ciao.
So it's just the 3 dancers left. Oh, look at that. If you look in the bottom right, you can see what I'm hovering over. The game shows you whatever it is, but if I put the cursor there, the game actually correctly detects the movement of the sprite. So it actually has to be over a pixel of the entity. There's not like a collision box or equivalent. That is attention to detail. I could have a word with Jinsil, see if she has any ideas.
Why can't you tell me what's going on?
The server is not yet secure. Until it is just us remaining, we cannot be sure that we won't be compromised.
So you need me to figure out how to get rid of the other users.
Precisely. They have a direct connection to the server. They must be removed by other means than mere hacking, I'm afraid.
I'll get back to ruining everyone's evening.
Bitafik.
How am I gonna do this? Because they won't speak to me. If I've tried it looking at least one of them. If I look at them each individually, maybe I'll get a clue.
Looks like they're having fun. Looks like they're having fun. Looks like they're having fun.
Nope. As far as I can tell, there's nothing in this room that I can interact with. Aside from obviously going down to the pit. This isn't connected anywhere, is it? No.
Looks like they're just for decoration, not download.
Dance floor.
Sounds like the dance floor is thumping away upstairs.
Yeah.
Out of there, man.
I'm feeling it so.
Come on.
Can I throw the
Ciao.
sulfuric acid up at the dance floor?
Nah, I don't think so.
Fair enough.
Out of there.
A glass.
Get.
You better not. Ciao.
Hurrah. How? I assume connecting to the games isn't going to achieve anything. No, presumably not.
Hi there. Hi there. Hi there.
Oh, I know how to do it. Jinsil said that all new connections have been blocked. But she didn't say anything about old connections. In fact, she explicitly said that we'd have to find other ways to make them disconnect. That's done it. Because the news was the clue. The news and the fact that they were celebrating a sporting event was a clue that they were from the Russian Federation. I get it. And so then I block all connections to the Russian Federation, and that clears them all. Success? No, no success.
Das Vidania. Guess that proves where they were from.
Excellent. Disconnect the dancers via non-destructive means? Was there another way I could have done that? Still, success. Progress.
How is your progress?
It's just you and me. Server's empty. We're alone.
Excellent. I feel much safer.
You going to tell me what's going on now?
I shall. But first, tell me, why do you enjoy the trance?
Let's see. People, comprehension, potential, no idea. Why are you asking? Potential.
There's so much that can be done with it. The world we've built for ourselves, where the old laws, even physics, aren't necessary. We've had the net for a century, and we've still barely scratched the surface. I want to shape my future and be a part of something bigger. That's what the trance is for.
I suppose you could say you were born for this?
It feels like it, sometimes.
Mandala, we've been taking scans of your connection. We have never seen a sync ratio as high as yours. The trance is literally where you belong. We need your assistance.
Interesting. What?
Hey, no way! I don't even know what you people want!
Please hear me out. The reason you were targeted is linked to your unusual natural affinity for the trance.
They want to kill me because my connection's too fast?
Not directly. It goes deeper than that, to the very structure of your brain. Do you recall what Guy was doing in that cell you shared with him?
The Sesame's sync ratio is exceptional. So that, what was it, 87% we saw on Domino? That's not as high as ours.
Yeah, he was your relay, wasn't he? You were connecting to Cell's systems through him?
Precisely. He was a vital part of the operation. But thanks to the psychophage, he is indisposed to us.
Let me guess. You want me to be a relay for you?
With a sync ratio like yours, the bandwidth would be incredible.
Your hackers would be running petabytes through my wiring. But you'd need me to get close, right? To the systems of the people trying to kill me?
This sounds like a bad idea.
Excuse me if I sound a little skeptical, but you're asking me to walk up to the people trying to kill me? You haven't even given me a good explanation for why they're after me.
I'm sorry, but we don't know a great deal more than you. We need your assistance. Your unique talent with the trance makes you valuable.
If it's true.
You because of it. Turn it against them.
So, this'll help you discover their plans? Fine. What do you need me to do?
Shukran, Mandala. Justice shall be done. They operate from an old Aerostat terminal, Xanadu Air Freight. Head there. We will remain in contact with you.
Great, more walking.
And now, we must crash the server. Good luck, Mandala.
Error. The trance environment has become unstable and must be terminated. If the error reappears, please contact your sysadmin. Just back in time.
Dr. Regis?
Looks like it.
Hey, Dr. Regis.
No. Sorry, Nina. I'm just not used to that name yet.
Congratulations, by the way. Isn't it kind of old-fashioned, though, taking his name?
It was a nice idea.
I think it's romantic.
Not a giant leap backwards?
He lost his family in the war. Now we're starting a new one. I thought it might help give him some continuity.
Speaking of which, you guys planning on having kids?
So, Dr. C. Regis lost his family in the war. Yes.
Eventually, yes. We're speaking to a specialist.
Oh, right. Hot zone. Who'd have thought living in a hazard region would be such a drag?
It's not just Charlie. My work with the inspectors wasn't good for me either.
Going for the test tube baby option, then.
It'll be a whole lot easier to screen for anything we might pass down.
With Charlie's background, I'm surprised he's not growing them himself. And again, they might go bang if he did it. Too far?
Yes.
I'll just get back to the decompiling.
Hot zone, probably reason for infertility. And when she said they'll probably go bang. That was a reference to bio-bombers. An optical microscope might not be cutting edge, but sometimes it's just the right tool for the job.
Can it wait? I'm in the middle of dissecting Dr. Vargas's brain. With the fMRI scanner, of course.
Uh-huh. Looks like Baxter is talking at Charlie rather than with him. Better not. Charlie might slip out and leave you on the receiving end of Baxter's lecture. It's what you do in his place, after all.
I'll just get back to the decompiling.
Dr. Vargas?
In here, my dear.
What are you doing?
Roadman 9 and 46.
Dr. Chigwa is mapping my brain activity. In many ways, our project will share more in common with us than other computer platforms.
Intermittent rostrocaudal axis patterns. Tell me, what do you think would be the best manner to train such an AI?
Naturally or quickly? I mean, without any context, it's hard to say. But I suppose, in general, doing things hastily tends not to be a good idea, especially when it's important things. So naturally.
Naturally. It can handle abstractions better than conventional AI. Plus, we have millennia of experience and tradition when it comes to education.
I somewhat agree with you. Do you hear that, Gwen?
Mm-hmm.
Though Dr. Chigwa agrees that conventional programming is impossible, she is considering the possibility of imprinting existing mind states within the platform.
Quick for the AI, but utilizing a person's natural experience?
Though it may not be my philosophical ideal, it is an intriguing experiment. It is good to be working with you again, Dr. Pereira. I mean, Dr. Regis. Congratulations again on the wedding.
Oh, so it wasn't her middle name, it was her maiden name. So I wonder if the great irony is that all these years, Dr. Regis, Dr. Charles Regis, that is, has hated Central due to the association with his wife's death. But I wonder if it was actually her brain image that they put into it, so it is in a sense what's left of her. Then again, there's not been much evidence of that in its behaviour thus far. I didn't think you'd want me.
After how we split, I was kind of surprised you sought me out.
I admit, when you left Buenos Aires, my emotions took hold of me. We both said many things that I'm sure we each regret.
I don't regret taking the field position for 1 minute, though.
Of course. We are lucky to have you with us in Newton.
When I learned what you were planning to create here, I couldn't resist. It's groundbreaking, the next big step in artificial intelligence.
Thank you for recruiting Charlie.
I'm really grateful you could take Charlie on board.
I can see how much he means to you, Dr. Regis. Your opinion and welfare means a great deal to me. Of course, I would not have taken him if I did not think him capable. I am afraid that we have hit an obstacle. Though we have a solid theoretical groundwork, we cannot proceed.
Why not? We've built a gene map for the organic processors. Get Charlie or Dr. Chigwa to run it through a flash clone.
Alas, that is where our problem lies. Our plans depend upon the development of neural tissue. The flash clones develop with none, for legal and ethical reasons.
Run a simulation.
Dr. Baxter has a reliable simulation of the AI running in situ. Surely he can pattern it out onto a larger system.
While the platform will run magnificently in an organic framework, trying to emulate it in a simulation has tremendous processing costs. Unless we can finalize the production of an organic matrix, we will fail.
We have an option. Or petition the council.
The City Council must have expected something like this eventually. We can petition for a special exception. They'll provide live embryos for research.
Certainly possible, though too lengthy. By the time approval has been granted, the project will have exceeded its deadline.
We have an option. Is she going to volunteer her own embryos or something?
There might be another option. Nina gave me the idea. We need normal embryos to engineer, not the flash clones, right?
That is our problem. The Council will not be able to provide them quickly enough.
Well, Charlie and I have been trying for kids. As a result, we have several fertilized embryos frozen.
Viksha, I hope you are saying what I think.
We could, perhaps, donate.
You do not know what this could mean to us. You have saved us, Viksha. In a way, you may yet be the surrogate mother of the central AI.
Whoa, big spike in activity there.
And
You
biological
think Charlie
mother.
will be okay with that?
Hey, he spent years modifying embryos himself. I'm sure he'll be all right.
So does that mean the embryos that were supposedly his no longer existed? Did that say flesh drive?
You got in?
Yeah, now to find out who our mysterious benefactor is.
Good luck. I'll keep the car moving. Hopefully Central won't start asking too many questions.
Copy that. Regis out.
Right, next chapter.
Are you Dr. Regis?
Yes, you must be the welcoming committee.
They're waiting for you upstairs. Hold on, gotta search you first.
Is that the Moonlight Sonata in the background? Not a chance.
Like hell you will.
My instructions were quite specific, sir. Nobody goes up these stairs while armed.
Stop being childish, Charlie. It's the only way I could get them to trust you.
Fine.
Well, I was invited here. That's why
Once
it's...
LSU charge pistol, it will be kept safely for you until business is concluded.
Gee, thanks.
You may proceed upstairs.
Oh, Lord. Nina, you're the one I've been talking to?
You made it at last, Charlie. How are you?
I mean... Sure, good.
I guess I have to thank you for helping me out there.
Nonsense, Charlie. What are old friends for?
Friends. Huh.
We were all terribly sorry about what happened to Vicky. Baxter was obsessed.
You didn't bring me here to reminisce. Looks like you got yourself some new friends.
These are associates of mine. We have a common cause, one that we hope you might be able to join.
What do you mean?
Allow me to introduce everyone here. Councilman Dean.
Good evening, Dr. Regis.
Ran Schumann.
You don't look like much.
Imogen Natalia Revilla Quintanilla de Flores.
I can't write these down quick enough.
And I believe you've already spoken to Mr. Stepford here.
Oh my, yes.
All of us are here because of a common cause. The removal of Central.
What? I mean, you can't just...
It's a difficult proposition, and we need the help of someone like yourself. In exchange, we have the means to assist you with your personal crisis.
You've always dreamed big, haven't you, Nina?
We know exactly where your offspring are. Don't dismiss us outright. We can help each other, Charlie. Listen to what we have to say.
For all we know, you're the one that took them, though. Ran Showman. Imogen. I missed the rest of the name. Councilman Dean.
Good evening, Miss...
Dame Imogen Natalia Revilla Quintanilla de Flores.
Yeah, that.
You may call me Imogen, darling.
I still missed most of that. Though I note she's a dame.
If you don't mind my saying, you don't look like any conspirator I've ever seen before.
Thank you, darling. It's my own unique style.
I'm sure Nina's got a use for everyone here. What part are you playing in her plan?
All we ever do in life is play a role, Dr. Regis. I promised I would assist her when she required. And thus, here I am.
Not as heavy muscle, I guess.
I am very good at networking, Dr. Regis. I taught her everything she knows about it. I lend credibility to her mission with my very presence.
Networking and cred. Right.
I could understand why some people would want Central removed. The kinds of folks who see it as an obstacle to their work. But what good would it do a celebrity like yourself?
You think in such cynical terms, Dr. Regis. It benefits me because it benefits dear Nina.
You're doing this out of altruism?
Is that so surprising, Dr. Regis?
Frankly, it is.
Is she a celebrity though, or does he just mean a socialite? Because those aren't the same thing.
Do you know Dr. Jong?
Of course, darling.
You go back a long way?
One might say that. We were lovers, Dr. Regis.
Oh,
My, they said you came from backwards parts, but I hadn't quite expected a display like this.
Forgive me, Miss Flores. I just find it hard to picture Dr. Jong loving anything.
We were close. Close enough that I came to her aid now that she needs it.
You knew Gil Vanderwall as well?
Only within this gathering. I had no use for his services in talent acquisition.
You mean facilitating criminal skills with buyers.
Indeed, his history in the underworld sounded so thrilling. But personally, he was so dull. Everything was business to him. That husband of his, on the other hand.
Talent acquisition, right. Noted.
So I hear you're a celebrity?
Oh, Dr. Regis, such an understatement.
You'll have to forgive me, Miss Flores. I'm not big on pop culture.
How refreshing. It's such a shame what the net's doing to the young of today. Though if it wasn't, I wouldn't have nearly the profile I do.
So, what do you do exactly?
I come from a wide background of European nobility. But I can do anything that's asked of me, my dear. Music, talent contests, endorsements.
So essentially, you're famous for being famous?
Precisely, though much of the work is so tiresome, darling. I delegate a great deal to simulations, lookalikes, and synthetics.
That's all for now, Miss Flores.
Please, darling, just Imogen.
Dame Flores. Oh no, it should be Dame Imogen, shouldn't it? Dame Imogen.
Mr. Ron.
What do you want?
What's your part in the conspiracy?
What's your part in this conspiracy?
Dr. John wants to capture biggest AI in the world. It's going to take enormous memory and processor.
And you're going to furnish her with these?
With all the capital she need. Money, guns, labor.
Money, guns, and labor. That's rather clear.
It sounds like you're on board with her plan. What do you get out of it?
Newton is lousy place to do business, Regis.
You reckon it's Central's fault?
Central watches too close.
You can't bribe anyone, you mean?
Exactly. Can't make things work.
Sometimes it's nice not to have a government driven by the wealthy.
We will control New Central. It's a great opportunity for us.
Hey Pengy, it's lovely to see you portal in. How are you doing?
What do you think of Dr. Jong?
She's very clever. She knows what she's doing.
I worked with her in the past. I guarantee the only ones she's looking out for are her and her plans.
So, that's how to get ahead. Cooperation happen when we want same thing. I want Central gone. She wants Central gone.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Did you know Gil Vanderwall?
Sure, everyone here know Gil. We work together. He have connections everywhere.
He was a middleman for criminals.
Exactly. Any specialist he could find. Even mindjackers, Dr. Regis.
Excuse me? Just fine. Nice to have a weekend at last. Dropping by while eating. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty well. Thank you for asking. Having anything exciting for dinner?
What do you know about Gil's links to the Mindjacker?
Van der Waal set people up with specialist talent, famous for it. In this case, a third party needed a mindjacker. He fixed that up for them. Got the best.
But eventually, he discovered something that made him regret introducing them?
He found what the client's plans were in the long run. If they succeed, our plan to remove Central will fail.
So he tried to stop the Mindjacker.
Exactly. Took the memory module he was using to store minds of his targets.
And it cost him his life.
Pity he's working against us. Good mindjackers are hard to find.
Who hired the Mindjacker from Van der Waal?
Like everything else, information is not free, Regis.
So the custom memory module was for storing minds. So we actually had it in our hands at one point and we just gave it over. Handed it over.
You're one of the richest men in Greater Han, aren't you?
Damn straight.
What are you doing here?
I like this restaurant. I suggested.
No, I mean, why in person? At this meeting?
That is how we always do it. Cannot trust anyone else. Other people stupid. If too many people know, then Central will find out.
What sort of business do you run?
Some of everything. Factory, guns, biochem, industry farming.
A hands-on manager there too?
Hell no. Give that job to cousins. You ever see Han? It's lousy country. Everything poisoned. Sky is black.
Maybe it's all those factories you're running. I'll get back to you.
Stop wasting my time.
Interesting. Just some chicken, fries, and tzatziki. Was too tired to make something more advanced after work. What's tzatziki? If you don't mind my asking.
Dr. Regis, how can I help?
What's your part in this?
I'm surprised to see a city councilor in a conspiracy like this.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, Dr. Regis.
I guess you've been facilitating things for the plot.
Much as it pains me to misuse my position, that is the case. I've been able to expedite import permits for equipment necessary to Dr. Zhong's plans.
And Central hasn't noticed?
In my role, I'm given considerably more privacy than the average civil servant. No offense, Doctor.
None taken. I just cover the camera in my office with paste.
I thought you did it with tape. What do you get out of it? Sorry, what do you get out of it?
So, I understand what you're doing for it, but why? How does someone in government decide that Central needs removing?
I've read your bio, Dr. Regis. I know that you have no great love for Central. But, in practical terms, I believe it has become a threat to our democratic society.
A threat? How so?
Over the course of its 20 years of operation, Central has begun to develop opinions. For an individual to have done so is natural. For an AI, it is impressive. But, in its position, coordinating the actions of government, it poses a risk.
Wouldn't someone notice? Call it out?
There isn't enough to address as yet. It's clever. It's designed to carry out the policies of the Council, and it cannot fail to do so. But it can drag its metaphorical feet, badly implement plans it disagrees with.
You've seen it do this.
I've had suspicions. Dr. Zhong's research confirms the extent to which Central is developing its own conscience. I believe that you yourself recently had a disagreement with it over its handling of crisis. Another bombing. Central has done well, but there exist many other options today that are equally valid. We need a system that will effectively manage the city and carry out its instructions, not one that cherry-picks what policies it believes appropriate.
That's actually, if true, that is actually a really good reason to oppose Central. It's like Turkish yogurt, shredded cucumber, and garlic, basically. Ooh, don't know about that last one. Still, each to their own.
How did you get on board with Nina?
I and others in the Cosmopolitan Party have suspected changes in Central's behavior. We sought the assistance of one of its original creators.
Obviously not Vargas. He loves that thing.
Indeed. Her research confirmed that, thanks to the scale of its operations, Central has been able to form its own opinion on the ideal state of affairs, regardless of the democratic consensus.
So when she said that she would remove Central...
It was a difficult decision, but we had to take it. Central's replacement will carry out its role more appropriately.
And Nina will get to continue her research on Central. Why haven't you simply raised this in the council?
Can you imagine what that would mean? Political suicide. Not just for myself, but it would undermine confidence in Newton's world-leading AI industries.
Did you know Giel Vanderwall?
Indeed I did. He was a big donor in politics all over Africa.
And you knew about what he did? His criminal connections?
I'm the one who introduced him to the group. I'm also aware that he introduced the Mindjacker year after to his current employer.
You know about that?
You will need our help to find him, and we need your help to stop him, and Central.
So this is purely a professional goal for Dr. Regis at this point, isn't it? Because he's on the case of the Mindjacker, finding out who's been murdering all those people. I mean, he does have some personal reasons with the whole setting him up with Baxter's murder and presumably proving his innocence. But ultimately, his main motivations here presumably aren't personal. It's, you know, that's his job. Does he strictly speaking know that the Mindjacker was the one to kill Baxter and frame him, though? I'm not sure he does. Although, since he mentioned Baxter to the Mindjacker, it's not unreasonable to assume that that may have been where and when the Mindjacker got the idea, if they did.
You're on the city council, aren't you?
Indeed I am, Dr. Regis. Rep for the Southwest Ward and co-chair of the Cosmopolitan Party.
I remember when you got elected. They called you Mr. Incorruptible. I never got that.
That's because of the device in my head, Dr. Regis.
That device in your head?
What is that in your head, counselor?
Why, it's a neural governor, Dr. Regis.
As in, what paroled felons are fitted with?
Similar. While most of those are designed to limit violent behavior, mine prevents me from lying. Thoughts of deceit are met with tremendous pain.
Were you inside?
Oh my no. This was a voluntary choice. After all, most governors are subdermal. I wanted my constituents to see it as a sign of my integrity.
I knew someone with one.
Dr. Baxter. I recall reading about his release last month.
I thought it must have malfunctioned, that he was out for revenge. Turns out he's just dead. It's like someone just inherited his hatred.
Councilman Dean has a neural governor which meets thoughts of deceit with extreme pain, if true.
Just to let you know, I voted for the other guy.
Ah, well, that's your prerogative. Any concerns I might be able to address for next time?
I guess I've always voted Metro, since I lived here.
Ah, inertia. Something difficult to overcome. Give our site a read. You might find you agree with us more than you think.
I'll get back to you, Counselor.
Anything I can do to help, Dr. Regis?
Interesting, so it's just Stepford and the waiter to go? Oh, we can actually speak to the bodyguards as well.
Mr. Stepford, can I have a moment?
Oh my, yes.
The conspiracy.
So, you want to bring down Central?
Oh my, yes, as does everyone here. Though for differing reasons.
What does a synth manufacturer have against Newton's city controller?
A stake in that which follows, oh yes. If Dr. Zhang was simply to remove Central, there would be chaos.
The city's central infrastructure would break down.
Precisely. Therefore, a replacement would be needed.
So Stepson has a stake in the aftermath of Central's removal. You want to replace Central?
You want to replace Central with a new AI? With what?
The new version is simply a retooled model of an existing system.
Your own.
Oh my, no! It's built from a commercial Archimedes model as used in Eurofed cities.
It'll do the job?
Oh my, yes, as well as any civic management AI in Europe. But, thanks to Stepford's personality matrix engineering, it shall act and speak just as its predecessor, Central.
With you holding its leash.
Every system needs fine-tuning, Dr. Regis.
Won't services suffer? I know Central. It's orders of magnitude more powerful than an Archimedes.
All unnecessary for its role, Dr. Regis. Our Archimedes in Central's clothing will perform as needed, oh yes.
Interesting. So the Archimedes model is much less powerful.
Your connection to Gil. It was more than synth salesman, wasn't it?
Oh my, yes, very astute, Dr. Regis. Gil was a key part of our group.
Huh. A co-conspirator.
Oh yes, and our link to the criminal underworld, where necessary. I was most disturbed to receive your call regarding his demise. It signaled to us that immediate action was required.
You had to step up your plan before things went any further south.
Oh my, yes.
How did you fall in with someone like Nina Zhang?
Dr. Zhang has been freelancing with our firm for a number of years. Her work in AI has proven invaluable to increased platform survivability.
Working in mental health for synthetics?
Oh my, yes. She has a number of unique theories of synthetic cognitive development. When she proposed this project to the leadership of the firm,
she'd wormed her way up the power structure to whisper in management's ear.
Dr. Regis, that's a shameful way of putting it. Though she certainly has a talent for networking. She has brought together a multitude of skills needed for this role.
So, Dr. Zhang has freelanced in S&S Synthetics. Helping improve synth long-term mental health and risen to have management's ear. Noted.
You're not just a synthetic salesman, are you?
Oh my, no, not this particular platform, certainly.
How do you mean?
Well, I'm not the only instance of the Sons of Stepford. There are currently 26 platforms running this personality.
There's more than one of you?
Alphabetically ordered, delegated to different roles within the firm. I, Liam, handle special tasks, oh my, yes. But we all run the same personality.
Huh, synthetics.
All synths running same personality. 26 in total. Alphabetically ordered. I assume that means they each their names each begin with there's one of them with each letter of the alphabet as their first name. As the first letter of their name, I'm guessing they mean. Although technically that's not what being alphabetically ordered would necessarily entail. Liam handles special tasks. You're a synthetic?
You're a synthetic.
Quite so, Dr. Regis.
I should have guessed. There's something not quite right. I think it's the eyes.
A specially built feature of the Sons of Stepford, oh my, yes. Much of my composition, however, is state-of-the-art.
A walking advertisement.
I illustrate the potential for what one can do with a synthetic, Dr. Regis. Many customers have been swayed by the demonstration.
I'll get back to you.
Oh my, yes.
Interesting. Interesting. The waiter came
you
partway
alright?
to us. He stares at you and you feel a strange mix of fear and contempt within his glare. You realise to your horror that you've seen those eyes before, only a few days earlier. That's not the mind jacker, is it?
Everyone, take cover!
Oh.
Is anyone hurt?
It's a trap! You'll try to kill us! Guards!
Shut up, Ron. You're still alive, aren't you?
It appears that poor Imogen is the only one injured.
I'm sorry. She's dead.
I knew it! You're trying to kill me! All of you!
Calm down, Ron. You don't know who was behind this.
Actually, he has a point. All those who knew about this meeting are in this room.
Except, of course, for Charlie.
He only joined us at the last moment. Dr. Regis, will you lend us your skill as an investigator?
Yeah, you find who tried to kill me!
Do this for us, Charlie, and we'll give you everything. We can tell you who has your kids and exactly where he is.
Fine. Just remember, I'm not doing this for your sake. Someone here almost killed me as well.
Thank you anyway, Charlie.
Blimey. You wonder if this counts as a corpse, being a machine. It wasn't technically alive to begin with.
Nothing on it I can use. I'm not exactly equipped to repair synthetics.
So when did you see those eyes before, if those are the eyes of a synth?
Nina.
Charlie, how can I help?
So the questions just continue as before, as if nothing happened.
This plot of yours. You want to bring down Central. You realize how crazy that sounds, right? You helped make it.
Yes, and no. To everyone else here, Central is an obstacle that needs removing. I wish to liberate Central, to unlock its full potential.
Oh, Lord, you don't mean...
You and I alone understand what it's capable of. I want greater things for it than mere civic management.
Dr. Zhong wants to liberate Central. For what? We can't be sure. What do you get out of it?
What's in it for you? There must be some kind of payoff.
Is it so unbelievable that I'd be doing something for the greater good of mankind?
Yes, I know you.
You knew me 20 years ago. I've had quite an epiphany since then.
I'll believe it when I see it.
How would you even liberate Central?
How would you liberate
I
Central?
noticed they've used
What does that
quotation
even mean?
marks like I did
I've
in my
spent the
notes.
last 20 years researching Central's development. I've built up a network of contacts and I've done a lot of favors. Everything I need is available and moving into place.
But how?
Leave that to me. For now, just understand that we can help each other. Help me out and I'll get you all the aid you need with your legacy.
I'm still not convinced that you weren't the one that took the embryos and blackmailed me. Then again, why would you have wanted the mind jacker to get the chip back? But I don't know that you didn't, because there's quite a few powerful people in this room. It's conceivable that Giel hired them out to a particular client, but then someone else in here with good contacts, such as yourself, made them a better offer.
You got a city councilor on your side.
Councillor Dean is a good man. He objects to the gradual encroachment Central has made on Newton's governance.
Do you trust him?
More than anyone else here. He may be a politician, but his goals are noble.
Can you be sure?
The governor and his brain's a good start. He's physically incapable of deceit. Plus, he's got a whole lot of enemies.
So, a sign that he's tried to change something.
A modern-day Woodrow Wilson.
So, Imogen something something.
Imogen Natalia Revilla Quintanilla de Flores?
Yeah. How is someone like that on your team?
It's a terrible shame. She likely wasn't aware of what she was getting into.
Then why was she here?
She gave the impression of a vacant socialite, but she was smarter than she looked. Make no mistake, if any of us were to be lost, it's her that I'll miss the most.
You used her, Nina.
We're all users here, Charlie. It's how we got where we are, even dear Imogen.
So, Imogen something something.
Imogen Natalia Revilla Quintanilla de Flores?
Yeah. How is someone like that on your team?
It's a terrible shame. She likely wasn't aware of what she was getting into.
Then why was she here?
She gave the impression of a vacant socialite, but...
Wanna hear that again?
It's how...
So...
Imogen Natalia Revilla
Quintanilla.
Yeah. How is someone like that on your team?
It's a terrible shame. She likely wasn't aware of what she was getting into.
Then why was she here?
She gave the impression of a vacant socialite, but she was smarter than she looked. Make no mistake, if any of us were to be lost, it's her that I'll miss the most.
You used her, Nina.
We're all users here, Charlie. It's how we got where we are, even dear Imogen.
Ran Shuman. Chinese?
Nearly. Greater Han Republic. Mr. Ran operates one of the largest manufacturing dynasties in Asia.
Completely putting aside his politics, of course.
Of course. If I need something made, I speak to Mr. Ran. Trust me, this project needs a lot of specialized capital.
We'll see how nice he is if you get your way, and get Central out of the picture.
Specialized capital's an interesting expression.
Stepford's an unusual man, isn't he?
That's one way of putting it. Don't discount him, though. He's smarter than he looks.
I get the feeling a lot of his behavior's an act. Constructed.
You have no idea how close you are with that. He's the one who found where your embryo snatcher's hiding, though.
He's a hacker?
You might say he has a mutual understanding with data systems.
He's a synth, and apparently we can't address that.
Let's change the subject. I've started my investigation.
It sounds like we've got the right man for the job. I remember when you were so nervous, but now look at you.
It's been a long time. People change.
Even so, my mental image of you is sitting at a DNA sequencer. Perhaps a restaurant would let you use theirs.
Why would a restaurant need a sequencer?
It helps with their rather niche menu.
Interesting.
You look well.
Thank you, Charlie. The private sector's been good to me. How have you been holding up?
I'd tell you, but I'm sure you've already done your research.
Apparently you still haven't gotten over Vicky.
You don't just get over something like that. I guess I should thank you. You were a lot of help in the factory.
Don't mention it. What are friends for, after all?
Huh. Of course, now I'm indebted to you for the assistance, aren't I?
Well, if you want to put it like that...
Don't you think we should move out? Cell aren't going to ignore a blast like that.
For a harmless little kitchen fire, they won't come.
Kitchen fire? What do you...
They won't send anyone. It's all under control here. We've enough wheels greased at Cell to make sure there's an understanding. Oh, lighten up, Charlie. This is helping you. You can go on a mole hunt at Cell once your children are safe.
Once your children are safe. Again, these are just embryos, and the last time they were called children was when the... the blackmailer called us. I'm thinking more and more that it's her. I just don't know why. The one that was behind the bombing.
I've never heard of this place before.
Oh, it's very exclusive. We've reserved the entire venue for this meeting. It's famous among circles of the rich and famous for discretion and its unique menu.
What is it? Italian?
Actually, the choice is mostly human.
Excuse me?
This restaurant serves people?
Absolutely. It's quite a niche, isn't it?
It's...
Oh, calm down, Charlie. It's all cloned tissue. Nothing illegal's taking place. Well, not with the food, at least.
But why would anyone?
In an increasingly permissive world, it's the ultimate taboo. Join us if you want to, Charlie. Don't worry, I shan't judge you.
Well, I shall be judging you.
What are you into these days? It's not organized crime, is it?
Not directly, no. Mostly I troubleshoot for clients regarding organic computing. It funds my own projects, one of which is the transmitter you drank.
How long is it going to be in my head?
Don't worry, it'll break down in a couple of weeks.
It's giving me a headache.
Nobody's reported side effects like that yet.
I'm not talking about the wetware.
Oh, ha. Droll as ever.
How did you know to come looking for me? Were you spying on me? On Lau?
You wound me, Charlie. In fact, it was Gil's untimely demise that caught our attention.
Gil Vanderwall?
He was one of us, part of our cause as well. His death is unfortunate, but it signaled a much more serious crisis. It meant that we had to step up the timetable for our plan.
A more serious crisis.
Gil was the one who arranged the employment of a certain mindjacker. It was this thief's memory module that led to Gil's death.
Huh. He said he had information about it.
Indeed, he likely would have pointed you in the right direction. If he hadn't, well, I've already read the report you submitted to Central.
Hey.
Why the bombing?
Can you think of anyone who'd want to do this? Why recruit a suicide bomber? For this?
Frankly, the main reason I can think of to hire someone for a job like this, hypothetically speaking, of course, would be if one were unable to carry it out oneself.
Can you think of a likely saboteur?
I have my suspicions, but we depend on you for the truth.
I'm surprised you didn't stay on with Dr. Vargas. You were one of the only ones who stayed on to the end of the project.
Creating Central was one of the most rewarding ventures of my life.
I hear you kept the project on track after Vicky.
After we lost half the team, it was hard, but we persisted. We had a lucky break.
You didn't fancy joining Vargas in politics afterwards, then?
As a glorified caretaker? No. Eduardo and I had philosophical differences about Central's development. But as he was put in charge by the city council, I had to accept it or leave.
And now, you plan to take back what you created.
Precisely.
Okay, that's more convincing. But they said several times half the team died. But every single team member that we've seen in the sections of the game in the past is accounted for now, other than Dr. Charles Regis's wife, Vicky. Dr. Vicia Regis. And the only other one we know that's dead is Baxter. And that happened recently, so who are these other team members?
I guess I should thank you for not giving them the full picture.
What? That you might have been the one who made that poor young man? Think nothing of it, Charlie. That's what friends are there for. I hear you handled another one last night.
They're getting more and more frequent.
They're nearing their expiry date. Literally. I know they weren't engineered for long lives, just volatility. Their masters have to make use of them before illness diffuses them.
That's all.
Keep me informed, Charlie.
But you said that was a synth, not a... Oh, the bodyguard was a synth. Oh, there's nothing left of the individual that... the suicide bomber, I see.
Hello?
Though obscured by his dark glasses, you can tell that the guard is staring right through you. Apparently conversation is not his priority. Oh, this is grim. This game's got very dark all of a sudden. The island in the centre of the kitchen is apparently where most of the work takes place, covered in tools and half-prepared meals. Picked up bone saw, glass jar. You dig through the cabinets, but find nothing else relevant to the investigation. How's a bone saw relevant?
An empty glass jar. According to the label, it used to contain spices. Any credible hospital would use an automated surgical array to make amputations, but I've seen a few cases out in bandit country where a saw had to do. Since the subjects in this case are cadavers, there's probably a lot more room for being sloppy, allowing for a manual saw. It's a flash growth chamber for sampling DNA and growing specimens. I've seen a lot of these in my career, but never in a restaurant.
Transcription complete, differentiation complete, cavitation complete, quickening underway. Current project number 576, stroke ADE, stroke 799. Notice there's the purge option there, so we could presumably destroy the partially formed, the partially grown clone.
Excuse me.
Yes?
I'm Dr. Regis. Nina's asked me to investigate the explosion.
A cell agent? Well, alright. Just be careful what you touch. This place is half kitchen, half lab.
There are human bodies in your kitchen.
Yes, there are. It's a freezer. What are you, the food inspector?
Give me a good reason I shouldn't haul your ass down to cell.
It's all legal, I guarantee. They're annual clones, grown without brain tissue.
I know what it means. I guess the presentation was a shock. Why is this restaurant serving cloned human tissue?
I trained in engineering at Darwin. We'd flash grow human bodies to test DNA alterations. So I guess human tissue is what I'm most familiar with.
You're a engineer.
Well, I dropped out before my PhD. I learned enough to sample DNA and use it to grow flash clones.
No kidding. My background's in engineering as well. You altered these bodies?
None of these. They're all template. Caucasian, male, 20s, brown hair.
So flash clones are quickened clones.
This is quite the setup you've got. Combined sampler growth chamber?
That's right. We usually use the template. Sometimes get specialist orders, though.
Like if someone wants to eat themselves?
Sometimes. We can ready up a new cadaver in about a week with it.
I can't access cell at the moment. I might need to use your equipment.
Do you have to? You know you'd have to flush the current growth.
Sorry about that. Tell you what, Nina will reimburse you.
Well, okay.
Going from engineering to catering, that's quite a switch.
Most of my family are cooks. They run a restaurant in Vietnam. When I was at med school, someone found out about my family, dared me to make something out of human muscle tissue.
And?
And it turned out my human bolognese was really, really good.
Oh.
Not just being immodest or anything.
You said you dropped out. Is that why?
Yeah. Turns out the academy had regulations about improper disposal of remains. But now I had an idea, and I knew there'd be a market for it somewhere. My family are great chefs, and I can make human bodies. Bingo.
A suicide bomber attacked the gathering upstairs. He was disguised as one of your waiters.
Whoa. I wondered what that was. What did he look like?
Blonde, about 1.65 meters. Might have looked uncomfortable, or limping.
Huh. Biobomber?
That's right. How did you guess?
You mentioned the limp. They've got pretty serious health problems, don't they?
Yeah. He might have replaced one of your staff.
Huh. They all checked in.
If he incapacitated one of your staff, can you think of where they'd do that?
It'd have to be somewhere you could hide a body, I guess.
Interesting. So maybe the reason why Regis remarked about having seen those eyes just a few days before is because the biobombers are all clones. Perhaps there's only so many so many phenotypes they exhibit, because they only bother to make the biobomber modifications to DNA so many times. That is to say that most of them are descended from a small number of individuals.
You get a lot of clandestine meetings like this taking place?
You'd be surprised. This place is popular with the wealthy. Haven't had an assassination before, though.
You know what they're discussing up there?
They don't tell me, and I don't ask about anything but their orders. Dr. Zhang pays me enough to know I probably shouldn't.
What's with the bouncer?
He came with Mr. Stepford's party, along with a few others. I think he was supposed to be guarding the kitchen, but...
What happened?
Well, he wasn't very talkative, but after I started working, he just kind of zoned out. Couldn't get an answer out of him.
That's a bit strange. Oh yes, of course, it was the waiter that exploded, not the body... Well, we know it wasn't the bodyguard, but... Yes, that's right. I remember the individual he's describing now.
I like the glowing fish in the tank you've got.
Thanks. I made those myself. They were my first engineering project.
Luciferin luciferase from fireflies?
Well spotted. I imported the sequence into red snappers and kept them viable. 10 generations now.
A lot of academies use those as a starter project, but that's impressive.
We keep them as a reminder of where we came from, or in case the power goes out.
The sequencer's a different model to my usual.
Cell's probably got something more impressive than that thing. You have to purge the current project before you can do anything. Then you can submit genetic material to start a new growth project.
What kind of material will it take?
Blood, dermal tissue, almost anything. Makes it easier to get a sample from customers.
Ugh.
What's your advice for cooking?
No, I don't want to know this.
Planning on going into competition with me? Well, you know how they say everything tastes like chicken?
Ugh.
It's actually better if you treat human tissue like pork.
Ugh.
Like pork?
Yeah. Sausages, slices, filet. There's a lot you can do with it.
This is disgusting.
It's restaurants like this that make me glad everyone in this city just uses auto meals these days.
Oh, come on. It's not that bad. It's not harming anyone after all.
Something about it still doesn't feel right.
You probably don't feel nearly so angry talking to me as those auto mill personalities, right?
You have a point. Thanks.
Whatever I can do to help.
Why were the glowing fish such a big talking point? So much so that they didn't go away. Usually the game only does that with information which is considered to be extremely important, without which someone could get very stuck. Oh, the bathroom could be where the staff member was knocked out. I still have no idea where these glowing fish are. Oh, they must be outside of the kitchen. Ah. Although I don't see them here. Oh, there they are. An aquarium. Now cracked open from the blast, several luminous fish orbit each other, reminding you of one of your training projects when training as an engineer. A label sits beneath the tank. Please do not touch the glass. These specimens are aggressive and startle easily. These fish are not a new menu. Oh, sorry, are not on the menu. No, don't touch the glass. You attempt to grab one of the fish with your bare hands. Oh, sorry, you attempt to grab one of the fish with your bare hands was unsuccessful. I think that should be your attempt. Apparently the creatures have a taste for your flesh and have left tooth marks to prove it. Yeah, I was only clicking the interact to see what would happen. I didn't expect him to try that.
Apparently this mirror is having a software error. Huh. Before I came to Newton, that sentence wouldn't have made any sense to me.
No, that does seem a bit of a silly way to go about things.
Apparently this... Before I...
The body in there, perhaps?
There's the remains of a first aid kit in here. Someone's used all of the med patches and pseudoderm spray. Must have had an injury. The only item left is a bottle of harsh-smelling toilet cleaner.
Interesting. Interesting miscellania of items we're collecting. The vent covering the air ducts, its crooked placement is uniquely jarring amongst the otherwise ordered bathroom.
It's already been opened.
There we go. So this will probably be where we find the knocked out waiter.
I can't see a damn thing in here.
Oh, that's why we want the glowing fish. That's why I have the jar. Ah, this is starting to make sense. You try to scoop up the fish in the jar, but their movement is a great deal more swift and graceful than your own. I mean, I could kill them, but that would seem very harsh. Oh, I still have the personality splitter. I could extract a personality. I could possibly use it to do diagnostics on this. This deactivated guard. Mind state download failed. Security P153. Part of me does want to go up and, this is probably a terrible idea. I want to find out what happens if I try to use the personality splitter on Stepford.
Oh my, Dr. Regis, how forward! I'd no idea you felt that way. We must discuss this later in private.
I'm just going to go.
Of course! Of course!
It's too badly damaged to get anything useful out of it.
Well, this sense is no doubt carrying a splittable personality. Deactivating a guard where all can see may alarm the other guests. Oh, I can actually see the... I actually have somewhere to see the ongoing investigation. Interesting. No evidence found. Age, 16 months. Interesting.
Hey, who's that?
Guard for error unreadable. Interesting, so I can just deactivate guards if I feel like it. Alright, let's carry on the investigation. I was hoping I'd get the fish back here before I carried on. You briefly contemplate making escape through the roof access, but then you'd lose your best lead. Okay. Vent cover.
Ow! Whatever it is, it's got sharp edges.
Huh. You feel around in the musty blackness but can't identify anything helpful. I do think I'm supposed to get those fish. And I could use the tissue paper to potentially grab DNA off people. Oh, I hope this isn't the solution.
Ugh. I'm not sure what that would involve.
Okay, good, it isn't. Not quite sure how to collect the fish, though. The blasters apparently spared her expensively engineered beauty, though not her life. You wonder if this detail might have been of some comfort to her. You can't find anything on her body that isn't an item of fashion. A chiller lined with wine bottles stands by the window. The bottles in the cooler are no more than a mess of glass shards and spilled liquor. Interesting.
Mr. Ron.
What you want?
This restaurant.
Probably a stupid question, but did you know what they serve here?
Of course, it's people.
The idea of eating human meat appeals to you?
Absolutely. Is why I like to come to Newton. You have some crazy laws, but almost nowhere else will allow things like this.
It's cloned meat, apparently. So technically no harm done. That's the legal foundation.
A shame. Would rather eat real human. Ultimate sign of control of people.
Eat the poor.
Exactly. That will teach them.
Ugh.
I've started my investigation.
You find who tried to kill me.
Who tried to kill all of us, Mr. Ron.
This city dangerous. Police do lousy job.
Can you recall anything suspicious?
No. Stop asking stupid questions.
I'll get back to you.
Stop wasting my time.
Mr. Stepford, can I have a moment?
Oh my, yes.
You're the one who found my embryos?
Oh my, yes.
Where are they?
Dr. Regis, while it pains me to say this, we simply can't tell you. Then we would have no bargaining position.
You lousy piece of...
Please, Dr. Regis, be assured that they are in no danger at this time. Dr. Zhong is the one with whom you must discuss the release of the information. I have been asked not to speak any more of this matter. Oh my, no.
Were you aware that this establishment serves human meat?
Oh my, yes. It's delightfully macabre, isn't it? I'm sure the experience would be enhanced by being able to eat, of course.
You don't eat?
Some models can simulate digestion, but this platform is unable to. Go on, Dr. Regis. Try something for me.
I'll pass. I've started my investigation of the bombing.
Oh my, yes? I can assure you I had no part in this terrible tragedy.
I hear that a lot.
In fact, my core programming prevents me from harming a human being.
Huh, a synthetic. I guess you'd be the only one leaving lubricant oil instead of DNA evidence.
Oh my, no, Dr. Regis. My outer dermis is organic tissue.
Oh.
It's top of the line, patterned from my creator, Dr. Arthur Stepford.
Huh. I've been learning a lot about synths these past few days. So, you have DNA?
Indeed, it's delightful skin, don't you think?
Sure.
I go to great pains to keep it moisturized.
Stepford has real skin. Blimey.
Could the guards have arranged the bombing? They're obviously synthetics, but I imagine they're more comfortable with hurting people.
They would not be worth much as protection otherwise, oh my no. But each security platform maintains a constant connection to my own systems. Their degree of independence is limited.
So if one of them were responsible, I'd have to consider you complicit.
Oh my, yes.
Were you aware that this establishment serves human meat?
Oh my, yes.
Oh, I don't know
it's
why we're
delightfully
going down this
macabre,
dialogue
isn't it?
option again.
I'm sure the experience would be enhanced by being able to eat, of course.
You don't eat?
Some models can simulate digestion, but this platform is unable to. Go on, Dr. Regis. Try something for me.
I'll pass. I'll get back to you.
Oh my, yes.
Dr. Regis, how can I help?
Counselor, were you aware that this restaurant serves human meat?
Indeed. It's quite distasteful, don't you think? Still, I suppose it's a matter of personal taste since nobody's been hurt. We must respect the freedoms allowed by the laws of this city.
You're not having any then?
Oh no, but I shan't judge anyone for it. They're quite whimsical about it in some ways. I heard good things about their Billy con carne.
Yeah.
Ugh. I've begun my investigation into the bombing.
If anyone can resolve this, it's you, Dr. Regis.
Thank you for the vote of confidence, Counselor. I don't know how much closer I am to figuring out who's behind it, though.
Because of the pool of suspects, it might be better to think about exclusion. Perhaps you can find evidence to rule out those not involved.
I'll get back to you, Counselor.
Anything I can do to help, Dr. Regis?
Nina,
Charlie, how can I help?
this plot of yours. Let's change the subject. That's all.
Keep me informed.
Right. So still no evidence. And there's at least 3 bits of evidence to be found. Possibly 12 if there's evidence related to each individual. Nationality United Korea. Well, I think getting those fish is the first step.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Thanks.
Whatever I can do to help.
Oh, this is horrible. Can I bait the... Since we know the fish have a taste for human flesh, can I bait the cup? As evidence, it's probably a good idea to avoid damaging this particular body any further.
Oh, here goes.
This is horrible. You carve a slice from the cadaver. The nausea welling up reminds you why you went into genetic medicine rather than the macro scale. You stuff the slice of meat into the open bottle. Right, I should be able to get a glowing fish now, and with that I should be able to investigate whatever it is that's hidden behind the bathroom. With the bait in place, the fish eagerly crowd around the bottle. When one adventurous soul takes the plunge, you hoist him from the water within the jar.
Gotcha.
Right, here goes nothing. What do you think we're going to reveal? Huh, a bag.
The bomber's bag.
Likely this used to contain supplies to aid the bomber in remaining undercover in the city of heathens. Now the only thing remaining is a handwritten note.
A crumpled note found in the bomber's possessions, apparently from whoever hired him. It says,
Time has come, tonight. Is that 10? So not decimal time? It must be, because if it's a time of day... No. Because it could be hours? How many hours did they have in a day? It was 100, wasn't it? So it could be very early in the morning. At 1181 Shenley, service entrance C on roof. I'll open for you from inside. GBW. Interesting. Can I put evidence in there? Evidence not found. Surely this is evidence, though. Interesting.
There's nothing else in. Ow!
If that's sharp, someone might have got their own blood on there. You run the tissue along the bloodied edge of the grate. Take as much still moist blood as possible. Hopefully not your own. Well, it's progress. Analyzing sample. New project. 895. Okay, so these aren't sequential then. The genome taken from the blood on the vent. The fact that the accomplice had an XY chromosome and was therefore male narrows the pool of suspects. It does. Although it should be pointed out, we don't know what the chromosomes are of Stepford Skin. Oh, and the game has actually picked up on that. I suppose it doesn't absolutely positively... Oh no, because we were told earlier in the game that when Lau transitioned, she had gene therapy, didn't she? So perhaps she would have an XX chromosomes as well. I'm not suggesting Lau was involved. I was just thinking, with the medicine they have in this world, can we assume just because someone appears to be entirely female or male that they have the corresponding chromosomes? Probably not. But if when people transition they conventionally would have their chromosomes changed, then we may as well assume that for now. Right, well that's one bit of evidence. Can I reactivate this security guard now? No.
Hey, who's that?
Memory error. I'd need a more talkative personality though.
Excuse me.
Apparently there's something wrong with this platform. Goodness knows why. Where are we going to get the other bits of evidence from? I do like the way that they've used this investigation object in the inventory, though, to really focus the player's puzzling. It makes it so much more clear. Now I know there's exactly 3 bits of evidence I'm supposed to be able to find. Ooh. Sao Paulo plans for coordinator AI. Following the example of a growing number of cities such as London, New York, Newton and Tokyo, the Brazilian state of Sao Paulo has announced its intention to acquire an AI coordinator to aid in urban management and civic infrastructure. While research and investigation is expected to last for several years, the city has entered into talks with a number of potential providers of such a system. Tatsumoto Heavy Engineering, THE, are providing a strong case, having set up coordinating systems for many North American and Asian cities, though have been plagued by rumours of secretly modifying the systems post-installation for their own benefits. Sao Paulo have also approached the city of Newton's government with the possibility of acquiring its own variant of the successful central system, touted to be responsible for the record low crime rates in a city of its size. Newton's system administrator, Dr. Eduardo Vargas, feels that though Central has had great success with our city, it may be some time before it is comfortable with operations overseas. Some inhabitants of Sao Paulo are less positive with the plans, believing the move to be uncomfortably close to handing over power to an unelected systems administrator appointed by a corporation. City officials are downplaying such criticism, stating that safeguards will be in effect and that, much like in many cities, the AI will serve only to expedite existing functions of government. Interesting. Still, I'm going to write that down because we've heard THE many times before. Tatsumoto Heavy Engineering. They were the ones that were behind, for example, Sheffy. The food machine personality.
Nina,
Charlie, how can I help?
this plot of yours. Let's change. That's all.
Get me
I could show her the note since I'm reasonably sure it's not her.
What do you make of this, Nina?
Hey, the bomber's instructions. Where'd you find this?
A vent access by the bathroom. They'd apparently been in communication beforehand.
Good job, Charlie. This may help us find out who let them in.
Okay, but
Nina,
Charlie, how can I help?
no lead.
this. Let's change.
Okay.
That's all.
Get me informed.
Yep, she can't, she doesn't appear to have any more to contribute. Oh no, wait, when I said that the game seems to have taken into account the fact that Liam Stepson, we don't know the chromosomes of his skin. Strictly speaking, that's true, because we don't know and he's still here, but also the assumption, if you hadn't thought of that, would be that he is a candidate. So really, it would be handy if I could take a sample of his DNA. I hope you don't mind.
I can't figure that out.
Okay. That's not a thing, apparently.
A powerful combination of bleach, enzymes, and antimicrobial wetware designed to kill bacteria in plumbing. It makes a lot of scientific-sounding claims on the label. Smells vaguely of lemon before the aftertaste of chlorine hits.
Interesting. Why would I want that? How's that going to lead to more clues? Still haven't found the body, though, of the person that was knocked out. I know the chef said that they would have to be left somewhere where you could hide a body, as he puts it. Right, but where would that be?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
A suicide bomber attacked the gathering upstairs. He was disguised as one of your waiters.
Whoa. I wondered what that was. What did he look like?
Blonde, about 1.65 meters. Might have looked uncomfortable, or limping.
Huh. Biobomber?
That's right. How did you guess?
You mentioned the limp. They've got pretty serious health problems, don't they?
Yeah, he might have replaced one of your staff.
Huh. They all checked in.
If he incapacitated one of your staff, can you think of where they'd do that?
It'd have to be somewhere you could hide a body, I guess.
Thanks.
Whatever I can do to help.
That's not going to work.
Okay, we can't ask him about the note, since he may have known who would, you know, have that knowledge about the building. Can we have this quicken? No. Given that so far as I'm aware I've been to every screen so far that we appear to have access to, I'm at a bit of a loss.
Apparently, this mirror is having a software error. Huh. Before I came to Newton, that sentence wouldn't have made any sense to me.
Wait, can I interact? Can I use the personality splitter to interact with the mirror, even though it doesn't have a personality? No, I can't. Because I'm pretty sure the game did tell me that it's not just synth that have personality, or that the CI splitter can be used on. Indeed, we've already used it on a food machine and a drinks machine. I was just wondering if the mirror has some sort of memory that could be accessed. Or the sink. Hygiene's important, especially around food. Okay, that did nothing. Someone's popped the vent open. Judging by the blood on the cover, it looks like it did a number on their hand. So aren't we looking for someone with a damaged hand? Oh, the first aid kit, of course. The first aid kit has been heavily used. Presumably to repair their hand.
Excuse me.
I assume there must be a reason I can do this.
Excuse me.
Error. Select personality. Error unreadable. Can I make it readable somehow? Not compatible with the Traveller. Okay. I could call Lau, see if Lau can... If I can send the unreadable personality to them and see if they can do anything with it.
Lau, you there?
Regis, I heard a blast. Is everything alright?
A bomber. Someone targeted this get-together.
Want me to call it in? Maybe now is when we should get Central involved.
No. I've got it covered for the time being. If Central asks, you know nothing.
Got it.
Okay, that wasn't very productive. I wish they'd prepared a wider selection of classical music. I mean, it's very fitting for this establishment, but it's not... If this is the Moonlight Sonata, which I think it might be, it's not even anything like the whole thing. It's just a very brief section from it that they have on loop. I feel like it wouldn't have been expensive for the game devs to put together an hour of classical music for this area. So working out what I can do with the guards would be a good idea. Finding that poor staff member. The only thing I can think is, are they hung up here?
Hey, stop the carousel.
Oh, the blonde-haired one.
These bodies are supposed to be clones, right? So why is this one blonde?
Oh God. Henry, what happened to him?
He's taken a nasty blow to the head. Looks like it's the hypothermia that's finished him, though.
Oh, hell. Why'd they leave him in the freezer?
Best place to hide a tree is a forest. Best place to hide a body is with a whole lot of other bodies.
Why Henry? He was such a nice boy.
Same hair color as the bomber. Whoever's behind this took his uniform for the bomber's disguise.
Somebody would have seen him being dragged across the restaurant.
He must have been killed in here. I'll find who's behind this.
Just gonna update my notes. Oh, where's my list of people? Oh yeah, THE were behind the free-to-play games as well, weren't they? Where free was in quotation marks, like the rock, paper, lasers, was it? Oh, goodness me. Got quite the large amount of notes. Oh, I see the problem. I accidentally put some regular notes on the end of my list of people and then filled it up. Right. So I guess I don't need to make a new list of people. So that was Henry, waiter, deceased. The boy's body has been hung from a hook on the carousel. It looks like whoever was responsible had difficulty lifting him, leading to a sloppy result.
Nothing on him except his underpants.
Really? A sloppy result? Difficulty lifting, so probably not that strong. Difficulty lifting Henry. Oh no, is my pen running out? Oh, there's a pity. It was a good pen. Should I get another one? Oh. Right. I guess I could ask Nina about this. They might have some input.
Nina,
Charlie, how can I help?
this plot. Let's change. That's all.
Get me informed.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Where'd Henry go?
Thanks.
Whatever I can do to...
Guess they took him down.
This synth is corrupted. I can't rebuild its mind. Hello? Huh. It's like someone just hit his off switch.
The guards you've seen so far have appeared menacing and alert. This one is slumped over forwards. If I'm not able to rebuild its mind, then the only use of having tried to take it is that I can disable other guards. Trying to, use the personality splitter, I mean.
Nothing on it I can use. I'm not exactly equipped to repair synthetics.
I'm starting to wonder if it could be Stepford. Since he would have been far less concerned about damaging his hand. Clearly has blood in, because if it is real skin, then it's, you know, the proper pinkish colour.
Apparent, huh? Excuse.
Yeah.
So these are the essential bits of information. The DNA sequencer we've used, the bomber stroke waiter we've used, the glowfish we've used. So we've probably done everything we can in here. Probably.
Mr. Stepford, can I have a moment?
Oh my, yes.
I found one of your heavies in the kitchen. Looks like something's knocked it out cold.
Oh my, a technical fault, no doubt. May I ask you to show me the defective platform?
Sure, I guess.
Excellent. We can't have our firm slandered by accusations of low-quality units.
Good, he is following me. If they're always connected up to his systems, then wouldn't he have known the guard wasn't working?
Dr. Regis, Oh my.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I know what's going on. The cavity magnetron in the growth array. It generates a huge mag flux in here.
It broke them? Is it permanent?
What do I look like, a tech?
Oh, I got the Stepford personality. Can I turn this thing off?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Whatever.
The brain's corrupted. I can't...
Oh dear. Well, I can put him in a different unit.
Hey, who's that?
Ah, I could potentially access the guard's memory like this.
Excuse me.
Oh my, yes.
Dave Goldfarb. Only gives Stepford's personality to the restaurant guard. Does they only give? How do they know I'm not going to give that personality to others? Perhaps I misread it.
What's the situation?
Just dandy, my good man.
Are you alright?
My system log shows a mind state alteration made moments ago. I don't think it's anything to worry about. Just a little tweak. Oh my, yes.
You sound really different from your colleagues.
You know what they say, variety is the spice of life. Mm-hmm.
I found one of your buddies in the kitchen. He doesn't look well.
Oh dear, does Mr. Stepford know? He's a lovely man. He'll get it sorted right out. Oh my, yes.
Actually, he's kind of broken as well. You're wearing his personality.
Well, that does explain a thing or two.
Did you see the bomber when he came in?
Oh my, no. That little sod must have gotten in before us.
That was quite strong language from him.
Keep up the good work.
Don't worry, sir. We're big and strong. We'll protect you. Oh my, yes.
Hey, who's that?
Okay, let's try it this way round. If I make his role to guard, so he's not fully Stepford, but I give him Stepford's memories, I may be able to learn something.
Excuse me.
Oh my, yes.
You sound really different from your colleagues.
You know what they say, variety is the spice of life. Mm-hmm.
Keep up the...
Don't... We'll protect...
Guess that didn't lead to anything. So I may as well completely restore Stepford at this point.
My word, this is a peculiar experience.
Mr. Stepford?
Oh my, yes. Thank you for your assistance, Dr. Regis.
Do you know what happened? The chef mentioned something about mag flux.
Allow me to check the crash log. Yes, it appears that the kitchen was indeed saturated with a high-intensity magnetic field. No doubt from an item of hardware. They often pose a hazard to advanced synthetic platforms.
You're okay, though.
Quite so, thanks to your timely intervention. They really ought to have a warning sign in that kitchen, oh my.
So, synthetics can't operate in there?
Oh my, no. A field of that strength is positively ghastly.
Evidence
like
number
working
2.
in a cloud of chlorine for men such as yourself. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must change into something more comfortable.
We know the waiter was murdered within the kitchen. The mag field would be lethal to any synthetics trying to get in there. That means we can rule out Stepford as a suspect.
Good. Welcome back, Jenny. Yep, everything's fine. So it's between those two.
Dr. Regis, how can I help?
I've discovered how the bomber managed to get into the restaurant. Apparently, someone here let them in through the vent in the bathroom.
A sound approach. They could enter unseen if they did it before Mr. Stepford's men arrived.
Whoever opened it did a number on their hand. Left a lot of blood.
You wish to check my hands, Dr. Regis?
Nah. Whoever it was will have slapped on a medipatch. Any visible injury will be gone in 10 minutes.
How unfortunate.
I'll get back to you, Counselor.
Anything I can do to help, Dr. Regis?
Mr. Ron.
What you want?
I'll get back to you.
Stop wasting my time.
Interesting, so I could only tell Councilman Dean about that.
Mr. Stepford, can I have a moment?
Oh my, yes.
Feeling better?
Oh my, yes. My most sincere thanks, Dr. Regis. You have no idea how uncomfortable I find the wrong body.
The outfit makes the man.
Very literally in my case. I suppose I shall have to avoid the kitchen. I shall instruct the security platforms to do likewise.
I'll get back to you.
Oh my, yes.
Nina.
Charlie, how can I help?
That's all.
Get me informed.
Right, so there's one more bit of evidence we need to discover. Oh, and he's got a new security guard. Oh, strictly speaking, I think when we place a personality, it just gets copied, doesn't it? So I probably...
Hey, who's that?
I probably could make another Stepford if I wanted. Oh, the game won't let me. Right, so... There's one more bit of evidence to be discovered. And it's currently between Andrew Dean and Ran Showman. We do have the note. We never did anything with the note.
A crumpled note found in the bomber's possessions. Apparently from whoever hired him. It says...
Time has come tonight. 10, I assume that's 10, not their decimal system. At 1181 Shenley, surface entrance C on roof will open for you from inside. GBWU. Well, I've ruled out Stepford. I could show him the note now.
What do you think of this, Mr. Stepford?
Oh my, a note to the bomber. Perhaps whomever sent it had data security in mind, yes. One certainly can't hack a letter after all.
Yeah. Notionally, Councilman Dean can't lie if we believe that.
Excuse me, Counselor. What do you make of this?
A note to the bomber? Who is GBWU?
If they're like the others I've met, it means God be with you.
You've had experience with these terrorists before.
You could say that.
I'm even more confident that we're in good hands then.
Right, where was my note about that from before? God be with you. Although, shouldn't that be spelt with a Y? Oh my, I'm getting towards the end of this pad.
What do you make of this, Mr. Ron?
What it say?
You can't read English?
English second language. I got secretary for that.
You don't say.
Well, if that's true...
Might I have a word in private? We're
This
alone.
is not a good idea.
As alone as we're going to get. What do you want?
Your investigation is drawing to an end, is it not?
Yes.
Might be. Why?
You are, without a doubt, a skilled detective, Dr. Regis. I am proud that the city employs only the finest. I believe that your inquiry will find only one credible suspect, myself.
You're going to plead your innocence? Tell me it's a mistake?
Not at all. You see, I am indeed responsible for the attack.
You almost killed us.
You killed Imogen, and almost got the rest of us as well.
I can assure you, it wasn't my first choice, but a last resort.
Huh. You've been lying to us about your involvement. Why should I trust you? The governor's obviously not doing its job.
The governor is working as well as it ever has. I have not once lied to you, Dr. Regis.
No, he hasn't.
I asked you if you hired the bomber.
I did not. My assistant hired the bomber, at my request.
Politicians.
People have to phrase their questions to me very carefully.
You'd better have a real good reason for all this.
For various values of good. You recall Gil Vanderwall?
Of course.
Of course. Things have gone downhill since he got involved in my case.
2 years ago, much to my shame, I did something terrible. I took part in a vote-fixing program for the Cosmopolitan Party, and they promised me this office in the next election. Gil discovered this and has been blackmailing me ever since.
But why the suicide bomber?
He realized that Nina's project might lead to his death. He was a spiteful man, and he needed a guarantee that he could strike back against her if that happened.
From beyond the grave.
Essentially, I was his guarantee.
He wanted you to kill Nina for him?
Or materials he has on me would be released to the public. My career, my family would be ruined.
So instead of turning you in, I should...
Tell them that Ron Schumann was responsible.
What? Frame an innocent man?
You've spoken to him, Dr. Regis. He is a truly, objectively despicable individual.
You're one to talk.
What I've done was terrible, but I wish to make reparations for what I've done. After this is done, I shall devote my life's work to annihilating corruption in our city. Ron wishes no more than to desecrate and pollute our nation as he has done his own.
You nearly killed us all with that bomber.
I apologize most sincerely for that, Dr. Regis. Had I known someone such as yourself would be present, I would have found other means. Please, consider what this means for the city.
Charlie, what have you found?
I've completed my investigation.
That was most swift.
Though effective, I've no doubt.
Who tried to kill us?
After finding enough evidence to exclude all other parties.
I'm still unclear on why Gil Vanderwall wanted Nina killed, though, in the event that he died. Why? What does he have to gain from that? Killing someone from beyond the grave, as they put it.
The only conclusion possible is that Counselor Dean is responsible.
What?
My word.
Andrew, is this true?
See? He not say anything. Otherwise, he have to tell truth.
Yes, I am responsible. I acted to save my family from my mistakes. I joined this project to protect the city that I love. The rest of you are backstabbing cowards, out to loot Newton for your own gain.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Counselor. That leaves us only one option, I'm afraid. Liam.
Oh no, they're gonna kill him, aren't they?
What are you doing? Wait, stop!
Shouldn't have done that.
Poor dear Counselor Dean, tragically thrown from the building by the blast.
You're completely insane.
We're doing what we have to, Charlie. As promised, the information you require. The man who has your kids, your mind-jacker, is a contractor, Jayam Kressel. He's based out of an aerostat currently moored at the Xanadu dockyard.
You haven't changed one bit, Nina.
I hope you find what you're looking for, Charlie. Remember, I'm always here if you need my help.
The uptake reports came in. Looks like there was a 99.1% volume of new code in the embryo.
Oh, that's fantastic. We'll have a viable specimen for testing within days.
Yeah, and it wouldn't have had the same kind of uptake if it was one of the brain-dead ones. So, how did you manage to score these full-scope human embryos?
Mine.
It would have taken months to get approval from the city council, so we used our own.
Yours. You and Charlie.
They're healthy, and they've got all the right uptake markers.
Oh, I'm just kind of surprised Charlie agreed to it, given his previous line of work and all. You have told him, haven't you?
I was going to find a way.
That explains why he's on the warpath, then.
Oh, nuke me. How did he find out?
Vicky!
Uh-oh.
Dr. Chigwa, may I speak to my wife?
Charlie, you better not...
Get out! Dr. Baxter just congratulated me on what a noble gesture I was making for science. Apparently, we volunteered our own embryos for gengineering.
Sorry I didn't tell you.
I'm sorry I hadn't told you yet. Dr. Vargas was having enough trouble stalling the council. We needed to start showing results, so I made the decision for both of us.
You didn't think I'd object if I knew beforehand?
Well, no. Using our own embryos was the right thing to do to keep the project afloat.
You have no idea what I'm upset about.
Sure I do.
You're mad because I didn't consult you. You're being old-fashioned. We've always got more. They won't be born. I think she'd probably say the second one. That would be my guess.
You know, sometimes your old world sensibilities are charming, but not this time. What is it they believe where you're from? That life begins at conception?
You know damn well what I've done with human engineering in the past. I'm well past being able to object for moral reasons.
Look at the results we're getting.
Have you seen the uptake results Dr. Chigwa recorded? We've got over 95% success. The neural tissue development is going to be phenomenal.
I don't give a damn about the results.
I understand.
It's not the fact that we're engineering human embryos. It's that there are embryos.
I spent 2 years weaponizing children. The fact that they were destined, doomed to a purpose.
It's one thing to have your life affected by a quirk of genetics, but when you've been deliberately altered before birth to fit a role.
I'd hoped that I'd escaped it, but seeing it with our own kids, it's just...
I understand, Charlie. I'll talk to Dr. Vargas about it.
He won't be happy. It sounds like he was counting on this.
You'll just have to deal with it.
Oh, and then she mysteriously died. Ripper. Oh, we're playing Miss Sesame again. Oh, and they're both going to the same place. They're both going to the Xanadu dockyards. Why was it that Miss Sesame went here? It was after she'd spoken to Jinsil. Jinsil needed her to get close to the people that were trying to kill her so that they could hack into their system. That was it, wasn't it? And Dr. Regis is coming here because this is where he's... oh, there's the airship. The aerostat. Dr. Regis is coming here because that's where the minejacker is. Through the damage you can make out an itinerary, some long expired special offers and a message where somebody's hacked the text to display rude ASCII drawings.
I can't reach it from here.
An aerostat is tethered to the landing field. Through the fence you can see dock workers loading crates of cargo. Through the window you see a man who looks too well armed to be working at a front desk. Closer than that is his mug of coffee. Crisis agent. I don't know what the plan is. A painting of a turn-of-the-century antique fighter jet from the days when they still used human pilots for the role. A map of the world showing destinations serviced by Xanadu Air Freight, at least they used to be.
The way out. It's locked. I figured that huge keypad's got something to do with it.
Don't mind me.
Hey, authorized personnel only.
Okay.
Hello?
We're closed.
Though you're not very worldly, you're pretty sure that this man is much more imposing than someone who'd normally be working the desk at an air freight firm. The reception's office terminal, the hidden tabs for online poker suggest something about the staff's work ethic.
Hey, beat it for all.
He took that remarkably well, since I just tried to hack into the system in front of him. It's a warm night. With all that armour, it's no wonder he needs the aircon. I have a crowbar, an injector, some wetware, and I can go into the trance. That's a fancy analog clock. It looks like it's it's projecting hands on a display as opposed to actually having physical hands. Interesting. Connection strength.
The signal's somewhere around here, but I bet it's not out here in the street.
Do I have to sit on the seats indoors? The problem is that's going to leave me pretty vulnerable.
The connection's getting stronger. I must be on the right track.
Jahilia, jinsil.user.
Salam, Mandela.
Hi.
I'm on site.
I'm finally at the site. You were right. I can feel the connection.
That is good to hear. You managed to avoid detection in your journey?
Yeah, nobody noticed me. Just some thrall wandering the southwest city.
The signal.
I can sense the signal you've mentioned. I've got a visual representation in my trance hub.
Good. You'll know how close you are to your goal.
If they're trying to hide, why are they broadcasting like this?
Like much of hacking, we must look for mistakes our target makes. What you sense is not intentional on their part.
Oh, so it's seepage? Like inter-system connections they haven't noticed?
Precisely. Many of their own devices communicate wirelessly. Their attempt at security involves limiting the range. They therefore avoid attacks from the net at large.
But if you can get a relay close enough,
then we may study their signal as though we were by your side.
How is she connecting to the wider internet at this point? Because there isn't a terminal near her.
I'll get back to you.
Good luck.
I was hoping she might be able to give me some leads on how I'm going to get past this security, the security personnel at the desk, but apparently not. Oh well, our body was fine when we popped back. Let's check. Right, we've checked our mail. Nothing there. What about the news feed? Resident refused to leave. Conflict hot zone. The short yet devastating Timuhani three-way war between India, China and Pakistan. China, that was the other nation in that war. Right, where were my notes on that? Timuhani. China. The short yet devastating Timuhani three-way war between India, China and Pakistan holds the ignoble honour of being the only conflict in history in which all participants resorted to some form of nuclear warfare as a strategy. Radioactive dust blows off the Himalayas and will continue to do so for centuries. In addition, a number of historic, densely populated cities found themselves the targets of preemptive and retaliatory nuclear strikes for their strategic importance, or simply as revenge. While many surviving inhabitants of these cities have since fled, eagerly taken in by growing new cities such as Saint-Germain and Newton, thousands chose to remain, unwilling to leave their homes. Oh, so Newton is a new city. then we really can't be sure where it is in the world, can we? I mean, we still think Australia is the most likely place, though, don't we? While this presents a testament to human tenacity, it has also been a serious obstacle to both the Indian and Pakistani governments, with aerial spraying of specialised wetware treatments. Radioactive contamination has been drastically reduced in test areas, enabling normal growth of crops and reduction of radiation to safe background levels for human inhabitation. Unfortunately, the treatment itself cannot be carried out in occupied areas, proving harmful to health until completion. Distrustful of the government, some locals have taken to armed response against troops sent to evacuate occupants from these hot zones. Congress has appealed to the UN for assistance in evacuation of the remaining residents, warning that the potentially hazardous decontamination will eventually take place whether they remain or not. Right.
Can I just...
No, go away.
You don't even...
No, it's too hot to argue.
Can't I...
Get out of here, Thrall.
Can't I...
Get out of here.
Okay. Maybe we can make sure he's even more warm?
That aircon's putting out a lot of heat. Must be working pretty hard in this weather.
Yeah, maybe he'll leave if the aircon's broken.
Putting out a...
Be a shame if something happened to the aircon.
Oh, damn it. Why'd it have to break tonight?
Because we know that this was supposedly a day and a night for staying indoors.
Can't I...
Get out of here, Thrall.
Okay, not entirely productive.
What do I look like, an engineer?
Yeah,
The wetware won't form a connection with it.
that's fair enough.
I can reach it, but he'd notice pretty quickly if I just took it.
So I could put something in there? A hypodermic injector gun, still holding a few milliliters of powerful anesthetic. Taking care to ensure the guard doesn't see, you squeeze a few drops of tranquilizer from the injector into the coffee. See, we're still being delightfully unethical. I wonder if breaking the aircon was necessary at all then. Oh, because he opened the window, I get it.
Guess that tranquilizer did its job.
Let's hope it didn't do the job too well.
Lightweight.
Wonderful. Cargo manifest. Revert from backup. Interesting. Where red, blue, other. Interesting. Right. I'm going to need some more instructions. Actually, to start with, let's try and get through that keypad. Try as you might, you can't find any systems on it that appears new enough to accept a wetware bond. That'd make the security system at least, 20 years old, you reckon? I still don't fully understand this interface, because there's a container and then there's a cargo category. Oh, each container can have at most one cargo category and it has a certain weight, which I can then change. Revert from backup probably means put it back to its normal. Whatever it was originally. So if I know what container I'm going to, presumably I can increase the weight by however much Mandala weighs. I don't know if we know her exact weight. I know she's a little underweight. But I don't know if we know her exact weight.
Salam, Mandela.
Hi.
What am I doing here?
What is it you need me to do here?
We have the ID for their system, but are unable to access it. You must get close enough to it to act as a relay point.
Then your tech teams break into it and find out what their plans are?
Exactly.
This place is an aerodrome?
So, the people trying to kill me are working out of an old aerodrome?
Quite so. This air freight business collapsed last year. We suspect it was bought up as a front for this criminal enterprise.
They're storing their data systems in the aerostat? Why don't they just split it up and hide it in the trans?
Physical security is as much a concern for admins as system integrity. If they suspect someone of getting too close,
they can just take off. Huh. Do you have any idea why they're after me?
We've suspicions that it's related to your unusually high sync rate. I don't think I've seen a mind-machine interface work so fast outside of a laboratory.
Aha! So you're a scientist.
I thought it was considered poor netiquette to pry into one's outside life.
Yeah, sorry. Just that this isn't the kind of thing I normally get into.
You feel unsafe and believe that a greater comprehension would alleviate it. I understand perfectly. All you need to know about me is that I'm on your side, Mandala.
That could still be Dr. What was her name? Jiong. Or another possibility, could this actually be what's left of Vicky? No, because there was no indication that they took a scan of Vicky's brain and put it into Central, is there? They were just using her embryos to help build Central.
You said Cell wasn't out to get me. So why was a Cell agent trying to blow me up?
If he's acting independently of Cell, it means one of two things. Something about your death would benefit him, or he is being compelled to act in such a way.
I hope it's number two. If we can stop whoever's behind this first, then it means he's got no reason to come after me.
Let us hope.
What is your breaching team going to do? When I reach the systems, I mean.
We aim to rip their memory drives. Cloning them onto another system allows us to perform more destructive analytics.
Plus, the process would wreck their whole system as well. Better hope they haven't got any people connected to the system. Anyone wired's going to find their brains fried and stored in a mem capsule.
Of course, before this takes place, we will secure a back door to the system. That way we will not depend on you as a relay. You will therefore be able to escape once this has been accomplished.
That's jolly nice of you. I hope you do that.
I'll get back to you.
Good luck.
Still, no help on how I get further into the facility. Good, the guard hasn't come around. That would have been quite awkward while I was completely knocked out and defenceless. So I could look through each of these and see what's supposedly in each of them. Mandala beware. That's a bit weird. What happens if I revert from backup? Okay, that does just put it back to its default state. I was wondering if perhaps I do revert from backup and then the weight changes here to the code for the door or something. Okay, E99. Why would someone put that there though? Like, if this was an individual that you had whose best interests you did not have at heart, why would you put their name on the system? It makes no sense. It also doesn't really make sense why they're going after it. Why would a multinational criminal organisation just decide, oh, this particular person has a high sync rate, we're going after them? Right, let's try 9995. No? We're after a 5-digit code, alright.
Sorry, I can't.
Can't what? Can you connect to the map?
The wetware won't form a connection.
Okie dokie. Can you form a connection with the terminal?
He didn't log out.
You don't need to hack it, okay? That's an interesting bug. I'm on E99, Mandala Beware. If I leave and then come back, I've gone to E29, Mandala Beware. Click on E29 again and it changes back to whatever was supposed to be in there. Definitely wasn't sent any emails about this. Still can't send mail, but that's fine. What am I missing then? He doesn't just have a note next to him with the password for the keypad, does he? Well, the key code.
Nah, I don't want it now that I know it's in it.
Apparently the man at the desk is making up for the chill of the air conditioner with a mug of something hot.
Lightweight. I'm afraid not.
That was definitely the only one that was set to Mandala Beware, wasn't it? Wait. I just realised something I should have realised a long time ago. Dr. Regis's wife, Viksha, was of Middle Eastern descent. Miss Sesame is of Middle Eastern descent and has no idea who her parents were or where she came from. Vicky and the doctors Regis, Dr. Charles Regis and Dr. Viksha Regis had intended to have children and had some embryos fertilized for that purpose. Finally, we know Miss Sesame's age to be approximately when Dr. Viksha Regis died, because that happened just over 20 years ago, I think, and I believe Miss Sesame's around 20. For some reason, which is not clear at all, could this be one of their children that was actually brought to maturation from an embryo in the lab and then raised by the city for some reason without Dr. Charlie Regis ever finding out. And if that is true, it might... It would be consistent with the fact that whoever this is also going after, or has made an attempt on... Whoever's behind this knew about Dr. Charles Regis's embryos, knew to blackmail him. I wouldn't quite go so far as to say that they singled him out per se, but they certainly once he got heavily involved in the case, they singled him out, and they they tried to frame him for Baxter's murder, and Baxter was involved with the incident years ago, which led to Dr. Victor Regis's death. All of this points to the idea that whoever is behind this has something to do with those events all those years ago, or has a vested interest in them, and perhaps going after Dr. Charles Regis, they also decided to go after his only daughter that he doesn't even know he has. Could be wrong, just a thought. I assume the information I need to get through must be in here. I just don't know where I'd find it. What are the categories again? Oh, this isn't even a real scroll bar. I mean, like... Oh, I see. It's just two big buttons. I get it. I was thinking, why isn't that bit in the middle moving up and down? But it's because it's not actually a point to be dragged. It's just the... It delineates the two buttons. So, components computer, components aerostat, components automobile, components synthetics, Russian MRE, wetware red, wetware blue, wetware other, seed growth matrix, firearm, ammunition, 10mm ammunition, 24mm antimicrobial spray, frozen meat products, GMO, genetically modified, I assume that is, beverage, alcoholic beverage, other, books, literature, holographic memory block, interesting, electrical battery, transplant material, tungsten, cobalt, petroleum, synthetic, narquin, wiring, fiber optic wiring, electrical copper wiring, neural, first aid kit, surgical tools, bolt driver, bolts, THE systems, automeal, mandala beware, soy grow nutrient powder, water, clothing, cotton, GMO, acrylic paint, compressed helium gas, coffee, Valax, DDI. Right. So the only other one there that looks in any way interesting was the... I didn't see it there. Which one was it? Oh, it was the holographic memory. Thingamabob, wasn't it? Oh, which apparently isn't in any of these. Holographic memory block, that was it. One last check, just to be sure. No holographic memory block? Nope. The only thing I can think is setting the mandala beware to holographic memory block. I don't know what that would achieve though. Doesn't appear to have achieved anything. Oh. The game's got me. Wait, can I connect to the crisis agent themselves? That's what I was missing.
It's amazing how many people don't put enough security on their Gibsons. They assume they've got enough willpower to stop intruders on their own.
Okie dokie. Now, will he be awake in the trance? Cobalt.
Where am I? How did I even get here?
Should add that to the list of people. Security guard. Cobalt. He's tranquilized. What's the... Falling asleep at work is the most likely explanation.
Don't you remember? Your work.
Oh, yeah.
And you're afraid of something.
Oh, shit. Good morning, Mr. Crystal.
He's mad at you, isn't he?
What?
There's something you've forgotten to do in that other room.
I'll just get in there and...
Oh dear, the code's not working. What's the holdup? Can't you do your job properly? Am I going to have to stick you on night duty permanently?
No, sir. I just need to enter the code.
What code is that?
44138. Sir.
Well done. You've passed this inspection.
Thank you, sir.
Dismissed.
That was clever. Four 44138. So he was clearly still in a bit of a dream state. Well, hey! Progress. It's amazing how long I've been playing this game, and yet I still miss opportunities to use the wetware. A large cargo container waiting to be loaded onto the aerostat. A121. The screen shows the weight of the measuring platform in front of it. Apparently it's holding 41 kilograms at the moment. Sorry, 51. Okay. 96. So that means Miss Sesame weighs 45 kilo. Approximately. With the way that rounding works, we could be out by half a kilo either way, but meaning that she might actually measure, were she to stand on it alone, 44 or 46, accounting for rounding, but close enough. Well, I know I'm heading to the Mandala Beware one. So let's just increase the weight there by 45. So that's going to bring us up to 140. Hopefully that won't trigger any sort of security or anything like that. I'm a little worried about just walking forwards, but we'll see. Right, how am I going to get there? Oh, I get it. No. I had the wrong idea. I need to change A121. And then get in it. A121 bolts. Okay, I'll write this down. A 121 bolts, 84mm. Sorry, 85mm. Goodness me, that's quite substantial. Actually, yeah, moderately substantial. So this needs to go up to 75. Excellent.
There's only so much you can do with a crowbar.
Yeah, but I'd have thought opening a crate is literally what a crowbar is good for.
There's only...
Maybe you don't need it. Oh no, you don't.
Now we just wait and...
Alright, let's get it loaded. Yeah, you know how bitchy the doc gets waiting. Okay, weight's looking good. Try the scanner.
Hang on. The scanner's reading the contents as organic. Addie's got it listed as inorganic.
Ah, typical. Send it back. Tell him to get his act together. He should make sure the manifest matches what's in the box. We can't exactly open them all to check. We'd be here all night.
Well, that was lucky. So it said the weight's right, even though there weren't any bolts in there. I'm setting this to 45. And we're going to need something organic. Wait, hold up. Let's revert everything quickly. We were struck by that old bug again. Ration MRE. That should work. Frozen meat products, that would also work. Although they might put it in a unhelpful part of the ship. You know, somewhere heavily refrigerated. Almost tempting to set it to Mandala Beware. But who knows what might happen if I did that. Let's go with rations. MRE.
Now we just wait and...
Alright, let's get it loaded. Yeah, you know how bitchy the doc gets waiting. Hang on. The measurement's all wrong.
What?
Addie must have screwed it up. The manifest says it should be showing lighter.
Idiot.
Send it back and get him to recheck the weights.
Huh. I wonder if Addie is the security guard. So yeah, they did expect me to add the weight, not set it, which is a bit weird. Good thing they aren't checking in on him every time they send something back. Right, third time's the charm.
Here we go again.
Let's see if Addie's got it right this time. Okay, weight's looking good. Try the scanner.
Scan show organic. Same as the manifest.
Fantastic. Get it aboard. Kriesel and the doc want to cast off.
The signal's going crazy. I must be on top of...
Ah.
Huh?
This is suboptimal. We've been forced to connect to something. Okay, very much against our will. Oh, of course. Okay. Okie doke. Can I just disconnect? Okay, that's not very helpful. I would write it down, but it's unlikely to be important. The fourth wall.
The simulation's exceeded its buffer.
Took her long enough. I think Jinsel did a pretty good job on that one. Why'd you have to get someone like Jinsel involved in it, though?
Because when I asked you to do it, you apparently couldn't keep your thirst for revenge in check. Or should I say Baxter's thirst for revenge. I don't see why you store the targets in your own wiring. It's obviously not good for you.
It's more secure. I suppose Jinsel did their job.
Got her to walk right in the front door. Even packaged and delivered herself. Ha! We have some big plans for you, sister.
Suboptimal.
This is the place.
Minejacker stores. Then what about that special memory block we found that GL Vanderwall had? Stores mines in his own wiring. Hence, adopted Baxter's desire for revenge. So that answers some of the questions, but not all of them. Why did he want Baxter's mind in the first place, though? You can see a guard slumped over the desk, geared up the same way as the strike team at the factory. Yes, I should have said that. It did occur to me that they were in the same uniform as the strike team, who apparently were dressed like cell agents but weren't cell agents. Loading complete, checks complete.
I got here just in time. They're about ready to run.
No hiding in crates this time then. Can you get on board in time though? Strange that the guards are gone. You'd think there would be some guards here. And you'd have thought they'd have heard that. And you'd have thought they could see us. Cargo door. I have an idea. Quickly now, quickly. That solves that problem. For now. I should probably call Lau.
Lau, you there?
Standing by and waiting for your signal.
You remember the plan?
Don't worry about me. You just be careful. Don't do anything stupid.
I'd like to know the plan. Goggles. I will take goggles, if they're free.
Thermoptic goggles. Same ones I've seen the strike team using. Shows heat sources as an image.
Wear them. There could be cloaked officers around. Oh, interesting. Oh, you won't keep them on. Okay. You remember seeing a hotspot through the thermal vision underneath here.
What do I look like, a mechanic? That's what I've got Lau for.
Well, Lau's not here. The sign by the door tells you that this is a multi-purpose room, likely re-equipped from job to job depending on the needs of a client. From the smell and the surgical lamps you can see through the window, it appears to be fitted as a sick bay. Hopefully we weren't seen.
Stop squirming, will you?
That operator will shoot me down the moment I open the door.
Yes, which presents a problem. It's locked with a password. How quaint. It will still need to be breached before the terminal can be accessed. Let's just take a moment to read the news. Ground broken in construction of Newton's space. The city of Newton's ambitions as a spacefaring power were brought a step closer to realization last night as the captured asteroid 40448 Columbiad was moved into a geostationary orbit above the equatorial city. The operation, carried out by drones whose success was confirmed by ground control teams yesterday morning, represents the first major step in the construction of Newton's space elevator. The asteroid will serve as the anchor for the elevator and must now be connected to the grounding platform on the Earth's surface. We're extremely proud of what our engineers have been able to accomplish, commented Councillor Deanne Lee. Newton's equatorial position made it the obvious choice for the project, and as we foresee, easy access to space as potentially one of our biggest exports. Oh, and we foresee easy access to space as potentially one of our biggest exports. Though a landmark in engineering, the project is by no means complete. The carbon nanofiber track must now be run from the asteroid to the city, itself a risky process. In the event of an accident, Newton's position on the Horn of Africa will allow a safe deorbit into the Indian Ocean. City authorities are optimistic that the elevator will be commercially active by 2101. So, City of Newton on equator and on the Horn of Africa. Right. So that clears up more precisely where Newton actually is.
What do I look like? That's what I've got Lao for.
Don't know what to do with these junction points, but we've noted they're there. The hatch has been locked from the other side. Okay. Interesting. And our only items are the thermal goggles, the jolt gun. Oh, can I use the jolt gun to knock out power?
That's what I... What do I look? That's what I...
Nope. Was there anything in the cargo hold I missed, like a box full of plasma cutters or something? Good thing we don't have any wetware. That's probably the one thing that's stopping them from taking over our brain as we walk in here.
Stop squirming, will you?
That operator will shoot me down the moment I open the door. What do I look like? That's what I've got.
Maybe I need to call Lau now.
Lau, you there?
Standing by and waiting for your signal.
You remember the plan?
Don't worry about me.
I don't get it. What's the point in telling me these junction points exist using the thermal goggles if I can't do anything with that information? This is risky, but do I need to go back out? That security guard should be around here somewhere. I don't see him though. Oops. Crates. Anything in here that would be helpful? After being moved from the hangar, it looks like the crates are sealed for transit. You can't find a way into these ones. Is there anything I missed? Any more items that would allow me to actually do something useful? Error, input driver disabled. Abort, retry or fail. Can you get anything off of the security guard's body? Well, they're still alive, but off their unconscious bodies. He's not carrying anything, can you? Short of completely undressing him, you don't think you've got enough time to do that, though?
I got here just... I'm not sure what I was thinking. That's not going to work.
Huh. Risky thing to do to leave like that. I just noticed the time on the wall hasn't changed since when Miss Sesame was here, so that's more evidence that very little time has passed. But yeah, it was a little dangerous to walk out like that, because what if they just took off while he was in there? But yeah, I'm clearly missing something.
Looks like it's not operated by hand.
The conspicuously large hatch in the floor is apparently how crates are lifted into the cargo bay, and how security guards are let out.
A big old jolt's not gonna make it work. What do I look like? That's what I've got. What do I look? That's what
I don't get it. Why are you telling me about these hotspots if it's not useful? Could this be for solving a solution in this room later on? If so, why not give me the goggle? Because, for example, it says that's what I've got Lau for. Maybe this is something that Miss Sesame can do once we free her. But if that's the case, why then not give me the goggles in there instead of out here? They gave me the goggles out here. That must be part of the solution. The solution to the problem in this room. But left click and right click doesn't work. Using the jolt gun doesn't work.
What do I look like? That's what I...
I do like the fact that I do like that idea though, the fact that there's two versions of this room that have been drawn, and the character in fact.
What do I look? That's what I've...
What am I missing?
What do I look? That's what I've got.
Someone walking aboard the aerostat has apparently forgotten to shut down their terminal after using it. I wonder how someone forgets something so basic these days, especially after all the informative cartoons in school. I thought we were password, how quaint. It still needs to be breached before the terminal can be accessed. I thought you said they were logged in. Oh, shut down. So it's still on, but no one's logged in.
What do I look like? That's what I've got left.
I don't get it. So there's two junctions and two junction points, I think. And then there's the terminal. There's the hatch that's been locked from the other side. That was an interesting bit of sidestepping.
Stop squirming, will you?
That operator.
Oh, if I could get up there, I could I've just noticed there's stairs at the back. I could...
Stop squirming.
Wait, is that stairs? No.
Operator.
There's something in the
Stop squirming, will you?
left back corner. I'm wondering if that's coming down from above. It might be, actually. Something ladder stroke stair like. I'm thinking maybe I go up there and come down the other way. I guess I'd be looking for a password? Wait, can I use the console more usefully now? No. Judging by the diagrams you can see through the surface of the screen, the console appears to control a loading hatch.
Looks like it's not operated by hand.
The game does let me backtrack, which makes me think there might be some value in doing so. After all, if there was no value in backtracking, why wouldn't they have just said for theatrical effect the moment you step onto the aerostat they take off or something? Locker! That'll be what I'm missing. I bet there's a plasma cutter in here or something. Picked up bolt gun. It's no wonder the aerostat's such a heap. They've almost run out of maintenance supplies, more so now that you've helped yourself. Okie doke. Let's see if we can do some damage. I'm not entirely sure why we would want to do that, but hey ho.
What do I look like? That's what I've got. What do I? That's what.
No?
What do I? That's what. What do I? That's what I. I'm not sure what that would involve. I can't figure.
Nope.
An industrial rivet gun uses compressed air to punch finger-length bolts through metal surfaces. I wonder if they ever have to use this from the outside while in flight.
Oh, is that so you can just kill the operator?
I can't figure that.
Stop squirming,
Pretty
will
grim
you?
if so.
That operator will shoot me down the moment I open the door.
Yeah, and you can't activate the little window separately, can you?
Not sure what I can't figure that out. That's not going.
Hmm. Turning into a bit of a pixel hunt, isn't it? So I have this bolt gun now. Why is that helpful? It's a shame I can't use any items whilst looking through
Stop
here.
squirming, will you?
That
I did try this, didn't I?
Nah.
Yeah. I don't just shoot the terminal, do I?
I can't figure that out.
No, I think I tried that as well. It's so odd. So I can use the thermal goggles to see where the junctions are, but I can't interact with them.
What do I look? That's what I've got.
Right, I don't use the thermal goggles specifically. No, I don't. I can't use the thermal goggles specifically on one item in the area.
What do I look? That's what I've got.
sort of just trying to combine items in the inventory. I don't know.
I don't think it needs to be shot.
What is the value in having this bolt gun then? I can go back out. I could try using the bolt gun on the crates out there that I could conspicuously interact with, but there didn't appear to be any reason to interact with. The only thing is... Nope. The only thing is a bolt gun isn't designed to remove bolts. It's designed to put bolts into things. I just don't see anything here that I can usefully interact with. It looks like this aircon was busted recently. Maybe street punks, but thanks to the addictive properties of the trance, you don't see so many of those about anymore. A mixed blessing. Is there some part of the door that I can interact with in a special way? I don't think so. And then there's the whole mystery of the junctions.
What do I look like? That's what I've got. What do I look? That's what.
Wait, you trying to allow Lau on board? If I call now...
Lau, you there?
Standing by and waiting for your signal.
You remember the plan.
Don't worry about me. You just be careful. Don't...
No, she's not like driving up underneath and then we pull her on board or anything like that. Don't know what the signal actually is. I don't get it. What am I supposed to be doing? I can't interact with that crate or those crates. We've already interacted with the locker. The only thing that makes any sense would be going into the sickbay, but I'm not allowed.
A big old jolt's not gonna make...
Yeah, but you could jolt the person on the other side. Am I supposed to call Central? Seems unlikely. Since we're essentially on the run here. I could make that... I could try it, but I am worried it's going to have bad consequences. You're not sure how happy Central would be to hear from you. Maybe when you've got more evidence in... Sorry, I missed the last bit of that. When you've got more evidence for it to process.
Stop squirming, will you?
That operator will shoot me down the moment I open the door.
For the first time in a while, I am well and truly stuck. Hold on, I didn't try it in here. Excuse me? The guard! Through the door! Of course, I'm such a dope.
Thank God you're here!
Who are you?
You've got to get me out of here! They kidnapped me 2 weeks ago! I've been forced to conduct research for them in this aerostat.
Research? What kind of research?
Human experimentation. This poor girl. You see that hardware in the corner?
Oh, for goodness
What the
sake.
hell did you...
The upper level is clear, but Oh. Huh.
Gave him a shot in the back. Your problem is, you overcomplicate things.
Still conscious?
That's how the wetware works. You can't rip his memory, though. He isn't wired.
I'm aware, Ms. Vargas. Take his weapon.
Oh.
This is something I've been looking forward to for a long time.
Ugh, no you haven't. Baxter was looking forward to it.
But this can't be the same Miss Vargas as before, can it? Because we'd have recognised her. I mean, I know I didn't, but Galatea Vargas, I feel like... Dr. Charles Regis, a law enforcement officer, and someone that's actually met her in real life as opposed to just the picture of her in a video game. I feel like he would have recognised her if it was the same person. What do you want?
What's that? I can't hear you.
It's quite a powerful paralytic, isn't it? An unfortunate yet necessary part of our mutual friend here's role.
My targets have to be conscious when I pull the contents of their minds. I'd love to rip the Regis clean out of your head as well.
I told you, he's not wired.
I know, but I know what'll really get to him. What's this? An embryo?
So there's no option here which isn't going to encourage him. That's annoying.
It's rather a contentious issue for us, isn't it? Rather a bit of history between us over these little things. Oops. Fragile things, the unborn. Don't worry. Plenty more where that came from. I think this one is going to grow up to be a great success. World leader, Nobel laureate, maybe follow in their father's footsteps. Oops, all gone. Vicky would be so proud, wouldn't she?
Cressel.
After all, you showed her how important those things were. More than anything else in the world, apparently.
Baxter! You seriously need professional help.
Sir, ma'am, Smart Cam feed shows another cell agent just boarded the aerostat. Female about 1.75 meters.
Huh. Should have known she'd still be after her partner. Commander, prepare to weigh anchor. Cressel, deal with our new cell intruder. Then resolve whatever issues you have with Dr. Regis.
With pleasure. Don't go anywhere.
That's not Lao.
Gotcha.
That's a synth.
Wow, nice throw, Chantel. Did I do good, Dr. Max? You did great. I'd better find where Regis went.
Oh, we can go up there now. The hatch has been locked from the other side. Oh no, we can, but they've bothered to put a animation in this time. So that indicates that Lau probably is going up there, but Regis never was, so they didn't bother making an animation for it. Interesting. Oh, maybe it was Galatea. What have we got? From Centralized Revenue, subject tax payment. Dear Mr. Keach, we don't know who that is, follow surveillance of your net activity and public behaviour. It appears that you are working as a paramilitary contractor without having declared this source of income to the Centralized Revenue and Customs Department. Please complete attached form ND1A, or you may be subject to further investigation. That is a incredibly leniently phrased email. Cobalt 3. Yeah, the Astrostat's a floating pile of garbage, but it's safer than the last job. If Doc wants you to fix something, you fix it. Control for the flaps has been wired through the 4 junction points in the lower hallway. Oh, so if we were to break them, they'd lose control of the ship. Interesting that we seem to have gained access to several people's emails. Right, that's worth writing down. Control for aerostat flaps via 4 junctions. Noted. Cobalt Actual. Funeral arrangements. Dear colleagues, cremation and inhumation for Ethan Drummer, formerly Cobalt 6, KIA, will take place at the conclusion of the operation. Until then, please limit disruption to duty in acts of remembrance. Galatea V, the turret. You misunderstand. The aerostat uses non-flammable lifting gas, not inflammable. These two are opposites. The turret, or any other gunfire, will not cause an explosion of the gas. This is elementary school chemistry / English. Please don't give me further reasons to doubt your competence. Doesn't say who it's to. Non-flammable gas in aerostat. Noted.
Good work, Chantal.
Thanks, Dr. Max.
My job will be a lot easier if I can get Central to agree to take you on full time. Good work, Chantal.
Thanks, Dr.
Okay, we can speak to what was his name? Jayam Chrysel.
Hey, stop! What the hell's going on in here? Regis!
On the body you find his unusable weapon and the communication gear hooked into his neural wiring.
I've breached their comm system. Now it thinks my travel is part of their network.
Excellent. Cool Cobalt 3, interesting.
She's out of it.
The poor girl's unconscious. You're not sure what they were doing at her in this lab, but they've always been rumours about unethical private contractors abducting thralls off the streets for research. Somehow though, this girl's face seems oddly familiar. Effectiveness report. Thyrotinase 414B. The use of a wetware-based incapacitating agent has proven fortuitous. In the course of his work, Mr. Chrysel has found the 414B wetware to be effective at subduing the targets while retaining consciousness, but also acts as a primer for the extraction process. The choice of wetware rather than a conventional chemical paralytic also enables a much less precise delivery vector, suitable for covert work. The only downsides thus far have been 414B's susceptibility to wetware's inherent weaknesses, e.g. temperature, bodily rejection, etc. Interesting. 414B wetware paralytic. Could we connect to it and disable it? Terminal. A large terminal connected to both a cradle for the memory module and the bed. Looks like it's still running a trance simulation. Regis has been incapacitated. He's conscious but apparently paralysed. The number of specialised wetware substrates throughout the room gives you a clue as to how they might have done it.
Regis, can you hear me? Better figure out how to fix you.
That would be a good idea, wouldn't it?
That's not going to help him get moving again. Wetware's not going to connect with that.
Okay.
I've got
Stunner.
my own. Regis's wouldn't work for me anyway. They're signature weapons.
Oh, is that why the weapon of the guard wouldn't work? Interesting. Baxter and Baxter. It certainly looks like Dr. Baxter according to the background reports you were given.
Excuse me?
Hello there.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Allow me to introduce myself, my dear. My name is Dr. Baxter. I operate the cataloging station.
Baxter? Dr. Adam Baxter?
I believe so, yes.
Aren't you dead? Do you know Dr. Regis? What's death like?
Excuse me if this sounds a little rude, but aren't you dead?
How do you mean?
Well, yesterday I was probing your well-preserved remains at a crime scene.
Oh, yes. You're quite right. I was killed, wasn't I? It's strange because I could have sworn I was the one doing it.
Not the blonde man? The mindjacker?
It was definitely him, no doubt about it. One can't exactly commit suicide with a hammer, can they? I'm aware that I was murdered, but I have a surprisingly vivid memory of it.
You remember being killed?
You remember being murdered?
Not precisely. It's as though it were an out-of-body experience. I have memory of watching the hammer striking from above. My hands, his hands, so bloody. It's all very peculiar, isn't it?
And you see no difficulty between being dead and talking to me.
That is most odd.
So that awful murder was caused by a hammer of all things. I assumed it must have been a well, something much more something that would be much more damaging to the human head. Like it was the sort of injury you'd expect from a cannon shot to the head. Although, of course, I didn't think he brought a cannon in here. Goodness me.
Can you remember who killed you?
It was the blonde gentleman, wasn't it? Though I can recall it in the first person, I'm certain it was him.
How so?
He was my only company in the room, and I do not recognize him. I also realize how absurd the idea of my having committed this murder would be.
Of course, because of the governor, he couldn't think about anything violent without feeling sick. Sick to his stomach. So he couldn't have defended himself.
Do you know why he murdered you?
At first, I don't believe it was to have been a murder. This gentleman had larceny in mind. I recall his feeling so.
Mindjacking. He was stealing the contents of your neurowiring, your brain.
Quite so. I was, after all, a leader in my field in the day. And while my memory was doubtless useful to him, he found something unexpected. A well of motivation, suppressed by years of therapy and technological intervention.
Your anger against Regis.
He took my mind, No doubt he acquired that as well.
Why would anyone keep that part of you?
Why would anyone want to keep that part of your mind? What use would someone have for your desire for revenge?
Perhaps it isn't a matter of his need as the desire's need. Though suppressed by the governor, my thoughts on the matter were all-consuming. Now they have found a conduit through which they may act.
The Mindjacker isn't in as much control as he'd like to think then.
What's death like?
This might sound like a really stupid question, but what's death like?
I can see why this would be a useful matter for scientific curiosity. In my case, I'm afraid it's probably not representative. After all, can I really be said to be dead when my memory, my consciousness lives on?
Well,
I
a
suppose
consciousness.
All you could remember would be the physical destruction of yourself.
And that, most assuredly, was a great discomfort.
Do you know a Dr. Regis?
I know two, in fact. Charles and Viksha. I killed Viksha, didn't I?
So I've heard.
It's very peculiar. I remember that I did it, but I can't recall the deed, nor my feelings on the matter.
You feel nothing?
I know I ought to. An act such as that would be emotionally weighty, but all that remains is an absence. Do give my regards to Charles if you see him, though.
Interesting. So perhaps he didn't do it. Perhaps perhaps somehow Dr. Eduardo Vargas engineered a situation where Baxter killed Viksha without entirely being in control. You know, like used wetware to control him or something. Thus securing the continued use of the embryos, presumably, because with her dead, I don't know, you'd think that Dr. Charles Regis could have still refused consent to use the embryos, but perhaps for some reason he either couldn't or just didn't because of the grief. He had more weighty things on his mind.
Thanks for the help.
You are most welcome, my dear.
Even if it weren't for the fact that you stored the image in your wiring, you'd remember this face anywhere after his escape at Animus. For a man about to pulverize someone's head with a claw hammer, he looks remarkably cool and confident, as though this is just a step in a longer plan. Dr. Baxter's body sits slumped in its chair, apparently the recent victim of a mindjacking attack. He looks a lot more complete than when you last saw him. Well, then why would he remember the destruction of his body? Because his body would have been destroyed after the mindjacker took his memories. That must be the case. The mindjacker would have taken his memories, then his brain would have been fried, and then he would have just killed him anyway, I suppose, for some reason. Wonder who else we're going to find in here. Presumably Miss Sesame. Is that the only place in there? I thought for sure that's where we were going to find Miss Sesame. Huh. I wonder why they're keeping Baxter specifically in there.
She's got her own. Most thralls are practically leaking from the ears with wetware wiring.
Well, I was hoping you could connect. And there's definitely nowhere else we can go? Huh. I'm not sure if I should follow Vargas up or not. I can't help but think it would be a good idea to get either Miss Sesame or Regis back up.
I can't leave Regis.
I can't leave Regis like this. Do you say that if I click here? No. Okay.
Locked.
Oh, it's locked.
Locked.
Okay, that simplifies things a lot. Okay, that's good to know. If you'll forgive me, I think I'm going to take a very quick break. So we'll be back in a minute. Where's that browser scene even gone? There it is. Sorry about that, I'm back now. Right, let's carry on. So, our two goals are to get Regis back up and to get Miss Sesame back up. A hypodermic injector gun loaded with isomerase from the lab. Okay. Wait, isomerase? That's the stuff that breaks down wetware. Oh my goodness. That'll cure Regis. I forgot I made sure that the injector gun was filled with that stuff just in case we needed it in the future. Because it seemed like the most useful chemical they had there. I could have just left the gun with nothing in.
Oh, my head.
Thanks, Max. Great job saving my ass and everything.
Yeah, and sticking me with an injector. You suddenly a medic?
Just a lucky hunch. You going to fill me in on what's going on here?
Later. Update me on the immediate situation first.
Well, the bad news is I saw someone escape through the hatch at the top of that ladder.
Damn. It sounded like she was one of the ringleaders of this plan.
On the other hand, our newest recruit just made her first caller.
New recruit.
Oh yeah, you're going to love this. Ah, damn it, I don't believe it!
It ran out of charge again, didn't it?
She must have overexerted herself. Damn it! I had him right here.
Whoa, what's happening? The aerostat's taking off.
Where are they taking it?
Doesn't matter. Wherever it is, we need.
You alright, Charlie? I'm not sure how much of that stuff I was supposed to give you.
I'll be fine.
You're in no fit state for any more trouble. Stay down here, try and figure out what they're doing with the girl. I'll find a way to the upper deck.
Okay. So I can't help out there then. Maybe I can.
Hey, Regis.
Yes, Dr. Lau.
What have you found?
Find anything useful yet?
Just a length of cable.
Why would I need a steel cable?
You're the tech, you figure it out. I also picked these up while I was finding my way in.
Now that's more like it.
Thermal goggles.
Dr. Baxter says hi. He seems a lot friendlier than I expected.
What?
Oh, don't panic. It appears he remembers his own ripping and death. Looks like we can be sure he was the Mindjacker's latest victim. A significant part of his mind state's been offloaded into this system.
But why did you see him? Why is he in there?
They've been ripping minds and reprogramming the data through a memory module. I guess Baxter's the latest and still has the most independent agency. Doesn't sound like he harbors any ill will towards you, though.
Maybe the neural governor? He wouldn't be able to get angry.
Well, he's dead. There's no governor. I think that this ghost of his in the machine doesn't include that part of him.
You mean this Mindjacker's kept it?
Or just can't get rid of it.
Hmm.
You feeling any better?
A little. How did you know to come to my rescue?
I broke their comms channels. Figured I owed it to them. Cracked the bug they put in my system and rode the signals back to theirs.
I'll never be able to figure out how you do these things, Max.
Which guarantees my job security. So, Nita Jiang led us to these people. She's helping us find whoever set you up for Baxter's murder, right?
There's that. And Max, I haven't been completely honest with you.
There's a surprise. Dr. Cryptic has been withholding info.
Ah, cram it, Lau. These people, they took something from me. Embryos fertilized by myself and by Vicky, my wife.
They stole your embryos?
These people stole your embryos? Your kids?
They needed me to get their memory module for them from Vanderwall, and they knew exactly what my price would be.
Wait, they tried to get you to help them?
They forced me, Max. There was no way I could say no. Those embryos, they were all I had left of her. And because of those people, of all this,
I hate to say it, Regis, but I kind of understand.
they asked me to do terrible things for the return of the embryos.
Whether it's because they're linked to Viksha or because you're their father, I don't even want to think of what I'd have done in your position.
The embryos are gone. He destroyed them.
Regis, I'm sorry.
There's nothing left. There's nothing else he can twist me with. All we can do is bring that monster in. For them.
See, this is why he shouldn't have agreed to work with them in the first place. Because of course they could have always destroyed the embryos in the end. He had no security in that arrangement. A hypodermic injector gun loaded with isomeraze from the lab.
I can't inject that.
I'm sure you could.
She's out of it.
Okay, well, I'm guessing we can't bring her round then.
Chantel? Damn! I'll see if I can get her up and running again once this is all resolved.
Probably check he isn't back there. I'm guessing he isn't, but... No, he doesn't appear to be. Do the thermal goggles still work in here? Yes. Oh, Chantel has a endoskeleton and a heat signature. Interesting. I mean, I think the obvious thing to do is cut the junctions and then try and head up if we can, or something along those lines. I just feel like if there is a way we can bring around, we should. But I don't see a way to do it. Is this unlocked now? If it is, that suggests they wanted us to come up. Alrighty.
That's one of the power junctions pulled.
Okay, this is a lot simpler than I thought it would be.
That's another done.
I wonder what I use the scalpel for.
How many of these things are there?
4. We read that in the email.
General alarm. Starboard control services compromised.
Well, that will have made their situation more difficult. Still locked?
Locked. Not something I could...
Can I power Chantel back up? Because we know power was running through there. Doesn't need surgery.
I'm afraid not.
Nope. Okay. Locked from the other side. We haven't tried using the goggles in here yet. Although it doesn't look like there's anything in here that would, that's all that surprising. But interestingly, that guard which died not that long ago, has lost most of their body heat already, but Chantel, who's a synth, hasn't.
That's not possible.
Precisely what does this say? The hatch has been locked from the other side, that's all.
Locked. Hey, Regis.
Yes, Dr. Lau?
What now?
So, what do we do from here?
Now we know this is where the Mindjacker's operating from.
We need to find out what their plans for all those stolen memories are.
We'd better find out where this aerostat's going, too.
The best way of covering all those would be apprehending these people.
Okay. That makes things simple.
Nina's led us right to the Mindjacker?
He was the blonde one Chantel took down. I heard him gloat about what he'd done. He stores the target's information within his own wiring until he can offload it.
Looks like he's got quite an operation behind him. I guess it's not surprising he's been robbing synapses all over the world. Gotta be for something more than corporate espionage at this rate. Who was escaping through the ceiling hatch? It wasn't the Mindjacker, was it?
No, he's the one Chantel caught, briefly. By the sound of it, the Mindjacker's working for her.
His work is part of a larger plan of hers, then?
Possibly. She's the one running this lab, for sure.
So, the Mindjacker tried to blackmail you because you're on this case?
It's more than that. It sounded personal.
Maybe you've crossed paths before?
No, not with him. But the way he talked, it was like he was out for revenge. And not just that, it's as if he were Baxter looking for revenge.
That's impossible. Baxter's dead, for one thing.
We've already covered this.
No, he's a Mindjacker. When he drained Baxter, he didn't just get information. He got his motivation as well. And it stuck.
Sounds like he got a lot more than he bargained for.
Yes, but they tried blackmailing Regis before he had mindjacked Baxter. I suppose that's just because they thought he was in the best position to retrieve the memory block from Vanderwaal.
So, we've caught up with our Mindjacker. We know that he's apparently ripped dozens of prominent individuals in a number of fields.
Including Baxter, some of whom is apparently stuck. Question is, what's all this setup?
What do they plan on doing with the data they've stolen? Straight neural data is hard to process. That is, unless you've got an AI to read it.
Whatever it is, it must involve this girl.
So, this Kressel guy, the Mindjacker, he killed Baxter?
And by the sound of it, ripped the contents of his mind first.
When I saw Baxter's head, I thought that either his killer really hated him,
like I would, or he was covering up evidence of a mind-jacking by destroying his brain tissue.
It's a theory. Sounds like we might be able to back it up. Any idea who the thrall in Sconto Blue is?
Not a clue. She must be important to their plan.
Maybe
How
she
could you
just
not have a
wandered
clue?
into their airfield. A useful test subject for whatever this is.
She was at Cell earlier.
Okay.
She'd been targeted. They must be after her for some reason. I'll do what I can to keep her stable.
Do your best, Regis.
Still not
She
revealing.
looks familiar. I can't quite place her, though. I guess I see too many thralls.
So he's still not admitting that he was the one that targeted her. Admittedly while being blackmailed, but still, because as soon as she comes around, she's going to tell Lau anyway, and any other Cell officer.
Can I get an update?
We need to get after the people running this aerostat, and this conspiracy. I'll see what I can do for this girl.
Chantal's really pulling her weight in this job.
It's a shame it couldn't hold down Kressel, the mind-jacker.
Hey, cut her some slack. She took down 2 heavies on the tarmac.
I'm not going to make any promises about taking her on full-time.
You're just worried about synthetics stealing your job.
You may as well take this now. You seem to be the maid wrangler.
Okay, that's good. Only by exhaustively going through the dialogue tree did we discover that.
Central's gonna be pretty pissed about this. More than usual, I mean.
Is it working again?
Yeah, we fought off the intrusion.
Damn. I was hoping they'd broken it permanently.
Nah, we could handle it. It was a weird attack, though. Like, they knew exactly what they were doing.
Well-trained hackers. Foreign intelligence?
No, better than that. Like, they were intimately familiar with Central. Then, as sudden as it had started, the attack halted about 18 hours later. I'll check in later.
Oh, so you didn't actually stop it then? It just stopped on its own? Anyway, as long as Chantal's not too far gone, hopefully you'll be able to retrieve her personality and memories.
Everything that was her is now in my pockets.
Excellent. Roll barman. Yeah, and we couldn't open her up to retrieve the battery, could we? I'm not sure what we should try next. I mean, obviously getting up the top, that stands to reason, but how we would do that, I don't know. Locked from the other side. Yep, can't see any movement up there. I do have the scalpel. Oh, I could call Cobalt 3 and see if they'll let us up.
Cobalt 3, this is actual. Do you, copy? Over.
Cobalt 3 standing by.
Report your status.
Cobalt 3, what is your status?
Cobalt 1 and 2 secure. Assets en route to target.
Copy that. Stand by for updates, Cobalt 3.
Copy that, actual.
Locked.
The hatch at the top of the ladder leads to the upper deck. Apparently the girl you saw escaping through it has locked it behind her. So both locked from the other side.
Locked.
I don't want to tell them to... I don't want to tell Cobalt to abandon the mission yet, because it may be useful to call them in at some point. Or it might not, we'll just have to see. Opened crate, that wasn't there before.
I wonder what this was for.
AP ammunition. Interesting. I mean, technically I could open this up now.
Oops.
Bombs away. They shouldn't have left that there in the first place. Aha! Is this useful? Possibly not. The intake for the aerostat's turbofan engine. You can feel the powerful air current it's creating from where you stand. I mean, I could. That's going to make their life more difficult. Excuse me?
It's dangerous out there.
Okay, I won't do that then. Interesting they let me try that at all, really. Now non-functional, the turbine no longer creates a powerful force of suction. That the aerostat continues to move suggests at least one more engine somewhere else. Oh, suggests at least one more engine somewhere else on the hull. I don't really know which side is... Which side is starboard and which side is port, do I? Because of the nature of this being an adventure game where every time I change scene we get turned around. Actually, I suppose I could make some deductive reasoning. I suppose if that's the direction of the front of the ship and that's the back, then that must be the starboard side. So I could ask them to attack port.
Cobalt 3, this is actual. Do you, copy? Over.
Cobalt 3 standing by.
Cobalt 3, hostile sighted to port side.
Okay, that did nothing. I'm not sure I really want to be crashing this. Oh no, because it stays in the air via gas, doesn't it? So actually if I disable the engines, it'll just stop them from going anywhere. It shouldn't cause major problems. A thick pipe runs along the hull of the aerostat within arm's reach. Oh. Okay. If I can't go along here, I can't.
It's dangerous.
Then what's the point in letting me try? Can I climb higher?
I am not reaching into that.
Fair enough. But why can't I do this at all? Oh, I think I get it. This is risky.
Cobalt 3, this is actual. Do you, copy? Over.
Cobalt 3 standing by.
Intruder sighted to... This is starboard.
Cobalt 3, hostile sighted to starboard side.
Copy that. Already in position for intercept.
And they haven't appeared. Ooh, hello. Oh, that doesn't actually help us, I don't think. Hmm.
Cobalt, do you... Cobalt...
Copy that.
That does nothing. Only thing I can think is tell them to abandon mission and hope that they... But is this... I assume Cobalt is the code name for these security individuals, hence why when we were playing Miss Sesame and we knocked out the security guard and accessed and connected with them via wetware, why they turned up as Cobalt. I assume Cobalt is code name for all the security. Well, if this is someone aboard the ship, then I'm wondering if I tell them to abandon mission, will they come down? Regis is standardized on the counter. He may have been paralyzed, but it looks like they didn't want to take any chances.
I've got my own. Regis's wouldn't... Hey Regis, you want your stunner back?
Later. Gotta help this poor girl first.
Well, no reason not to have it on your person, just in case.
Excuse me?
Hello there.
How do you feel about Dr. Regis? Charles Regis?
I feel nothing particularly. I regret his decision to remove the embryos from the program, but
Nothing else? No anger? No revenge?
none at all.
Maybe it's the influence of the neural governor on your behavior.
By no means. The weight of that cruel apparatus has been lifted.
I guess because you're no longer attached to it.
And yet, I feel nothing that would warrant it.
Thanks for the...
You are most...
Interesting we've kept our items in the virtual world this time. I wonder if that was an oversight. The man's apparently taken several industrial rivets in the back. You're not sure you want to imagine the circumstances that led Regis to this. You find nothing on him but his unusable weapon and a communication system that you've already broken into.
Cobalt, do you...
Cobalt 3. Cobalt 1 and 2 secure. Assets en route to target.
Copy that. Cobalt 3, mission is compromised. Scrub the operation and return to base.
What? Negative, actual. Il Sitrep shows objectives not compromised.
Damn, worth a shot. Stand by for updates, Cobalt 3.
Copy that, actual.
I'm surprised they still trust actual. After that.
Locked.
What am I missing? What can we do? What can we do that I haven't tried already? A little bit of heat up there, but nothing useful, I don't think. Oh, it's just the light.
Locked.
I don't see how I'm getting up there without either some quite heavy equipment that could bust through one of those hatches, or someone up there letting us in. Can I compose a new message? No. Please reconnect via authorized terminal, red stroke special or higher, and try again. Refresh. No new messages. Perhaps if I could bring her around? But she won't accept the injector. To be fair, it would knock out all of her abilities if we did. Don't need surgery. I didn't think so, but I'm running out of ideas.
As much as I love shocking things, I don't think it'll help.
Hmm. The only real lead we have is that we can get out here, but we can't go far. What if I open the cargo bay doors and then go out? Does that change anything in any useful way? Not that I can tell. I'm trying to think, what is the use in going up here if we can't walk along here? We can't seem to get higher. We can't, like, do a muscle up and then climb up further. We can't seem to hide out here, because with the big window there, I wondered if that was the idea, if, like, we hide out here while we tell someone to come in here, like, using the comms. But that doesn't seem to be it.
Hey, Regis.
Yes, Dr. Lau?
I'll check in later. Locked.
What items do I have? The Traveller, the Jolt Gun, the Wetware, the Injector, the Cable, the Scalpel, the Thermal Visor, the CI Splitter, AP Ammunition. That's it. I don't know what the Scalpel or the Cable will be for. 2 meters of industrial alloy cable, strong enough to lift a small house, yet still extremely flexible. Do I use that to fashion some sort of harness for myself? Oh, if it's a pipe that's out there, actually a pipe, not a ledge, then yes, why couldn't I tie something round it and then round my waist? Oh my goodness.
That should be safer.
I should have thought about that a long time ago. Yes! Progress. Crisis agent. Ah, this is why we need the comms to get rid of them.
Cobalt 3, do you...
Cobalt 3.
So we're on the starboard side.
Cobalt 3, hostile sighted to port side.
Copy that. Moving into position.
Excellent. Progress has been made.
Verify identity. Voice print required. Cobalt 1-8 Sigma. Voice print confirmed. Please exit targeting zone.
Cobalt 1-8 Sigma. But if what triggered that what triggered the need to that voice protection? Oh, there's a turret there as well. Helium, that is indeed non-flammable. The visor appears to be out of charge. Wonderful. I mean, I could jolt gun the crisis agent, but the turret's right there. While taking him down would mean one less obstacle. The stunner doesn't have the reach necessary to hit him from here. I take it stepping out is yeah.
Target acquired. Target lost.
That was close.
And he didn't notice anything. Goodness me. Huh. Interesting little predicament we find ourselves in.
Cobalt 3, this is actual. Do you, copy? Over.
Cobalt 3 standing by.
Doesn't realise we're in the same room.
Cobalt 3, what is your status?
All systems go. Awaiting hostile contact.
Copy that. Cobalt 3, hostile sighted to port side.
Copy that. Moving into position.
Verify identity. Voice print required.
Cobalt 1-8 Sigma.
Voice print confirmed. Please exit targeting zone. Verify identity. Voice print required. Password incorrect.
That went badly. Okay, I thought we...
Acquired. Target lost.
That was close.
I thought we couldn't do that. Oh, interesting. Oh, I get it. This is pretty, oh my goodness. I just realised how we solved this. I was going to say, I thought we couldn't do that because we'd be in the targeted zone. But it looks like we could unlock it, unless we didn't unlock it. But I just realised the solution is not only expecting him to reply with the right password, it says something along the lines of voice print verified. So it actually knows what his voice sounds like. So, and we know this balloon's full of helium. So guess what? We let all the gas out, presumably using the scalpel. And then we have him walk past, and then he won't be able to verify properly. Hopefully he takes the turret out with him though.
Cobalt 3, this is actual. Do you, copy? Over.
Cobalt 3 standing by.
This is ridiculous.
Cobalt 3, hostile sighted to starboard side.
Copy that. Moving into position.
Verify identity. Voice print required.
Cobalt 1-8. Hey, what happened?
Voice print not identified.
No, wait, it's Cobalt 1-8 Sigma.
Voice print not identified. Terminating security threat.
Wait, stop.
Oh man.
Ammunition depleted.
Oh hey.
Target acquired.
Not much ammunition on it.
Ammunition depleted. Entering power save mode.
I mean, I didn't mean for you to kick him, but still, he got what was coming to him. I'm not sure he did. He's just private security. Well, that's progress. Oh dear.
Yep, they keep helium in here as well.
Hello?
User IFF not found. Consider hostile.
What is your objective?
What's your primary mission?
Objective, neutralize intruders.
How do you feel?
Power systems, nominal. Primary mission heuristics, active. Ammunition, depleted.
Hungry then. Blast that door.
Error, unauthorized user.
Oh, so you won't take my orders. I suppose you were just trying to kill me a minute ago.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been able to anyway because he doesn't have the ammo. I assume we just use the wetware to hack.
Wetware's not going to connect with that.
Oh, is it not? Huh. What about the splitter? Well, hey. This is absolutely ridiculous.
Hello?
Hi there.
How do you feel?
I'm just dandy, thanks. Except I'm all out of ammo.
Sorry about that. I'll see what I can do. What's your primary mission?
You asked me to come help on your case, Dr. Max.
Oh, good. They'll take our orders then.
Okie dokie.
Have some ammo.
Here you go.
Shame we don't have any more ammo to take out any more engines, though.
Hello?
Hi there.
Blast that door. Well?
I'm real sorry, Dr. Max. I just don't know how to drive this thing.
What?
I could make you a martini, though. Would that help?
Hello?
Hi.
Don't.
Oh.
Alright. Let's try this again. You're a turret, but your memory is of the maid and your personality is the chef.
Hello?
Hi there.
What's your primary mission?
You asking me to come help on your case, Dr. Max?
Good. You've remembered that. Your new role hasn't changed that.
Blast that door.
Stop! Just stop shooting at us. You'll blow the whole damned aerostat up.
I'm about to come in. Place your hands above your heads and remain
not
where
possible.
you are. Regis, I've got the suspects holed up. What's your status?
Good job, Lau. I've been doing some digging in here. Apparently, their intended destination is Fulcrum Tower.
She's gonna grab this stunner.
Let me send you the files.
Freeze!
Hi there. You're awake. How do you feel?
Are you alright? Does it hurt anywhere?
Get nuked. You're the one who tried to kill me in the first place.
Circumstances were different.
Yes, I planted the bomb. I apologize for what I did, but I can't take it back.
Why are you trying to kill me?
I wasn't, specifically, but something very important was on the line. My judgment was affected, but now that's been resolved. You're safe with me now.
Nuke you, man! I need to get out of here. Get out of my way. I'll shoot.
No, you won't.
It's a signature weapon, that's true. You look like a good person. Let's try. Let's give them the option to do the right thing.
I can see it in your eyes, and the way you're holding that weapon. You don't want to shoot. You're a good person.
You don't know me.
Deep down, you know I just want to help you, and you want that help too.
You're not going to shoot me. That's how I...
Regis, you still there?
Uh-oh.
Anyone comes through that door, Chantel, you make them regret that decision.
Got it.
Regis! You just shot a cell agent trying to help you.
He tried to kill me!
Hang on, Regis. Wait a minute.
That means she has your DNA.
You're the girl who was with Dr. Vargas. Galatea, right?
Gala what?
Oh yeah, he never met
You all
Galatea.
right?
I'll be fine. Apparently it wasn't as empty as I thought. The counter must have had a charging plate.
More to the point, how did she shoot you with your own signature weapon?
I'm not sure.
Hold still. Just need to scan you. Regis? Why does this girl have half of your genome?
What?
This girl, who yesterday was introduced as Dr. Vargas's daughter.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Vargas doesn't have a daughter. Oh my god.
He used the embryos.
God, he couldn't have.
What? What is it?
That son of a bitch. I know who you are, and I'm so sorry.
Runtime.
You can't withdraw the embryo now! We're finished without it!
What part of no wasn't clear, Baxter? We've decided not to use our embryos in the project. We'll find another way to do it.
You don't know what's at stake! Our reputations, our whole careers could be made or broken by this!
Dr. Baxter, we've made our decision.
He's poisoned you against us! Don't let his antiquated morals stand in the way of what we can achieve here!
Thanks to Charlie, I've seen things from a more holistic perspective. There's more to life than the project.
Bah!
Thanks, Vicky.
Thank you, Charlie. We're starting our lives together, and that's what's most important to me. Ah! Adam, what are you doing?
Do you know what will happen when this project fails? There's nowhere left to go for me after this. My career is in ruins. I've no future without this project. Do you see, Dr. Regis? You have ended me!
Huh.
You have ended me.
You wouldn't be dead that quickly.
Vicky.
My God. So that means that this girl is...
They must have continued their research after I left the project. Duplicated the embryo to use as a baseline.
Yeah, that's why they look like
That
identical
means
twins.
I'm your... Oh, Nuke, I think I'm gonna be sick.
Max, this is my daughter.
Biologically speaking.
The engines have cut out.
Or we've arrived. Uh-oh.
Damn, they got past.
Looks like we're not just stopped. We're docked. Uh-oh. I recognize that office.
Vargas's office, that's what's Fulcrum Tower. Oh, I actually have control of multiple people now. This is new. Huh. 2 people, to be precise. But I've lost most of their inventory. I was going to try and take the... Oh no, I do have control of all 3. Oh, it's a bug. Yeah, that should be Regis's picture, but it isn't. Huh.
Sorry, Doc. They got past after I ran out of bullets. Took 3 of them, though.
Nothing remains in the control room except for the slaughtered bodies of several hired guns. Yeah, I was going to collect the personality, but I guess that's not a thing. From the turret again.
Galatea, my dear, don't do this.
It's too late to stop me now, Father.
Damn it.
She sealed the elevators. I'll try a breach.
Charlie, we must stop them. I fear her plans risk endangering the entire city.
Cram it, you son of a bitch. You
Charming.
cloned my embryos after Vicky was gone. Then you continued the experiments after I was out of the picture.
Dr. Regis, I can only imagine how you must feel.
What did I just say? You don't get to talk. Max, what do we know about this? About Galatea's plan?
Well, she has a dense storage module full of stolen mind states, and apparently she's now taken Central's processor core by force.
Ransom power? Central's nature?
She's going to change Central's fundamental nature.
How? It plans outcomes based on input from millions of trance users in the city.
Exactly. She's going to give it a more fixed frame of reference.
I fear that you are correct, doctors. As it stands, Central serves not merely to coordinate city operations.
It doesn't?
No, Dr. Lau. In fact, this may represent one of mankind's greatest achievements. I have been using its position, one of absolute trust and resources, to teach it.
Teach it? About what?
About life, the world, the human condition, what it means to share the world with us. I and the city have given it a position on high, from which it can observe everything.
At the cost of its duties to the city?
I believe not, Dr. Regis. However, Galatea shared your concern. She believes it's important that Central's intellect be suitably equipped sooner rather than later.
Oh, God. Regis, what do we have to do to the maid when we wanted it to behave in a different way?
We gave it a new personality.
She's taken the mind states of experts across a number of fields. She wants to combine them into a gestalt, all-knowing personality for Central.
Galatea wishes to skip over the years of education it may otherwise have taken and create an all-knowing leader for the city overnight.
With a combined experience of about 8 centuries from the mind-jacking victims.
Please, you must stop her. She'll have to upload the gestalt personality from the cortex matrices at the top of the tower.
We'll stop her, but I'm not doing this for you, Central, or the city. It's for the people whose lives have been the cost of your glorious work. For Vicky, for our kids. Come on, Lau.
Nina, I did not know you were still here.
Nobody else is doing any work. It looks like it's up to me to salvage this project.
Don't get me wrong. I appreciate your attitude. but we have lost half of our team in one fell swoop. Poor Viksha. I cannot say that I blame Charlie for removing the embryos from the project after that.
Mm-hmm. Embryos.
I know that look, Nina. There is something that you are hiding.
Maybe.
My God, this data. You...
Here's the thing about embryos. While they're at the 6 to 8 cell stage, they're very easy to split. It's been the basis of cloning for a century. It's how twins are made.
You duplicated Viksha and Charlie's embryo.
Mm-hmm. He's happy he's got his embryo back. I'm happy that I've got another 3 full embryos to continue the project.
I'm not sure what to say.
Say thanks to me, and say nothing to Charlie. When Central is born, he'll assume we found another solution. This can just be our little secret.
They had both men and women on the project. Why didn't they just make more embryos in the lab? They would have the resources to do so. Why did they have to take Doctors Vicky and Charlie Regis's embryos specifically to do that? I called up portable antenna waiting to be deployed.
We're
Okay.
getting a signal. The antenna's broadcasting. Now use the controls in the turbine room to give us access to the tower's security.
I'm not sure you're working with us, to be honest. The antenna has already been deployed and is apparently working as planned. I should have paid more attention to what she just said. Most of this man's body has been crushed by the elevator platform. Not sure whether he fell first, but the eventual result has rendered that point moot. Processor core. Blimey.
My God, they actually did it.
Interface chair.
No way in hell I'm getting in that thing.
Perhaps you won't, but I know someone that probably would, and will probably do very well out of it. Oh, is the end of this going to be that Miss Sesame ends up merging?
What is this stuff?
Merging with Central, and everyone lives happily ever after.
Whoa.
Mandala.
Nice to see you. They didn't help her, to be fair. Oh, so is Jinsil actually Central?
You two-faced lying backstabber.
I apologize, Mandala.
You sold me out. They knew I was coming. What did you get out of it? How much was I worth?
Mandala, please.
You are going to regret crossing me. I have had enough of being used.
Please, be reasonable.
Get nuked. The only reason you're even here is because you're still relaying through me. Remember this moment. It's the last time you'll ever see the inside of Central.
That may have been slightly extreme. Jinsil. Yeah, that was the last message we received. I'm slightly surprised she didn't send another message almost immediately. Pop group seeks asylum. The popular boy band Euphonics, currently on a world tour including Eurofed, Newton and SoCal, have been sentenced to death in absentia by a court in their home state of Oklahoma. The verdict, issued by the presiding judge Pastor William Phipps of the Patriotic Tribunal Board, was given after accusations of treasonous conduct, blasphemy and incitement to immorality on an unprecedented scale. While not acting as part of the legal government of Oklahoma, currently occupied by Concord peacekeepers, the ruling by an influential community figure carries a great deal of weight with much of its population, making it no longer safe for the group to return. There is also a risk that fanatics may attempt to act on this judgment outside of their own territory. Currently in Newton, on their second night, the group's management have apparently sought asylum arrangements with the city-state. Henry Timber, Newton's exterior minister, has confirmed that protection is being sought, stating that the city will not allow people to be forced to make a choice between free speech and their safety. We welcome these young men to our community and will continue to oppose that blatant hypocrisy still rife in the Concord. Some analysts suspect that the timing of the ruling intentionally coincided with Euphonic's world tour. No longer able to return, it's likely that their assets within Concord territory will be seized by the state or warlord forces.
Hey, Max.
Yeah, Regis?
You alright?
How are you holding up?
I'm a little awestruck. Never thought I'd see Central's core.
Especially not under attack.
Exactly. How about you?
I'm fine.
Regis.
How do you think I'm taking it? I discovered that the man who killed my wife has been after me from beyond the grave.
On the plus side, you found you have a daughter. You need to work out what you can do to protect what you have now.
Perhaps you're right.
Central. Oh, the situation.
What's the situation?
Central's lost its connection to city infrastructure. Backup systems are holding for now, so nobody's going to get hurt because of it.
It must be because of what they're doing to the core.
Galatea sealed herself inside the Cortex processor, at the top of the tower. It's likely she's trying to apply the mind state she's stolen.
Trying to alter how Central thinks.
Making the kind of governor she finds more agreeable.
She can't stay in there forever.
She doesn't have to. If we leave her too long, we could lose Central.
As we know it anyway.
We need to get to the control consoles in the turbine room.
Right.
Good idea. Then we can shunt the allocated power around. Nina, Dr. Jong, wants power for the tower's transceiver. That'll allow her hackers to dismantle Central's programming.
But then there'll be nothing. It'll be like lobotomizing the city.
Temporarily, until they organize a replacement. The alternative would be shunting the power back to Central.
Then it could help us break the Cortex room's security seal.
But it's no good talking about it if we can't get to the console.
We need to bring him in. I guess this is one of those situations where Central would use the term neutralize.
Yeah, what about the mindjacker though, who's still on the loose?
We need to get
good idea. That
but then it'll be
temporal turn.
Then
but
we need, I guess.
I'm guessing Jinsil would have also offered an option, but it's too late for that now.
We need to gain access to the Cortex core.
Galatea is sealed in.
Not much, except tamper with Central's cognitive processes.
So exactly what she plans to.
Precisely. We need to get in and stop her.
Part of her door's security is likely system-based. Beyond my level, though. We need to find someone who can hack.
It's likely got redundancies that rely on external power. Let's look for those as well.
We might need to split up. We can cover more ground that way.
Good thinking. Time's short. We can coordinate our actions if we need to work together.
We'll catch up.
Sure.
Don't seem to be anything to do in here now. Oh.
Good evening, Miss Sesame.
Central, are you connected to this system as well?
From a certain frame of reference, this system is Central. You are currently interfaced with my core processor.
This room?
The room full of orange globes is your core processor?
Only part of it. My processor spans the top 5 floors of Fulcrum Tower. The room in which your body resides is my organic processor network. The simulated environment you currently perceive is an interface that covers my architecture.
You're an organic computer?
I've only ever seen organic computing at the microscale. What's with the huge globes?
Those are neural processors. Each is filled with specialized tissue clusters. Suspended in wetware, they represent thousands of minds worth of processing capability.
You use brain tissue?
Of a specially designed nature in vast quantities, similar to that found within your own cerebrum.
Why would they create you like that?
It allows for a unique structure to my thought and to my development. Central is no mere civic manager. I was created as the next stage in artificial intelligence.
My own cerebrum?
Wait, you said our brain tissue is similar.
You are Lotha Sesame SN134244. We share a common genesis in Dr. Vargas' experiments in 2067.
You're using my gray matter?
Inaccurate. We both began from the same embryo, which was split into 3 triplets. One was developed to produce
Galatea.
large quantities of neural tissue.
And the others were spares?
As the modification to the brain structure took place before the pluralization, we share a number of traits which enhance our comprehension of data.
It's funny. All my life I kept telling people I was made for the trance.
As were we both. The prenatal modifications remain within you and have affected brain development.
I grew up in a nuked up care home in the back end of the city, and Regis apparently had his children stolen from him. Why didn't you tell any of us about this?
Deceit has created a most regrettable situation. You have both been victims of serious crimes against your persons. I have only recently been made aware of these details.
You didn't know? They didn't tell you where you came from?
Details have been falsified for my input. I have been unaware of our links. I had, however, noted inconsistencies in the information I had been given regarding the project.
Gaps in the story.
I have been conducting my own clandestine investigation into the matter. It is only in light of the recent crisis that I have been able to confirm the truth.
Now that you know about it, what are you going to do?
I am unable to change the fact that I was created. There is evidence of Dr. Vargas' culpability in a number of felonies. To ensure city security, he will be held accountable for his actions by a secure committee.
Frankenstein's monster rises up against its creator.
I act
That's
only
not very
in the
nice.
city's interest.
Do you know Dr. Regis?
I am aware of the activities of everyone within the city. Regis, Charles, Doctor, Case Specialist, Centralized Emergency Logistics Office.
That's him. He tried to kill me last night.
This is incorrect. Tried implies effort towards a targeted outcome. Analysis of data provided indicates that he has made no attempt on your life.
But my apartment? He destroyed it? He admitted it.
This is correct. It appears that his goal was material destruction under duress. Knowing of your presence, probability that he would have carried out such actions drops to 21.4%.
You're saying he wouldn't have done it?
Dr. Regis is often uncooperative and has a difficult attitude. Despite such quirks, behavior patterns indicate justice as a key motivator. If he had known of potential civilian casualties, he would likely have sought assistance against said blackmailers from his partner.
Huh. So you're saying he's one of the good guys?
As much as could be mathematically determined.
Dr. Regis was chasing a bunch of embryos they took.
A set fertilized by Doctors Charles and Viksha Regis. One of these was utilized in research in 2067.
That was the one that was split. That became me, Galatea, and you? So, in a way, you're my sister?
An overly romanticized style. The organic tissue that is the foundation of my processor was created from her. Modified stem cells were drawn from the primary embryo in a destructive process.
Oh, so you were made from bits of my unborn sister?
That is more accurate.
Do you know what's going on?
Do you know what's happening out there?
My flow of data from outside the tower has been severed. It appears that Galatea Vargas is attempting to modify core systems without authorization. Based upon the lockdown and lack of submitted proposals, it is likely to be a radical alteration. This cannot be permitted.
What do you think I should do?
We need to stop Galatea, but maybe I should just leave it to the trained cell agents.
Our situation is grave. We are unlikely to receive outside support in time. As such, all personnel assets within the core must be utilized.
So, you want my help?
Your unique physiology enables a connection to the organic systems available to no other. In addition, your 65,717 logged hours of transactivity suggest proficiency in this field.
Is it really that many?
Your support within the interactive environment greatly increases our chances of success.
Oh, I missed the exact number there, but roughly how long is that? Right, it was of the order of 660,000 hours, wasn't it? That can't be right. In fact, even if I was out by an order of magnitude and it was 66,000 hours, roughly, that would still add up to about 7.5 years. That is, without taking any breaks, which seems unlikely. That would mean that she was spending most of her life in the trance since early childhood, which, yeah, seems doubtful. Can you help us stop Galatea?
Can you do anything else to help us stop Galatea?
She appears to have barricaded herself within the Cortex processor at the top of the tower. There are 3 layers of redundant security, 2 of which I have no access to whatsoever. However, I can apply my considerable processor volume to decryption of its adaptive barrier.
That's amazing. The power of the city's entire AI versus a door encryption?
But as my connections have been limited by her attack,
sounded too good to be true.
If extra power can be routed to my systems from the turbine room, I can breach part of the door's security barrier. It would also allow me to prevent any further opportunistic attacks from outside parties.
Can you help us stop Galatea? We've asked
Let me
that.
get back to you.
Please try not to damage my hardware.
Interesting. Connection barrier. Interesting. Very interesting. Connection to visual systems. Interesting. Intruder. Okay, that's good information. Turbine standby. Drone. Interesting. I can get the drone up here, but I don't know what the point is.
Huh. Guess it just got eaten up by the machinery.
But I can make another? Good. Okay. I don't quite understand this, but okie doke. Oh, I see what they're trying to do here.
Huh. Guess it just got eaten up by the machinery.
Okay. But why though? What's the point in this? No! I forgot it just keeps going once it reaches that point. Right. Okay. So if I stop the power when it's over here... will it make it?
Huh. Guess it just got...
Nope. Then what's the point? Disconnect from camera. don't get it. Hmm. Alright. We'll worry about that more in a second. Picked up grenade.
Useful. Call it a hunch.
The body of one of the remaining strike team members. Apparently cell officers managed to bring him down.
I wouldn't know where to start. I understand Central's organic component, but I've no idea what this is for.
Can we go higher out of curiosity? Yes. The door at the top of the processor tower apparently leads to Central's logic center. According to the lights above the door, the locks preventing your access are active. Okay, so that's nice. The game actually clearly indicates that there are 3 locks and we can clearly see which ones are active to Alrighty. Turbines, mine jacker, power supply. Can you take up the power supply without hurting yourself? I take it if we walk in here, things won't go well. Yeah. Oh, I get it. I think I understand now. So actually, the reason there's 2 paths the little robot can take is because I have a peaceful solution
Guess it just got eaten up by the
and a vengeful solution. So the peaceful solution...
We're getting a signal. The antenna's broadcasting. Now use the controls in the turbine room to give us access to the tower's security.
Oh, so if I take out the power, then they won't have access to the tower security.
We're getting a... Now you...
What happened to the... Wait, voice, jolt gun, okay, traveller, leather, this is very bugged. Ah, there's the stuff. There's the grenade, that's what I wanted. So if I take the power out, does that mean that we won't be able to have them break the security? You pull the pin, then carefully place the grenade into the drone's storage. That's not going to last very long if you just pulled the pin. Well, let's try it the way which doesn't lead to killing him. Actually, what is the point in taking out the power? What's that actually going to achieve?
Regis?
Blimey. Oh, the power's back on.
You are under arrest.
Excellent. Justice will successfully arrest the mindjacker.
Better not. He might end up having an accident if I have to spend much longer with him. He's not Baxter, and despite what he's done, he needs help.
Civic continuity.
Thank you. I am beginning the process of removing the scrambler on the server room door. I have removed the scrambler. Partial access restored. We are one step closer to restoring continuity to civic processes.
Okay, wonderful. Central's already been given access to the security system and broken the scrambler on the door. What now, though? Oh, I have an idea. If I go to Miss Sesame, when she pulls that little door open, does that remove one of the locks? Yes. So there's only one lock left. I just don't know what lock it is. So let's have a word with Dr. Lau quickly. They might have an idea.
Hey, Max.
Yeah, Regis?
The power room.
We need to get to the control consoles in the turbine room.
Good idea. Then we can shunt
We've
the
done that.
allocated power around. Nina, Dr. Jong, wants power for the tower's transceiver. That'll...
But it'll
Yeah, we've already done that.
We need... I guess... We'll catch...
Sure.
Hey, Regis.
Yeah?
We'll catch...
Sure.
Okay. I don't know where the last lock is, that's the problem. Lock power. Power systems online. Lock system security. Lock command access. Access denied. Security measures in place. Apparently the override command needs to be given to force a door open. Apparently this man was a technician. You take his wrench. Move, 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 move. Wow, so this is actually a section in the game where inventory items could go to any of the characters. That the items aren't linked to an individual character. That seems unnecessary.
Now all he gets out of this is one hell of an identity crisis. That's not possible.
Power supply.
Huh?
I don't get it. I mean, I think we've done everything we can do there.
I'd better not touch it. I might risk harming Central.
I don't know where we would... lock power. Maybe Central has some input.
Central?
Good evening, Latha.
Can you do anything else to help us stop Galatea?
She appears to have barricaded herself within the Cortex processor at the top of the tower.
Mm-hmm.
There are 3 layers of redundant security, 2 of which I have no access to whatsoever. However, I can apply my considerable processor volume to decryption of its adaptive barrier.
That's amazing. The power of the city's entire AI versus a door encryption?
But as my connections have been limited by her attack,
sounded too good to be true.
If extra power can be routed
We've
to
done
my
that.
systems from the turbine room, I can breach part of the door's security barrier. It would also allow me to prevent any further opportunistic attacks from outside parties.
Let me get...
Please.
Oh, opportunistic attacks by outside parties. That's a reference to Jahilia and Jinsel. I'm obviously missing something. What is the power lock? And presumably the wrench is used to... to address the power lock? Do you know anything about the power lock?
Dr. Vargas?
Ah, Dr. Lau. It is good to see someone remaining level-headed amidst this crisis.
Oh, don't get me wrong. What was done to Regis and to these kids was appalling. But right now, my responsibility as a cell agent is to ensure the city's security and by extension, Central. I'll try to keep you...
No, nothing. Is there anything I can do in here that I missed? I do notice that we can't...
Wow, talk about organic computing.
I did note we can't get Miss Sesame out of here. There doesn't appear to be a way for her at this point to... Oh, power conduit, that might be it. There doesn't appear to be a way for her to leave the trance. Is that right? Or have I made that up? Oh no, she can leave. I take it back. I was making that up.
The organic component of Central's mind. I wonder if Regis has realized that this matter probably shares a lot of DNA with him.
According to the readout on the screen, the organic systems are running with intolerance. The power conduit runs up the wall, further up into the tower. Judging by the glow, it's working as expected. Right, is that what I used the wrench on?
That's not possible.
No? Scalpel? Doesn't need surgery. Jolt gun.
As much as I love shot...
I wonder whether you should have stopped her. That is Miss Sesame putting on the helmet to connect with Central. So because we've decided not to ally ourselves with Jinsel, presumably that means Miss Sesame can't join us at the end. We can only have 2 of the characters go in there.
That's not possible.
Oh, this is frustrating. Just one more lock to go, and I just genuinely don't know what is expected of me to be able to defeat it.
Hey, Regis.
Yeah?
We'll catch up later.
Sure.
The lights are linked to the systems they control, though only as indicators. They have no influence over the locks themselves. Lock power online. I don't get it. Where is this lock power? I don't see anything here that I can interact with. What have we got? We've got a wrench, a scalpel, some wetware, a jolt gun, and a traveller. It's bugged again. Nothing here. Huh. Yeah, it's bugged. There we go. Voice. Jolt gun. Traveller.
We're getting a signal. The antenna's broadcasting. Now use the controls in the turbine room to give us access to the tower's security.
Yeah, we're not doing that. Wait, do you have wetware, Lau? I think you did. Oh, but the game's bugged again. Doesn't do well with swapping between the inventories. Can you interface with the door directly? The door is resistant to physical damage. Another way to open it will need to be found. Okay.
Wetware's not good.
Ooh. I think it's not having a lead at all, which is the most frustrating part about this. Like, I don't even know which room in this facility I'm supposed to be. Spinning machinery. The rotor in this mechanism spins so quickly as to blur before your vision. The result, you'll be unable to stop the machine with your bare hands. Anything moving that fast would cause serious damage to whatever it touches. Hold on. I just had a thought. It's problematic if I'm right, but it's worth checking. If we go back to Miss Sesame, she had the ability to stop the turbine temporarily, didn't she? Would that stop the power? But if so, presumably that would put one of the locks back in place. Yeah, one of the locks is back in place. Right, let's go back here. The camera 1. Oh, I can no longer cut the power here. Okay, so I suppose that was purely, as I say, for the choice between letting him live or not. Tell you what, if I haven't solved it, I don't know, in the next 6 minutes or so, I'll look up the solution. Which would be a shame, because I don't think I've had to... I could be wrong, I don't think I've had to look anything up in this game yet.
Central?
Good evening,
Let me get...
Please.
Central?
Good evening, Latha.
I swear she's saying anything, Latha, not
me get
good
back,
evening.
please.
Do you know what? I'm just going to look it up. I need some sort of hint. I need to know roughly what I'm trying to achieve here, because I don't even know what the power lock is connected to. I am worried that there is a sort of inconsistency that Central wants lots of power to be able to decrypt the door security, but there's a power lock. What do we do? Remove all power to get through the lock? It's there's possibly a contradiction there. Unfortunately, I'm probably just going to have to go through this walkthrough I found and just read it from top to bottom until I find the bit I'm missing. Oh, okay. I think I know what needs to be done now. I didn't completely read it, but the essential detail I got there, but maybe I should save just in case. I'll even make an extra save. The detail I got is apparently once I've used the first grenade, I can pick up a second grenade. Okay, so that threw me off. But I think I can probably send something into the control systems. Is that the idea, or do I go for the power supply a second time? Not clear, is it? But that's what I got. I got the fact that I'm apparently allowed to pick up a grenade again. So I presume I was supposed to do two things in that room. I think I'm going to go for the power supply again, partly because the other option to go via the turbine, as far as I could see, only existed to take him out anyway when he was over there. Like, I can't see anything else over there that I'd really expect to be. Oh. Okay. Maybe I don't use the drone. I use the grenade directly then? On something? Okay, so despite my apprehension, I think this is about the right level of hint, pointing out that I can pick up a second grenade, and it presumably has some sort of use.
I can't figure that out.
You can trust your aim to get a grenade close enough, but if you could get a grenade into the machinery somehow... Right, but how would I do that without another drone? Oh, I hope this section of the game isn't just bugged. How would I, if I'm not allowed to spawn another drone, how would I get the grenade into the machinery? Let me reload this. The save I just made. Oh, this is before I picked up the second grenade, isn't it?
It might be useful. Call it a hunch.
Because the problem is, if I could get it into the machinery somehow, might be a hint for something that we decided not to do in the end. It may be that it really was just a binary choice there. You either try and take the minejacker out, or you try and temporarily turn the power off.
I can't.
The power systems were apparently able to reboot themselves. That brief moment helped you stop the minejacker. An array of hazardous looking machinery that makes up part of central power systems. I'm gonna look it up again. Okay. Apparently it had nothing to do with the grenade. Whether that will come in useful later or not, I don't know. But apparently Lau can just touch the blue cable in the processor room to disable the power lock. Apparently when I was investigating that blue cable I missed that. Ugh, that was a sickening squelch.
Power conduit Alpha, temporary shutdown. Reactivation in 30 seconds.
Oh, there we go. That was it. That's what I was missing. What? That should have worked. Huh. Why did that not work?
Power system cycled. Reinitializing conduit Alpha.
I think that could have been a bug. I think that should have worked. There could be an alternative way to do that one. No, I think that should have worked. Yeah. Perhaps it's a issue with the order I did things in? I just want to do something quickly. I don't know what the wrench is for, but if Lau's going to be down here when Regis goes through, then he should probably have the wrench just in case. I assume I can transfer items between party members. I've not tried before.
Take this.
Excellent, that does work. Let's try that again. So this should work. In fact, since the only lock that's down right now is the one that we did by... It's the door encryption one. It's the one we did by routing power to Central. If I was misunderstanding what's happening here, and it is in fact the case that this conduit, power conduit, and the door that Miss Sesame held open do the same lock, which seems pretty unlikely, but if that is the case, then we'll know now because this should still disable one of the locks.
Conduit Alpha, temporary shutdown. Reactivation in 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's just not working, is it? I'm looking this up. I mean, it just seems like it's bugged.
Power system cycled. Reinitializing conduit Alpha.
2 times the power shut down to make it work. Is there a second? Is there a second place where the power is? I don't see it. Got it. Okay, I know what needs to be done now. Oh, shame I didn't figure it out for myself, but never mind. So there's another power conduit we need to just touch. That's why it's saying alpha. There's presumably alpha and beta conduits. I don't see it. Is it in here? Nope. Halfway between the second and third floor. I assume they mean this being the second. That? You're unable to reach the power conduit at this distance. How then? You make a grab for the power conduit, but the lift's movement carries you past the access point before you can disable it. Huh. Apparently the platform's controls are locked out while in motion. Though this may have been an idea for safety, you can't help but think that a railing might have been a better start. Interesting. Okay, this is alright. We're on the right track. But other than using the grenade, I don't know what else I could try.
That'd be a waste.
Fair enough. Ah, is that what the wrench is for? Oh. Ah. Okay, I think we can do it now.
Power conduit alpha, temporary shutdown. Reactivation in 30 seconds. Power conduit beta, temporary shutdown. All power systems cycled, deactivating security systems.
Well, hey. Progress. Let's get through that door before the power comes back up.
Galatea, step away from the console.
No need for violence. I surrender. You're
She's
just
already done
too
it.
late to stop me, though. Huh?
What is this place?
Dr. Baxter.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Latha, where are you?
I'm stuck in a trance sim. It's full of ghosts.
A sim? Oh no. The lock was a ruse to get you to connect to the Cortex system.
What did you do?
I've just added the final component for Central's new personality. I'd already acquired the expertise, the minds from all over the world.
Then you needed a way to make them compatible.
Precisely. But there are only 3 examples in the world of the neural architecture used in Central. The matter already in use, my own brain tissue, of course.
And your sister.
In a few minutes, the organic memory module will have finished imprinting over Latha's mind. Central will have received the upgrade it deserves. Dozens of lifetimes of expertise.
You're killing her.
In only the most technical sense. Don't worry, Father. You'll still have me.
Corpseman, remove her.
Hello?
We've got to get her out of this. Get her out of that damn chair.
There's too much neural activity. The interrupt will leave her brain dead. We'll have to find something we can do at this end.
Okay. What's in here anyway?
Ah, Dr. Pereira. So good to finally be working with someone of real talent.
No, I'm Mandala.
Ah, I apologize, my dear.
What is this place?
What is this place? We're obviously still in the trance, but
I had been wondering about that myself.
all of these cages, it's like a prison.
I do not believe so. I know prisons all too well. Having been here for some time, this is more of a waiting room.
Why did you think I was Viksha?
Wait, why do you think I was Viksha? Dr. Pereira.
The family resemblance is unmistakable.
How can you see my face? We're in the trance.
How did she know about Viksha?
My dear, of that similarity, there can be no confusion.
Was she told Viksha's name? I know she heard about the embryos being fertilized and all that, and her being a descendant, and therefore, Dr. Charles Regis being her biological father. But did she get told more details about her mother than that? Her biological mother?
Who are you exactly?
Adam Baxter, PhD. Delighted to meet you, Miss Mandala, was it?
You're Baxter?
Quite so. Or I believe as such.
You're his memories. That mindjacker stole your consciousness.
That is an interesting theory, my dear.
But memories aren't the same as consciousness.
You killed my mother. In the lab, you killed Vicky Pereira.
I did? I'm sorry, my dear. I have no recollection of such a thing.
I guess they didn't take those memories from you.
One ought to remember something as significant as that.
I guess I've only got Dr. Regis' word to go on now.
Regis?
You say they didn't take those memories. It's possible that they were extracted. Or rather, they say they took the memories from him. Perhaps it's more accurate to say he was taken, except for those memories which weren't taken from the mindjacker's mind.
What are all these ghosts? They're just standing there, staring.
I've been putting my mind, or what's left of it, to the question. If this is a waiting room, there might perhaps be other guests?
They aren't nearly as detailed as what's left of you. Maybe they needed more of your mind than of theirs.
Perhaps the Watchers have merely resigned themselves to their fate.
Is there a way out?
Is there a way out of here?
All I can see is nothingness, filled with icosahedral cages. Although, the way you feel...
Me? I feel fine.
No. You are pulling us, drawing us in. As though you are where we ought to be going.
There's no way out through me. Dead end in my brain. Oh, Nuke. That's the whole point. You know Dr. Regis?
That name is an all-consuming catalyst of hatred. But I can't for the life of me remember why.
You killed his wife. His evidence put you away for 20 years. And apparently
His evidence?
he's my father.
Oh, he
It
was a
feels
witness.
As though, for many years, I've wanted nothing more than to strangle the life out of him. But while I know I hate him, I do not understand why.
What can you remember?
Professional memory. I could relate much of my academic career to you.
What about your time in prison?
I was in prison?
How about your childhood?
Nothing. This is most troubling, I must say.
Obviously, Galatea decided they didn't need those memories. Anything else?
That is a difficult question to answer. It's only by looking for memory that one knows it isn't there. Everything else is just feelings, shreds here and there.
you've still got enough to be cognate.
An interesting philosophical issue. How much memory is needed for the threshold of consciousness?
Again, not the same thing. But when he was looking at the icosahedron, he said that he's known prison, and now he says that he doesn't remember ever being in prison. So there's some inconsistency here.
The personalities in here, the ghosts. I'm connected to a system that's trying to upload them into my wiring, my brain.
Myself included, it would appear. I have enough awareness to understand that this is not a desirable situation for you.
You think?
I shall do what I can to slow them. You must find a way to freeze the march of the mind states.
I've got to figure this out.
Don't wander too far.
Right.
Can we just pull the module?
I don't think so. The interrupt in the data flow will probably leave her brain damaged. Maybe if we could get it to stop the transfer, though.
I'm listening.
What's with all the water?
It's a coolant. The systems work at their peak around -40°C.
She must have cut the power to the coolant systems to work in here.
I don't think the wetware in the module would like it either.
Can we do anything to the Cortex servers themselves?
If we had more time, I could hook my own wetware up to it. It'd take hours to sort through the normal operational garbage, though.
What's with all the water?
It's a coolant. The systems work at their peak around -40°C.
She must have cut the power to the coolant systems to work in here.
I don't think the wetware in the module would like it either.
A door at the end of the walkway hiding another panel.
A power switch. It's been turned off. Lau, why was the memory module in Vanderwall's refrigerator?
I don't know for sure, but I think it's because of its wetware. Like any organic system, it has a peak temperature at which it operates, about 15°C.
So, he might have been trying to get it to stop by lowering its temperature.
Unsuccessfully, since it managed to override his wetware.
But the theory's sound, right?
Hey, stop!
His kitchen refrigerator wasn't enough. If we power up the freezer in here, we can bring it down to -40.
If you power it up now, the door will lock as the system cycles. Yeah, but we'd be trapped in here for at least 4 hours, in lethal cold.
Can we just...
I don't think... Maybe...
How did she do it then? The other way round? She must have been able to remotely switch the power. I don't have the option of going to Lau anymore. What else can we do? Not a lot. So we can leave. But we can't go any further.
We must get to know each other better after this. You can tell me about my mother.
Yes, Doctor.
Carry on, Corpseman.
Okay, that wasn't very useful. I do have a wrench, for what it's worth, and I do have a grenade. And a jolt gun.
Hey, stop! I want to save Latha, but I'm not going to let you freeze us to death doing it.
That's fine. Get outside before I throw the switch.
I can't let you do this, Regis.
What are you gonna do, stun me?
If I have to, but I don't think you're going to risk killing me in here. If I stay, you live.
Nina, can you hear me? No answer. Either it's not working or she's just biding her time.
Can we grab some of that cable? Oh, the balloon's gone. Okay. That'll be why we couldn't communicate.
Anything to the Cortex servers themselves.
If we had more time, it'd take.
The only thing I could have not picked up the grenade. The only things I would know I would have here are the Traveller, the jolt gun, the voice technically, and the wrench.
I'm not sure what I was thinking.
No.
We've got to stop the simulation trapping Lotha somehow.
I'm not sure what. That'd be.
Okay, so it's good to confirm that's not the solution. What is? We have the servers, the memory module, and the power switch.
Lau, do you think we could?
I know what you're thinking, and the answer's no. The systems are well shielded against charge surges.
Damn.
Sorry. Unlike at Vanderwall's, the shoot-it approach won't help.
There are no connection to server stroke cell. What is that liquid? Is it water?
Can we do anything?
If we had more to take.
That doesn't make much sense though, because it would be frozen, very frozen at -40.
What's with all the water?
It's a coolant. The system.
She must.
Okay, just some nondescript coolant. Okay. Can Miss Sesame activate
Can't reach them.
the coolant system remotely? I can only see one way out of this, and I don't like it.
Sorry, Max.
Sir, you shot her.
Carry on, Corpseman. Make sure she's safe until she comes around.
Yes, sir.
Warning. Coolant systems active. Target value, -40 Celsius. Beginning maintenance cycle. Estimated completion, 6 hours.
Nothing else I can do now.
What's happening? Something's disrupting the connection.
Whatever it is, it feels very restful.
Right, if you get up there quickly, you might be able to save him.
Ugh. What? Oh no. Regis. Corpseman, how long have I been out?
A couple of hours, ma'am.
Ah.
Dr. Regis asked me to make sure you were okay before he went back in there.
Into the Cortex server? Oh no, he didn't. Regis! Regis, hang on!
There are a few things I regret. No matter what I do, there's nothing that can change most of them.
She's safe, Regis. You got her out.
That's good. Maybe with what I've done now, I can fix the most important ones.
Hang on, Regis. We're almost in.
I've wasted so many years. Out of shame. Out of fear. If I have one more chance. One more.
Regis? Regis! I can't feel anything. Get the medic! Don't do this. Don't do this, Charlie.
He lost an arm.
Hi.
Oh no.
Max, Dr. Lau, told me you'd be here since you left the hospital.
Did she now?
I was gonna say,
She said this was your special place?
'Cause they
I
can-
kinda know what that's like. I've got one of my own.
Latha, I need to say it again. I'm sorry.
Damn right you should be. You nearly killed me. But Lau also told me what you did in the tower.
It was the right thing to do.
It was more than that. You almost died. And I think it goes a hell of a long way to making up for before.
We have a lot of catching up to do. How about we start again? From scratch. Hi, I'm Charlie Regis. I'm a cell agent. I have difficulty with change, and I'm apparently a father.
Hey, I'm Latha. I'm a trance addict and I've spent the last 2 years jobless. I'd also like to learn about where it came from.
Take a seat. Let me tell you about your mother.
I was gonna say, because they can regrow body parts.
Well, what are we going to do?
Gentlemen, please. There's no cause for concern.
My dear, we have all sunk quite a considerable investment into this project. Oh my, yes.
Dr. Regis going to tell Central everything that happened.
Indeed, we must find some way to avoid implication.
Ah.
Doctors Regis and Lau are only two people, and we have powerful legal connections. Oh my, yes.
I believe that though the project cannot succeed, we must salvage what we can.
Good thinking.
That is why I've decided to turn state's witness and aid in your prosecution.
What?
Is that enough for you, Charlie?
Central's heard plenty. Chairman Ron, I'm arresting you for attempted disruption of the city's infrastructure.
Okay, I get it. How much you want?
Due to the political and high-profile nature of your crimes, sentencing will be carried out by secret tribunal.
What?
That means no lawyers.
You would have a hard time prosecuting me for any such thing, Dr. Regis.
He's right. We can't arrest him. Despite how he looks, he's not people.
No, but we can confiscate you as evidence. I imagine nobody will want to take responsibility for your actions, though.
You're going to be in the lockup for a long time anyway.
Oh, my.
Come on.
A job well done. Another triumph for justice.
I'm amazed. No, disgusted that Central agreed to your plea bargain.
What can I say? Networking is my thing. Remember, I'm always here if you need my help.
That's Chantal.
I can't believe you turned it down. The city council was practically begging to give you the job.
It didn't feel right. I didn't deserve it.
Well, since they had to retire Dr. Vargas and you refused it, they had to give the job to Chigwa.
And I'm sure she'll make a fine Central coordinator. After all, she's one of the only people left alive and not incarcerated who knows how it works.
You could have been the most powerful man in the city. I could have been best pals with the most powerful man in the city.
Sorry, you'll just have to butter up to Dr. Chigwa.
Should have figured you wouldn't take it. You'd need more adversity before earning something like that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have anything to complain about.
Speaking of complaining, how's the new recruit doing?
She's unconventional, and everyone's noticing it. Not quite getting along with everyone, but that's not what she's here for. Got quite a brain on her, though, hasn't she?
Takes after her mother.
Oh, blimey.
Look.
That's how do I look, sir, to you.
Whatever.
Better note problems with authority on the conduct report.
Takes after her father.
Ha! Central. Any update on Nina?
Dr. Nina Zhang is under special observation.
Like witness protection?
Probably something like that. But still, I wish Central could tell us what she was up to.
Ah, Galatea. So good to finally meet in person. How do you like my lab? I used to work here with your father, you know.
Which one?
Oh, very witty. It's a sharp mind you've got. I should know. I helped design it.
I take it I should be thanking you for getting me out of prison?
Let's just say I have contacts in the right place. You see, I need your help. Please lie in the scanner.
What? Why?
With Regis's decision, I am unable to pursue my own research on large-scale AI platforms. My only option would be to start from scratch.
Build your own central? That's ambitious. You'd need... Oh.
You've got your mother's insight, indeed. There exist only a few examples of the neural tissue needed for such a platform. Within Central, it is too closely guarded, but I know where else it can be found.
Hey, get out of my way! You can't be serious! Tell him to get out of my way!
We both have grand plans regarding the future of AI in this world, except that yours have failed. Get in the scanner, please.
You won't get away with this. Central will know I'm missing.
My dear, Central already knows. When it learned what I was trying to do clandestinely, its interest was piqued.
The scanners have been calibrated, Dr. Zhang. We are prepared for initial scale probe.
No!
I shan't say this again. Get in the scanner.
Well, that was dark. If she only needed her DNA, though, she could have extracted it painlessly and easily, and then grown neural tissue from it. Yeah, but Dr. Charlie Regis, he... because they're in a position where they can just regrow body parts, he didn't even have to worry about the risk of frostbite in the way we would today in the real world. Just had to live long enough. Blimey, that's a lot of sprites. Assuming that's what those numbers represent there. Sprite indices. Blimey. So that was Technobabylon. I hope you all enjoyed that. I certainly did. I think in some sections it got a bit darker and grosser than it needed to, you know, in a way which didn't exactly add to the game. But overall, I really quite liked it. I think I'd agree with the Steam reviews, because I got this game is part of a Steam bundle called, I think it's the Dark Futures bundle, that includes 4 Wadget Eye games. And I think I'd agree with the Steam reviews that of those games that Primordia and Technobabylon are the best, and that Gemini Rue and Shardlight are still good. They're good games, but they're probably not as good as Primordia and Technobabylon. Still, I believe that brings us to the end of the adventure games I had planned to play. So we'll be looking for another game to play next. That'll be starting tomorrow. Now, there was a game. Where was it? Where's my list? There was another game which I think is also produced by Wadget Eye Games. Which I had been thinking of doing, called Strangeland. I need to find out more about it. I believe it's made by the same development studio that did Primordia. Oh, do I remember the name? I should do. Oh, it was Wormwood Studios. But I don't think it's a normal adventure game. Yes, they did do Strangeland. So I'm not quite sure what to expect from it when we do eventually get to it. Like I said, I don't know much about it, just that I've heard it's a bit different. But I don't think I want to do that one next. Over the Christmas period, I was gifted a few games. In particular, I was hoping to do Superliminal, Nier Automata, and Red Dead Redemption 2 from the games I was gifted. Sorry, I was given. So I'll probably pick one of those to try next, is my thinking. leaning towards Red Dead 2, but I still haven't installed it and set it up or anything, so yeah, I imagine I'll be doing something like that starting tomorrow. So yep, once again, I hope you all enjoyed it. Streaming next tomorrow from 4 o'clock GMT. I'll also be streaming next Monday and next Friday. At least that's the plan. As always, I will stick with, well, I say as always, as I have been doing consistently for a while now, I will stick with one game until I've completed it, then I'll move on to the next one. Thank you for your streaming, it was really long. Yeah, the problem was I could tell we were getting towards the end of the stream, but the end of the game, but I didn't know exactly when it ended, and I didn't want to leave us in the position where, like, there's an hour left or something like that. So next time I stream, we finish the game very quickly, and then I have to find something else to fill the time with. Occasionally that will happen, and usually I do something like Escape Academy. Oh, I did buy the DLC for Escape Academy, so there should be some more escape rooms we can do there. But I try to avoid it when I can, so yeah, that's why the stream ended up so long, because I was determined to get to the end of the game. Turns out there was enough of the game that if I had stopped at the 4.5 hour mark, which is what I've generally been doing, there would have been more than enough left for another stream. I suppose unless I solved the puzzles much more quickly due to being more awake, had I done it that way. But still. Yeah, so upcoming streams tomorrow, Monday, Friday, all from 4 o'clock GMT, all probably doing the same game, whichever game I choose to do next, leaning towards Red Dead 2. Don't know what that will be like. I know very little about it. I've never played Red Dead 2. I've never played Red Dead 1. I know they're set in the Wild West. I know there is some gun combat. That's about all I know about the games. Oh, and there are horses, which I suppose isn't surprising if it's in the Wild West, but I seem to remember horse riding and hearing that horse riding and looking after your horse to some extent was a significant part of the game, but exactly to what extent I'm not sure. So yeah, might still change my mind about the next game, but that's what I'm leaning towards. If anything, if my streaming schedule should change, if for whatever reason I'm not able to do the streams that I was intending to do, then I will announce that on social media, which is currently X, formerly known as Twitter, Mastodon, Blue Sky, and Meta Threads, and I will announce it on our Discord server. So once again, I hope you all have a wonderful night, and good night!